Futures back to the downside here this morning, coming off the highs a little bit. We're still in positive territory, but only just for the NASDAQ as focus now shifts to not only the NASDAQ, but individual mega cap tech names with earnings coming up this week. Yeah, we get all of them. Pick one. Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, all set to come out this week with earnings. So the biggest of the biggest coming up this week. China in focus as well. GDP numbers out overnight over in that country, only in line with expectations versus a lot of people were talking about an absolute blowout number potentially coming from China. More comments from that government as well in China suggesting they're going to focus on more ideological ways instead of focusing on economic growth. That has just seeing oil, big move to the downside here as well. Ton to get to this morning, including some of these ADRs under significant pressure. Alibaba was down more than 12%. We'll talk about the EV names as well under pressure. A couple of downgrades this morning on Meta, Tesla as well, cutting prices over in China. It's going to be all about China this morning, guys. It's Monday, October 24th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there it is. It's actually more than 2% now there for crude oil, but 1.8%. It was basically flat when I sat down, even a little bit positive at one point. So oil under pressure here. There's the markets, though. The S&P still positive. The Dow 0.6. NASDAQ basically flat at this point, but heading back to the downside. The Chicago National Activity Index just at 0.1 versus negative 0.1 expected. Otherwise, a back and forth kind of a day. We had Bitcoin up more than 2% at one point, now back to 1%. There's 3% for Ethereum to start the week. So many different directions to talk about here this morning, guys, as we get into a brand new week. Good morning, guys. Welcome in. It is the Super Bowl of earnings weeks coming up. I mean, pick a name as far as mega cap tech names. They're all going to be reporting this week. So a ton to look forward to, but a little bit of caution so far today. I think caution is like, look, caution certainly for the big ones, but caution is thrown to the wind for these Chinese names. Like it's unreal, like 9 to 15% to the downside. Although I was saying this to Sean like a second ago, we've been trading a long time. I don't know if I've ever heard of that activity index. That's the first time. The Chicago Cubs and Bears activity index. I'm gonna get this one out of the way. If I paid for Josh Hader, I probably would have had him face Bryce Harper, but it is what it is. Congratulations to the Phillies. You're going to the World Series. Yankees, not so great, but wow. Pinduoduo 15%, JD 14.5%, Alibaba 12%, Xpeng 12%. NEO was over that, and Li Auto. The pain that is going on. Like, the charts were all really, really bad to begin with. For some of these, but wow, the Chinese names have gotten absolutely beaten up once again, and you're gapping down. So that's going to be front of our minds. Back of our minds, of course, all the big tech earnings. It's a monster week. Slightly bigger next week is a few more earnings, so just by total of the S&P 500, like it's a little bit bigger next week, but this one, we get all of the big names. Amazon's going to be in play, possibly breaking some big levels. And watching Intel. I mean, Intel reports this week. Mobileye at some point, I think it could be this week, Mobileye IPO coming through, and Intel at some pretty key levels. So a lot to get to, but it is going to be unavoidable, these Chinese ADRs today. If you don't trade them, you're probably at least looking at them today. I know I will be. Several of them. It's about narrowing which ones we want to trade because the volatility is going to be big there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be trading them all. I mean, by all of them. I mean, Alibaba for sure. A big name on the list here, down 12% again, and miss on that GDP. I think it was a little bit. Wasn't it a little bit better? I mean, they delayed it, right? I mean, that was the problem. They delayed it, came out, and then just not happy with that GDP number there. And then President Xi, again, appointing new leadership. It's hitting casino stocks. They want to be a little bit more conservative, I guess, in that region. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Wynn and LVS and all these names, man. It's going to be... I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised this market's holding up the way that it is right now. Yo, what's up? She said 23-21. Yeah. We don't know. We lost by more. Oh, no, that is what we lost by.
You got a late touchdown.
Yeah. Stupid, ridiculous. We're 3 and 4 now. Like, I don't know, man. What was old is now older. I mean, Tom Brady.
It's maybe the best thing that could have happened to you guys.
I don't know the last time. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
That's what Aaron Rodgers said in the.
Oh, is that? I don't know. I didn't even see what he said. But yeah, Tom Brady, back-to-back double-digit losses on the road by being double-digit favorites on the road. So Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers here getting shellacked. Oh, but it's good news because the Packers are in Buffalo next Sunday, so that should be a lot of fun. So, Packers should definitely get that victory going.
Fun for the Bills.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that should be a lot of fun for us. But thank you, Playmaker, for all that. Hey, man, instead of super chatting, send us something here. We had those great donuts last week. Send some cheese or something, instead of super chatting. That'd be kind of fun, send some gifts over here for that. But yeah, look, man, the sticky notes littered with Baba, Neo, Meta, Apple, and there's going to be a lot of names, man. Our watch list as well, watchlist.tradertv.live. We're going to be going through that very, very shortly. But a couple shorts already coming into play here. I feel like Meta cracking soon. Alibaba's going to crack. And then I have Apple there in case there's a long. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. The market's just been falling here the last hour, so we'll see what happens here. But right now, an hour to go until we let this market open up.
Yeah, definitely. Here's a number of things to discuss so far this morning. The first one on screen right now, guys. First segment of the show brought to you by True Trading Group. Hit that link at the bottom of the screen or the QR code. Check them out. Shout out to the guys at True Trading Group once again. Futures reversing early weakness. Yeah, it was a weak start as bond yields came off, and then now we're back to the upside. So here we go. This is a 4-hour chart of both the 10-year and the 2-year here. So this was early on this morning. We get this big pullback, but we are starting to tick back to the upside here for both the 10-year and the 2-year. So we got to keep an eye on interest rates here this morning as well. That's the U.S. dollar hanging out in this range from the past few days here, back and forth between 112 and 113.5. That note, it's worth mentioning, came out before all of this China headlines came through as well. So back to the upside here for some interest rates as well, guys.
Yeah, look, we're in a bit of a channel, at least when I pull up TLT. It'll be interesting to see if we get a bit of a break. And you talked about that. You just showed there, of course, the actual yields. When looking at any of the Treasury-related names like TLT, the 20-year, it goes down. That means obviously yields are going to the upside. So it's a bit of a reversal in the chart. But when you look at this falls, market should fall. This rises, market should rise if you're looking at that relationship. So sometimes I find it a little bit easier to track that way. But you're just trying to break out of Friday's channel. If we break up, I think the market's got a fantastic chance here. It's the same way on that little consolidation that Brendan just showed you, looking at the actual yields, you break that consolidation down, and the market has a great chance to go. And speaking of said market, this is where the SPY is at. We've got ourselves that bottom. I'll zoom it out a little bit so you guys. Oh, maybe that's too far. We've got ourselves that wick. I don't want to call it a capitulation bottom, but you get that wick bottom through those lows. Also, we can call it the June lows if you want, and you're trying to break a consolidation up. We have a chance to get there this week. Obviously, a lot of earnings are going to be the determination here, but that's what we're sort of up against. It was a strong rally to get to this point on Friday, but there was essentially no real push through that top. There was so much at the highs. And I know myself, I was looking for short top to top because you're at overhead resistance on the futures, because so many stocks were at overhead resistance. That's what I was looking for. And it just needs to punch through there. If we punch through, get through like a 380 on the SPY, then you have a chance to maybe see that 50 period and the 200 to the upside if this is actually going to extend. But it's all about these earnings. It's all about China today. Some weakness in Tesla, but there are a number of names that are sitting. If the SPY is on resistance, then a lot of individual names will be there too. I already said Amazon and Intel are two of the ones I'll be watching at pretty big levels to that upside. But you got to be watching you got to watch the U.S. dollar, and you have to be watching yields as well, because it's hard for us to sustain a breakout if the dollar is catching a bit of a bid. That could be a sign of weakness for us, and that's the same thing with treasuries. But if yields are still going up, it'll be hard for us to break out of this range. Yeah,
I mean, yields obviously going to be pretty key there. We've talked about that with the 10-year, and yields did a good job there. Oil also coming down. That could be a factor for today. Here's the NASDAQ, though, over the last week or so, or more than that, sorry, the whole month. This goes back to September the 26th back in here. So it's just, we're still near, like, it was pretty crazy the last couple weeks. I mean, to say that we went down to 10.45, then all the way back up another to 11.550. So, you know, you make that nice little round trip move there, 1,000 points back to the upside, and almost trying to take out those highs, 11,700 again, right? So I feel like right now you're kind of in the middle here with the NASDAQ. And again, you know, you want to look at names like Google, Apple, Microsoft, but we're coming into such a huge week now that a lot of this could change, right? I mean, I feel like with a couple good reports, we get above this 11,700, and then maybe, you know, that, I don't want to say that we've seen the bottom, because there still is 2 more rate hikes for sure to come and 2 more CPI readings before the end of the year. So there's something else coming for the market if those numbers are pretty bad. But just, can we picture a world where maybe those readings come in a little bit better than expected for once? Then I feel like, you know, being down here, we've had such a nice move off the bottoms every time, you know, big move down, drop, and then a pop. Here's the followed by another big move down, and then there's the other pop. So 1 or 2 more moves down. But, you know, as you're noticing here on the NASDAQ, these are also what we call now here higher lows. So you're starting to go boom, boom, boom. Does the next one retrace to the 50 period around 11,200? That could happen today possibly with some of that negative Chinese news. So we'll see if that comes down into there, and then you wait for another pop here on earnings. But if the earnings are the other way and you start to take out this low here of 10.5, then we have a big, huge problem coming our way. I feel like some of the earnings reports of the companies that we can trust will be fine, like a Google, like Amazon, I think, should be fine as well. I think Microsoft should be fine. So a lot of the bigger names should be okay. Tesla's was even fine. I mean, it's not that they had the end of the world there either. But Meta is one that's going to be worrying for me. But other than that, I feel like AMD, NVIDIA, it's just like maybe some of the discounts of these stocks have already been taken in. The problem is that we came from 24 times. So that's the problem. When you look at the PEs of these companies, we came from basically record high valuations to where we are today. So whether or not there's a recession, we're either in one or we're going to anoint one coming up soon. I feel like the market could bounce even before we're even in a recession. So let's see what happens here with the NASDAQ and with some of these reports this week. But either way, man, that's why we're here, is to trade these reports. And it's one of the best weeks of the year coming up. So it should be really fun.
Yeah, more inflation data to come this week as well. We get, even this morning, we get manufacturing and services PMI data coming up at 9:45. That can move the market. And then PCE later in the week. We also get GDP, Q3 GDP coming up this week. So it's going to be a little bit on the inflation focus as well. Let's get this one out of the way, because I know a lot of people are hungry to trade Mullen once again, doing things here in the pre-market. Cargo van on sale now in Europe for this one, MULN. Big move here, 20%.
Yeah, like last week, Mullen, one of the strongest names in the market. I mean, you know, it's all relative. It's a penny stock. So when a penny stock doubles, it's obviously considered, and rightfully so, not as impressive. But look, it was on the run. It's at a pretty interesting level. I'm just going to mark it off because the last time it made a decent bounce, it was pretty much to this 45 level, and then gave it back essentially the next day before breaking down. So the fact that you're double topping up here around this 45, it does lead to the potential when you get the news come out and you've already doubled up. If you reject this 45 again, you could see a pretty significant or decent enough pullback. I mean, I was already looking at 38 to 40 for potential support, and I could easily see a scenario where you get some profit takers at the open, maybe taking this back into the 40 range because it's like a sell the news type event, and it's already come so far. So you get a double up, and then you get the spike on the news. It has to settle down before it goes. What I'll be watching all week long is if it does a sort of not a pop and fade, but like a failed breakout through 45. If we hold 30 the entire week, or at least for a few days, if it's like the second or third day and you're still hanging out in front of 30 without really breaking out, that's usually a pretty solid sign to maybe get some of those, you know, like easy longs off the one or 2 cent worth of risk, and when it lulls everybody to sleep, then you can get going. Otherwise, we're going to look to see what happens here today. I'm not making any trades at this 45 until the open. I'd rather see this thing fail this break, dip down in, and be able to buy something in front of 40s. If it's a breakout clean, we'll probably get a shot at 50 anyway. So I'll be sitting this out because this is a pretty key level, and I think there's a chance they sell the news. So I'll only be buying a dip here At the open, if there's a fail break at that price, that's when I would potentially look to short it. But we still have like 45 minutes to go. It's going to do a lot of volume today because it's capturing everybody's attention last week and, of course, with this news. But I'm not going to be chasing this move too early. I think there might have been a shot. If you're already in the money, I think some people are probably already thinking taking some profits here when they see a pretty key level. And then if it clears 50, you might get some squeezes.
Yeah, Mullen. Yeah, crazy stock. We actually talked about going sort of YOLOing that, but then it broke 50, and then at the end of the story there. I still feel like they're going to get a warning. I don't know if they have already to stay above $1. So remember, that's going to be something that's pretty interesting as well. Just go back to that sort of that market talk that we had. This is the VIX right here. So if you can see. Let me just pull this down. You can see, where does it say? There it is right there, the VIX, right? So the CBOE Volatility Index. We've talked about this. Maybe we just peaked, and that was the other thing, right there. So I'll put this on. That high was 34, roughly 33.63 there. We've talked about where it's peaked the last couple times, that we've had a disastrous move in the markets. I was waiting for 40 to sort of get washed out there. I don't know if that's going to happen, but the VIX has sort of peaked at 35 over the last year. So this has just scrolled out a year. 35 there. I mean, that's a little bit above 35. That's 36, I believe. Then that's 35, 34. Then right there, 34 again. And then that peak back in early or late September, I guess, was back to 31. So, you know, you are coming back down now, as obviously we've had a good little run here in the market. I just wonder if that 35 is the new 40. 40 was the top on the VIX. We talked about that in 2001, 2008, and then again in 2012. So some nice little spikes there in the VIX, and we might have just had it. I don't know if that's going to be the top or not, but if you are playing and saying, you know what, I want to get some money into the market and I just don't know where, you can pick on some beat up names and say, okay, well, they're overextended. Like if you wanted to take some Meta or something like that, I don't, you know, again, I'm waiting for earnings to make sure that that's all right. But, you know, every time you get a little spike up here, it's been followed by nice rallies. So there's a nice spike up, and we've seen what the NASDAQ did the last couple of days, and then also included into here. So if you are looking to get some money and wait for the VIX to get near that 35 mark, which is a while away now, so we'll see if it settles down a bit, but the VIX always a good tool to use for gauging market sentiment.
Seems to be back to the downside, which is kind of surprising in a sense, seeing as how what we've had over the past couple of weeks anyways. The interesting note here, guys, the story from CNBC this morning, talking about the overall market, JP Morgan discussing essentially the fact that maybe a recession, as we were saying, is not only coming, but might be necessary to beat the inflation, and that, yeah, the market bottom is not in yet, according to JP Morgan. So something to consider this morning. Let's talk the main headline here of the day. This whole new regime, or I guess a re-up of the same regime over in China, getting a little more serious on the ideology-driven policies, apparently, instead of more support for businesses. The entire second half of last year, remember, we sat here and talked about how they kept, you know, piling money and shoveling money into growth in that country, and it sounds like now that might be not only slowing, but might be going in a different direction going forward.
And look, it's you have a lot of concerns there between COVID zero, which, you know, that's obviously been weighing on some of these names, and then the growth aspect of a lot of the not just the EV names, but also some of the tech names there have been beaten up, just fundamentally speaking, where the world economy is going. And now you sort of get the back and forth. There's always been this pressure about, okay, well, what happens if the government is not for business there? And it just adds to the pain, because, you know, you look at these charts, and this isn't NEO's not the worst of them. I could have pulled up XPeng, and trust me, it looks a heck of a lot worse than this. But a lot of people like looking at NEO. This has been an abject disaster for the last few weeks. Been looking almost every single day, say the same thing. These are the ugliest charts that I can find, and almost all of them have been breaking major support and then just sort of falling. You know, when we broke on NEO that 12, it's like shorted every day till it's not. Now you're through $10, but at least back into the upside here. So I'll give it that. Like it's gapping below 10, and you're holding above 10. If there's something that's showing some signs that it might want to have a chance at a dead cat bounce today, NEO is certainly one of them. But I've got my eyeballs on not just this, but interestingly, Pinduoduo was that one that it held up much better than the rest, at least, certainly from what I could find. You're at the 50 period just on Friday and bouncing higher lows on the daily chart, something you hadn't seen a lot of these others do. And then it just broke a major support level. There's just more room for PDD to fall. That's why it's down probably 15% as opposed to some of the others here. It had been like bastion of strength or whatever you want to call it. So if I have to fade one into a bit of a pop, I'm just thinking, this is a name that has been bucking that trend. And with this news and the outlook, if I have to short a pop here, it's broken major support at 54 and then again at 52.40. So like this entire range here, 52.5 into 54. If there's any strength in PDD, that's the one. Like even if it starts breaking out, that's the one I kind of want to be shorting into some ranges. Whereas the rest of the group, it's almost a little bit more simple with something like an XPeng. Like XPeng, this is $7 on the bid here. I mean, you're pretty much at, not Friday's low, but Thursday's low is right here at 750. So that's a relatively tight area on XPeng, down 10% again. But this stock was $10 just last week, and now I'm looking at a 7 break to the downside. This feels like it's headed to $5. I said this last weekend or 2 weeks ago, and it just absolutely feels like it's going to be true. So maybe 750 on XPeng, 52.5 on not JD, sorry, Pinduoduo. I could look at JD.com, but you got to pick a few of these to get into because you can't really trade all of them at the same time. So the 3 I'll be focused on: Neo, XPeng, and Pinduoduo for now.
Okay, so I know a way you can trade all of them. You can use the ETFs, of course. There's KWeb, which is a big one for KWeb. Where is that? Is that in New York? Is there
no, I thought it's NASDAQ.
Wow, there's actually an ETF on New York. That's pretty strange. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be, again, all the Chinese internet stocks wrapped into one. So that's down huge again, down 11.7%, just like what Neil was saying. I mean, you guys tell me this. The Hang Seng slumped 6.4%, a record since the COVID, since the pandemic bottoms, right? So 6.4% in one day. Record outflows from international firms out of China yesterday. I mean, how bad is this going to get? I think a lot worse. So we're going to wait to see what happens here today. I'm looking at Alibaba coming to the downside here. And again, when we talked about the risk for Alibaba and for these Chinese names is the government. And then here we go again, right? Xi Jinping coming out and saying that they want to change the ideologies here of the market and what they want to support. You're going to see stocks like Win and LVS. I really like Win. This was $80 2 weeks ago, or $75 2 weeks ago today, down 4.5%. As again, the ideologies, right? Like what's going to happen? Are they going to support casino and gambling? That doesn't seem like they're going to want to do that. Look at LVS. Look at Win. Here's LVS again, down. I think it was 6%. Was it down a little bit more? There it is. Yeah. So down 5.5%. We've battled back a little bit. And again, not much volume, but some of these names continue to get hammered, right? So I'm always going to go to the big dog there, but I do like that KWeb trade. That could be something to look for if you want to get rid of the single stock risk. But I just don't see Alibaba. Even though the market's rallying here, I really think this is a fade spot. If anybody knows the IPO price for Alibaba, put it in the chat. But the key is right now, you are now, I believe for the first time, below its IPO price. So I feel like if there's going to be a short there, that's what I'm going to look for that short into. I just don't know a level. That's why I'm going to use the IPO price of, I gave you guys a second if you know what it was, but it's 68. So right there, that bottom right here of 70, 69, that IPO price for Alibaba is $68. So you've done really well if you've invested in this name. I mean, just now, if you bought at day one and you're logging in now, you're flat, or give or take a couple bucks, right? This name went up to $330. So you've done well as an investor in this company, but right now you're going to have to sort of hang your head a little bit and wait to see what happens. I don't think that anybody's going to be rushing to the door to buy this name. I feel like Neo has at least, they have the battery swapping. They're in an interesting spot for the electric vehicles. I just don't know what Alibaba is going to do. They're just an online Amazon type platform here. They have their hands in a lot of things. I'm just very concerned about this price action. You're now way below, and then Brendan and I sort of chuckled at this, but maybe Charlie Munger can come in here and start buying some more up here, halfway down on his price. But like I said, I'm probably going to find something that this guy sold at somewhere, probably bought it somewhere down here and sold it somewhere up here, right, is what we're going to hear. But right now you are below that $71, $72. $68 is the IPO price. So we'll wait to see what happens if we get around there. Other than that, man, I'm ready to smash City this thing through 63. I already have the order ready to go now. I don't want to play around with this name. I think it's a downside name today. Here on the imbalance locator, I don't know what the hell SLQT is. Yeah, nobody does. That's 57 cents. XPEV, Neil's already gone over that. There's going to be NEO on here, I'd imagine. There's Alibaba. NEO's not on here right now. There's Alibaba as well. They're going to be all sell side, just a matter of how big. So I'm going to wait for $63 to go short. Otherwise, let's let this market open up and see where we go from here. But should be another nasty day for these Chinese names. KWeb is one that you'd want to short if you want the whole basket.
A snapback downside looks like there as well on that imbalance locator. Let's get you some analyst moves to kick things off on a Monday. Mostly going to be focusing on this side, obviously, with the move in the overall market. But FedEx here, interesting, back to the downside this morning. Not a lot of volume, but it's worth noting both UPS and FedEx under pressure. There's Meta, not one, but two different downgrades on Meta today. We'll talk about that. Chevron's here, Baidu as well, among others in the Chinese group. But yeah, Avis Budget, top of the upgrades today.
I can't remember the last time.
Was that Meta downgraded?
Yeah, Meta downgraded.
Teledoc upgraded?
See, that's the one that just caught my attention there because, look, but actually, when names are
upgraded by ARC.
Yeah, probably. Who is it? It doesn't matter. Guggenheim doesn't really matter. But when these names get beaten up, sometimes you look for reasons they can make dead cat bounces. Well, oddly enough, the sad thing about Teledoc here, and I don't know, my 15 doesn't want to go back further. I'll just go to the daily chart here. But oddly enough, when you look at the rally, or at least the bounces that the market has had, you ask yourself, okay, well, what's not really bouncing with the market? That's been beaten up a little bit, that can't seem to get off the bottom when the market shows some strength. Teledoc would be in that bucket. Like, it's low. It got to 23. It's still at 25 here. When I pull up that 15, like, beneath that 25 level, if we make another couple of legs to the upside here, maybe we get to that 50 period on the SPY, and a stock like this still sort of hangs beneath maybe 28, doesn't get to its 50, that's going to be a horrific sign. Like, there's some strength in some of the healthcare names recently, and you're just not really seeing it with Teledoc. Maybe this gets it going, but that's what I actually take away. I mean, I only looked at it because of the upgrade, but what I take away from that is I see the market making a decent bounce in the last couple of sessions, at least last week. And a stock like this that beaten up, I'd have expected it to get a little bit more than that. So not a great sign for them. And Meta on the downgrade, well, look, last week, obviously, we got Snapchat, right? And so that didn't bode well for some of the online advertising, I guess, outlook per se. And Meta is still in the bottom end of that channel. So until we get their earnings, I'm kind of treating this 130 to 132 area as, okay, it needs to break out of here to really sustain any kind of moves. And you're just essentially shorting off of these ranges. Any fail breaks at 130 don't get to here. You're looking to fade them. And if we see the bottoms, maybe there's some support down at 122. But things will get clarified when their earnings come through, when Alphabet's earnings comes through as well. But that's a pretty clear support that I would turn into resistance. And as long as we're below that, I want to short these levels when we get up to that 132 on Meta.
Yeah, I'm even fine shorting like that 130, 132 would be great if you popped up to there. So I switched to Sky, even though we're up 0.4. I'm feeling pretty bearish, but you guys, we could put a poll up if you want to, if Justin or whoever's watching, if you want to put the poll up there, you can. But I'm feeling a little bearish, although the market is running, so it's kind of like it's almost like the poll needs to be set within the first 5 minutes or so, because I want to see where we go from here. But if you're looking for some strength somewhere in the market, has anyone looked at banks lately? What did you say?
I just said Mullen under my breath.
Mullen, yeah, well. Yeah, I mean, Mullen, I don't know if strength in the market is Mullen. I don't know. But, a lot of people are saying that if we can't rally until the banks rally, right? And if you see JP Morgan, like, hello, Jamie Dimon. Like, thanks for telling us that there's, a tsunami or a shitstorm of recession coming, something like that. Yeah, well, now it's 101 was the bottom there, right the day before earnings, and then boomed up to 123 right now, and still going higher as you're up 0.63 and looking to take out new highs here again today new highs, whatever. It's a higher than morning right now. 123.30 here coming through. So JP Morgan, if you think that there's some sort of strength in this market. I would tend to agree with you here on the banking side of things, and you're bouncing right up to 125, man. This either looks like a fantastic long, or we say, all right, its run is over and we short it here at 125. So you got to watch out for JP Morgan making a huge move off the bottom. That's 23% in a week and a half there for JP Morgan. Let's just check out. I know we like Morgan Stanley as well. $80. Let's see if I don't think that's up 20% as much, but here, let's just see. Yeah, no, not even close to it, to as much as this was. Just not as beat down as JP Morgan. So $74 up to 84, still up about 10 and a bit percent. Remember, they were negative on their report, and they're still up nicely in the last week or so, up that 10+%. So some of these banks, and again, talked about sort of spreading the risk on these banks, maybe going into an XLF. So if you do feel like that JP Morgan move is a little overextended and you've made money in JP Morgan here today or in the last couple weeks, maybe you want to flip it over to XLF. This is only up about 7 or 8% there, and it gets you the whole handful of banks if you think JP Morgan's overextended, which I don't know if it is or not. I'm still long JP Morgan, and I don't plan on selling it. It's the only, actually, I keep saying it's the only U.S. bank, but I also owe Goldman Sachs, which I bought at 340 like 8 months ago or something like that. Yeah, right back into here. I guess it was April, something like this. And then it's never really been in the money for me. Went down to 280. I do not believe I've averaged into this one. So Goldman Sachs, again, another one up. Look at this, 290 bottom, up to 330. So there's a lot of strength in some of these bank names. That might be the spot to trim if you're still getting a little nervous.
Quick look at European markets here as we head towards the open this morning. Still very positive over in Europe this morning. Italy and Spain leading the way, better part of 2% to the upside, 1.8 there for France as well. So positive top to bottom. Good to see. Speaking of positive, lot of green on this board this morning, the social sentiment board being led by the one we've discussed already, MULN. If you're joining us a little bit late, rewind a bit. We covered Mullen already. NIO, BABA, both green. Okay, down 12% for Alibaba. There's XPeng on here as well being discussed to the upside potentially for a few Chinese names. Anyways, I noticed APE was up big time in the pre-market. There it is, APE. I couldn't see any reason why, but AMC and APE both on here this morning, and there's a SPY obviously. Also in positive territory, but trying to hold anyways. Small gains for the overall markets, worth noting. 3 weeks in a row for the Dow to the upside, both the NASDAQ and SPY or ES. Positive last week as well. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the S&P 500 to kick things off for a Monday, Arun. I mean, we're trying to hold here, but it feels a little bit cautious anyways this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we got quite the reversal on Friday, so a decent move. We went from below, I guess it was close to 36.50, closed at like 70 or 60 something. So you're looking just over 100 points on Friday after a reversal. Remember, we broke down through that 36.65, got some traction, then we got a complete reversal that took off and just never really stopped. So now overnight, once we get close to that 3,800 mark, there's going to be some heavy activity. Yeah, stops got blown up. Then we came underneath. Now we're coming back. We still haven't crossed that 3,800 yet. But clearly there's a little bit of wiggle room being created on both sides with the amount of flushes that are, I guess, being taken place or have taken place to the top and through the bottom. So now we're just going to wait until the open. One level that I want to keep an eye on is that 38.20. And now we stopped overnight around 13 or so, 38.13 or so. But 38.20 is going to be pretty important. Not because it's a significant level, but because of how many stops are going to be up there. Just curious for my take of it, because we were up there in what was it, October the 5th and the 6th, around there. We were around that 20 mark, or exactly 20. So if people are using that as a reference point, and the overnight highs just underneath that, I imagine stops are going to be sitting right above there. So is it going to be a level that I want to work with in terms of breakout? No, I just want to see what's up there, because usually what happens if you take the high out and the stops get taken and we can't go anywhere, we're probably near a topping part of this move, right? But I'm just keeping an eye on that. If we get past it and we find some more traction, then obviously we're going to extend. But I would just keep an eye on that 38.20 as a big point of interest here tonight or today. To the bottom end, 37.10 is what I'm looking for. There's nothing you can really do when this thing's trading at 37.90. So if you're going to make a play at 37.10, which is a ways away, in the event that this market falls off right here, let's just say we go from 90 all the way down to like 60 or 50, and the market starts to slow down, then you can start using that 37.10 as a potential base for maybe a long. Now, given that we're already at 90, maybe 20 points from the high, chasing after longs at this point, unless you get a tighter stop, I mean, it's gonna be a tough risk reward. So I would just wait it out until a new level develops that you can work with. Maybe somewhere around the 37.60 area, that could be a possibility. I could see that being a possibility. If we get above the evens, then that 37.60 might come into play, and you might be able to catch a long there. But I would just wait this one out. Let's see what the market brings at the open. If you get a run towards that high, you know that 38.20 is one to look at.
Corinne, we'll check back tomorrow morning. Let's get right into it because there's a lot to understand and a lot to digest this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Grab that every single morning, then come join us at 8:30. We get you set for the open every single day. Top of the list this morning, we'll touch on Tesla coming up here, but let's go back to some of these Chinese stocks. And I want to talk about this first because there's so many as a group that are under pressure this morning and down huge. It's one of those days you're really going to have to kind of narrow your focus into 1, 2, or maybe 3 even to really find the best opportunity. So let's do that now. If you missed the headline, this was what came out this morning. Downside on continued economic concerns over in China. GDP numbers, I mean, they were higher, but still kind of in line with expectations versus what most people were expecting. A bit of a blowout number. Yuan week as well to start the week here, guys. But what do we do with these if you had to narrow your focus down to 1 or 2 or maybe 3 of them?
I think so. First of all, shout out to my mother. Happy everyday Mother's Day. I mean, she deserves everything for that one. And I told her to watch because this is a new shirt.
Oh, that is a new shirt.
Yeah, she got me for my birthday. So I was, which was it's about a month ago now. So shout out to you, Mom. Thank you for everything. But yeah, we talked about K-Web there as a name to watch out for, some of the Chinese names. But for me, I'm already in a position. So let's hit that right now. We just got it right here and we just tweeted it out as well. It's Alibaba. So we're down to the downside here on Alibaba. I don't know. I took it at 64.11. Kind of a random price. I was just looking at it here, and it was, you know what? Like, if that top's going to be 64.40, maybe it gets taken out here off the open. Maybe it doesn't. I have no idea what to expect here for today for Alibaba, other than the fact that I want to be short. So if I want to be short, let's get short right now. This is a very, very small position, like 10% or so of a position that I'd like to build here for Alibaba. It actually went down into the money for us about 40 cents, and we didn't take it. So I'm waiting here around VWAP because I think you can start to respect some of these levels. It's 2.1 million shares, so it's kind of trading as if it was open right now anyways. So let's just wait to see when it does open. I expect a flood of selling to come in. I'm bidding right now 63.50. Hopefully we can get something out there for 60, 70 cents. We'll take out a piece, and then we'll see what happens at 63. Like I said, I already have that order to hit this to the short side. Hopefully it can come through near 9:30. I don't want it to happen like right away right now. I'd rather be waiting until the open comes so that I can see a flood of orders and then just join the party, so to speak, right there on Alibaba. You could see there still is a sell imbalance, although quite small right now, only 200,000 shares. So it's not a huge sell imbalance, but it's there for Alibaba. So I like it as a downside. And I just said to pick your poison there. KWEB is a Chinese ETF. Sorry, it's an ETF for Chinese internet names. So if you did like KWeb there, it's called Crane Shares Chinese Internet ETF. So there you go. So I, said it appropriately. Down 12% today. That's going to have your JD, your Pinduoduo, the Alibaba, everything basically to do with China and the interweb. So as you're going to the downside there's where we are today, all the way down to 18 bucks. It's really gotten slapped up side as well. Big time movement to the downside here on the 20-minute, let alone what this thing looks like on a daily. There it is right there, breaking lower. Just nasty here. So if you're going to look to any one of the Chinese names, I think that you can look to K-Web if you just wanted to short the ETF and follow something that you don't have too much risk in, right? Like that 19 is the top. You can get out if you want to. There's going to be a lot of volume on this name. So to take away single stock risk, you might want to go with K-Web, because I could see somebody coming out today and upgrading, not upgrading, but saying something like, hey, Alibaba's down too much. They still do billions of dollars in sales, which they do, right? So there is a possibility that some positive notes could come out for some of these names. So I do look to K-Web. And there's also, this is one that I've given Prad, and he always talks about this as well. FXI is another one. This is China 100. So if you're looking to be a little bit more into the blue chips, a Tencent, Nintendo's Japanese, but these are Chinese large cap ETFs. So FXI is another name there to take away, again, single stock risk. But look at this name, man. This is, if you're going to invest in something, I would think an ETF would be the right way if you're going to be more conservative. But again, look at this, down to $21. Too much talk, ideology this, ideology that. We've seen what can happen when these lines cross, and it's not great, man. Stock market is for capitalism and things like that. I don't need to tell you guys that, but I just feel that there's a huge risk here holding these Chinese names, especially if this is going to be like day one. We have all week, man. We have all week to watch these names just fall down to the downside. So for me, I'm already short Alibaba. And to be honest with you, I don't have an out if I'm wrong. So let's just wait to see what this market does. I know that's not very responsible, but its IPO price is 68. Like, I just want to short pops. So we'll see what happens. This is the 200 period that's made it move all the way down here to 66.50. Hopefully we can open up, respect some of these levels, and then see where the market takes us. But for right now, I'm trying to get out of half the position for 60 cents down here at 63.50.
Yeah, the name that I just got into it, but the name that I like, and I like a few of them, Pinduoduo has just been relatively strong. It's been the entire time. It's been making higher lows. It's been trending to the upside, and you broke the 50 period to the downside just recently. It was trying to get back above on Friday. You've broken it back down. Now you're gapping beneath 52.5. It just broke the bottom just now, so I took the bottom break at 49 even. Had it been a move to the upside, I was looking back at about 52.5, had my orders sort of sitting in there, locked and loaded and ready to go if there was a pop. Now I'm going to be playing off of the 50 level because you're breaking the downtrend. I just feel this has more room to go. I see some people talking about yin and yang. Those ETFs, just remember, those are like triple leverage. Those are more trading vehicles. Well, I mean, you can use them however you want to, but those are obviously a little bit more volatility that goes into them. But I don't want to be ignoring the place that I've been going to almost every single day, and that's EVs. Right, like you're gonna be missing out if you don't really look at some of these. Now, XPeng's been a god-awful chart for some time now, and you're broke $10, so you're now a hat size. Actually, it's almost my hat size. I love that term, by the way. It's now almost my hat size, and if we get up to 750, last week's lows, I just think I want to be fading this area on any kind of a pop. It sets up for a $7 even breakdown as well. Every single one of these is likely to be SSR if they aren't sort of already short sell restricted, because you're down on more than 10% once these things open up. Some of them are close, some of them are right there. And then NIO, if there is one of these that looks at least a little bit strong, XPeng a little bit of strength, NIO, wick bottom to a psychological level like 10. It's already broken. It already broke the significant support down here at about 1170. So it's already a ways to go. If it were to break and hold 10, you've got a lot of room till you get back up to that high or even back up to 11. If I had to pick one to go bottom picking, say if it doesn't take out that low of the day, I think it's got a chance to go. Well, if $10 holds the open on NIO, this could be one just because of that psychological level. You could try to fill into the gap. Look, I think this is horrible for them in the medium term, to be sure. But all you really need for a dead cat bounce as a day trader is just enough selling that's come through and panic selling that holds one support level, and then everyone sort of dumped the shares they're going to dump, and then you get a little bit of a bounce. So if one of them is going to do that, at this point, NIO and that $10 does feel like it could be the one. Just one last one for you if you're watching. JD.com. This has now gotten very ugly on the daily. If there is a big rally, we're far enough away from it. I can't see any way this thing gets through that 40 level. It's a monster level. So these catch a dead cat bounce. I'm not sleeping on the 40 on JD.com. It sets up for a 35 breakdown as well. So yeah, these all look pretty ugly to me. But if I had to pick one to take a shot long, if 10 holds on NIO, that's where I'd go.
I'm just reading on that KWeb as well. Worst day since inception for that ETF right now. 86% on the year to the downside for KWeb. Unreal moves in some of these. Let's go to Tesla. Speaking of China troubles, Tesla cutting prices on both the Model 3 and the Model Y over in China by 9% as more price war issues to come for Tesla, according to some analysts.
Yeah, can we just get to 200 already? We've gone 202, we've gone do a 202 on Thursday, 203 on Friday, and both days you're looking at the exact, I'm going to bounce up to about that 215, 216 area. So, like pretty much everybody else, we hit 215, 216 on Tesla. I'll be looking for shorts, and that 200 level break that I guess everyone's been waiting for. We're still diddling in the middle. And so every single time we've been at the open, we've kind of been bouncing off of that level and then not really challenging it. So I'm not going to sit around playing in the middle on Tesla, shorting pops. You can find support at 200 because it's been there. But that level breaks, I will be shorting it. You're raising prices into, look, China's important for them, so any growth concerns there is not good for Tesla, A. B, you're raising prices when input costs are going up. That's never going to be seen lowering prices and input costs go up. That's never going to be seen as a positive for them. The earnings were actually pretty solid, but the market has sort of spoken, and we're not really breaking away from that level. I would have expected with a double top, we would have at least maybe had a chance to break that 15 area, so double bottom, we would have had a chance to break that 215 area. It just hasn't happened. I think it's a short up there until it proves that it can get through it. And like everybody else, that 200 level, it might be obvious, but that doesn't mean that's not going to be the trade when it goes down there, right? Like, it's just you scalp the long off the 200 level, you take the break when it goes. If we're sitting at 6s and 7s, I really don't have much interest in trading this at 206, 207. It's about 200 and 215.
All right. Yeah, I don't want to, take away from those key levels because those are, but we could just be in the middle of those today. The S&P and the NASDAQ have both danced a little bit around here. So I was looking, honestly, I just think with all that talk in China and everything again today coming through that you'd want to short this 206. So I'm looking at shorting that 206 down there for Tesla. I don't think it's like an obvious short or anything like that. They're cutting prices. You got the weaker than expected or the inline GDP, but I don't know. Here's the chart for Tesla, and it's one of the most broken stocks right now in the index. To be honest with you, I mean, if you're gonna go for a big cap name, I mean, there's stocks that look a lot worse than that. But just for a mega cap name, I mean, this is all the way down and broken. This is like a meta situation. But what is the problem with Tesla? I don't really feel like there is a problem there, other than the fact that hey, their delivery numbers are just huge, and they didn't meet them, and they did cut delivery guidance, right? So I feel like you do have some more downside pressure, and then it's just they can't pump out a car every 30 seconds in China and sort of tout when that is happening, and then all of a sudden now they reduce the price of the car, and does that mean that they're slowing demand in China? I don't. We already saw the GDP problem there. So I worry about COVID zero still in China and some of those lockdowns. However, Tesla's just been so beat down here. I feel like if you do have a little bit of a larger time frame here, you may want to hold on to this. But yeah, it's a slippery slope breaking through 200. You're at these bottoms right now. You're actually below the bottoms here pre-split. So I'd be very careful. I mean, I look at that 206 area. This is just a daily chart. Again, it doesn't look like 206 is overly that key. It's right down here. That's 203, 204, and then just to break some of these levels here, I'm only saying 206 because I don't want 207. That's going to happen off the open, and I don't want to short 208 or 209. I think if you are going to wait, then you do wait for a pop in this market to get it near that 215 again. So that's going to be Tesla trading. It's always quite difficult to trade this name off the open. So I was going to show you last week, but we have a couple wicks there as well. Pretty violent off the open. So let's wait to see what Tesla does. There's 210.50 has already been the high today. So if you want to get into an early short, I think you can use that 210.50 as your stop.
All right, let's go to Meta here. A couple of negative notes from analysts on META ahead of earnings as well coming up this week. Bank of America going to neutral from buy, cutting their price target down to 150. Mizuho up here to 180 from 225. I mean, is this even a trade, I guess, guys, until we get to earnings later in the week?
I think so. Look, I think there's going to be opportunity to trade all of the big tech names, and certainly Meta's going to be in there. Look, it got to 130, and we didn't really have a chance to test it on Friday because you just sort of hung out there. There was a slight pullback of $1, but anywhere from there up to 132, I just think those are going to be more fadeable levels. Fading just means shorting into an up move. I say it all the time, but just for anyone that maybe not be familiar with that. So, look, we break that 130, and I want to be waiting until 132 area for some short trades. I mean, with what happened to Snapchat, I'd rather be sort of looking at weakness before I took some breakouts. There's some stronger names on the charts than Meta that I think have a chance to be some longs, and it doesn't mean there's no such thing as a long on Meta. You get above 132.5, and then you have room to start filling into 137. But if it doesn't get past that, I'm really just looking to short some pops on Meta for me, and just only because we mentioned Snapchat, those earnings, it didn't really get off the bottom. So worth noting that $8 level since the gap down, that has been resistance. It mostly diddled in the middle, Snapchat, but if it approaches $8 and doesn't break, well, the weakness is sort of obvious. If it gets through $8, you gotta have a stop on this thing, because like a $3 gap is insane, and you could see a little bit of squeezing, although it's not as heavily shorted as it used to be. We're not there right now, so trading in the middle was a waste of time on Snapchat. If it gets to 8, then it's interesting. Meta's more likely, I think, to hit those levels, 130 to 132, for some shorts.
Yeah, look, I turned that. The market was up about, 0.4, so we went into a bearish action. Now you're only at 0.15, but still not doing too much. I feel like Meta, if when the market's rallying, I don't want to be short this name. It's kind of like AMD there. I'd much rather be long than be short Meta. But again, price target cuts today, coming out with some downgrades, and then some more negative notes about the metaverse. And like right now, they shouldn't be. I'm nervous for their quarter, because I don't know how many billions of dollars they're going to say that they've lost. I think it was 10 billion last quarter that they're dumping into Meta, hoping that this thing can turn itself around. There are some awesome games, man, for the metaverse, and I think the Oculus is going to be huge. It's just a matter of, is it going to be anything more than just like kind of a video game console, but cooler or different? I don't know. And I don't know if there's going to be an actual way for them to make back all this money that they pumped into here. So I'm nervous for that side of it. I kind of wish that they didn't get involved with all of that. But either way, man, it's been just puke side, downside here for Meta. Maybe it's been a little bit better than Tesla over the last little while. But again, you still are looking at these 124, 125 bottoms. I wrote down here that we wanted to short sell 127. So there's the break. If it does happen, it's 127 right around here. If you go back to where we were on Friday, there's 127. We bounced there up to 128.50. Then we took it. And again, there wasn't too much resistance at all. We took it all the way down to 125. Then we came back and bounced around 127 before holding and then taking off into the close that we all know about. So monster rally into the close on Friday for Meta. And even right now, it's rallying back up. Not rallying, but it was just down a little bit more than it is now. As the market's sort of going the other way, Meta's kind of going upside right now. So with only 7 minutes left before the open, I feel like you're going to have to wait to see what this stock does. Very, very dangerous. I have a short breaking through 127. I just feel like the market's going to be negative today, so let's try a short through 127. But again, we don't have to be in this very long. It's like worth about $1 to me. So if we break down 127 right there, we saw what happened last time it broke. It went to 125.50 or 60. So that's like, again, about $1 on the downside. And I feel like we could hold that up to 128. So I'm going to be here to short Meta early, and then watch to see what happens around 125-ish. If this is a down day, man, I mean, I've sat here and held Meta like, and it's like, oh my God, this would be $7 in the money, $8 in the money. So if there is a move today in the market, I'm pretty sure Meta is going to be one of the ones that you're going to want to keep your eye on here, as Alibaba goes now 20 cents against me. Trying to find out where we want to get out on this name. Maybe 66 if all fails here. But either way, I told you, we're only in 10% of a position right now. Looking to get more short here in Alibaba, but would rather the market open, so we might not do anything until 9:30.
I want to make sure we get to some of these big tech names. Before we do, though, here's oil right now, just wild in the pre-market. Initially downside, but look at this, straight, guys, back to the upside. Trying to go positive once again here for crude. So worth keeping an eye on some of the energy names as well. I wanted to bring up big tech, specifically Apple, because look what happened on Friday. If you remember, there was barely a pullback that you could get involved with, led the market, led this rally, impressive rally that we saw, ending the day at the highs. I mean, we're holding basically at the top end of the range from Friday. If the market was to catch a bid here, got to look at some of these today.
For sure. But it wasn't just Apple, because a certain stock called Netflix, I don't know if anyone's heard of Netflix. Man, Netflix was stupid strong. And look, it's been on the way to like 300, but there's another one that's in the midst of a potential break. This is what I'm watching today. Well, I'm watching all of them, but 119.60 on Amazon. You go right back to the beginning of last week, technically Tuesday. That 119.5 got rejected. That's where we ended the session. Just a little bit lower than that, testing that level on Friday. So above this price, Amazon's in the midst of a potential break, which is great because you get 120. You get to support that. If we're going to go, this has some runway to the upside. This is what it looks like on the daily. If it clears that and then can get through 22s, you got the 50 period sitting $5 higher. So that's got some room to run. If we can hold that 119.60 at the open, then I'm looking for longs off of that level. You get below it, maybe give it like 10, 15 cents because that's 119.50 psychological or whatever. But just you want to give it a little bit of room to see if it can hold that. And then the aforementioned Netflix, it's right at the 200 period. So look, it breaks out from that consolidation for a while at that 255 and away from the 50 period right into the 200 period. Usually this is where I'd say, oh, it's going to fade off of this level. I was trying to short it on Friday off of these prices because of that 200, and it never really pulled back. There was a couple of dollar moves. So I am looking, if it doesn't hold and we get southbound at 290, that 200 period is 91.92. I'd be looking for a bit of a gap pull back into that 280 level on Netflix, as strong as it is. But if it starts clearing and pulling away from that 200 period moving average on the daily, then you just gotta grit your teeth. The longs could easily go into 300. It's at a pretty key price level where I think it can go in either direction. I'm definitely only looking for longs off these levels in Amazon, but Netflix, like Friday, I am looking to short off of here because I think you can see that 280 if it fails the 200 period moving average.
All right. I just have Apple up here, and I think that this is, you're right, this is the name I think you want to be long for sure as well. Into any sort of weakness down here to 146, I think you can probably test that. But again, I'm not going to sit here and take the long. I want to see what this market does. 148 breaking the top is a great long. So if the market can hold, remember, we turned that bear upside down, or that bull into a bear and turned them around, and now you're almost negative here on the NASDAQ. So we were up 0.4, now you're down to 0.4, now you're 0.04. So you've cut down about 0.5% there in the NASDAQ. But again, Apple just really strong. I mean, choppy. But since we've been above this 146, it's only been since Friday. So it's not like this has been a monster move up. But I think that now that you're above this level, it's going to take some work to get it below. Let's see if that happens here today. I like Apple for a long. It's the only name that's long here on the sticky note today. We have BOVESPA short, NEO short, Meta short, Apple long. So we'll see if that can get to 148. And if it does, I think you could take that long and then just hold it. You might even get that $2. So you might get it up to 150. So that would not be a surprise to me at all if that came through. You could see though, again, early movements always happening on the stock. So we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with Apple. We opened up on Friday down at 142. Then within 20 minutes, we were up to 145. So it had, again, about a $2 move here in the first 20 minutes on Friday. So let's see if it can repeat that. I think it would be to the upside if that does come in. But yeah, that's about it, man. 9:28 right now. Only a couple minutes to go. I see Tony's over there on the bell, so that should be a good one. We can check the imbalances quickly. I mean, those get updated here. Mullen with a buy. So there's Mullen right now. Everybody's favorite stock bouncing around 50 cents right now. So we're going to watch out for that. Ford has a buy. We've talked about how low that one's been down. Ooh, okay, now it's above 12.
It's still holding 12.
Yeah, it's still hovering around 12. I sort of thought I would have put an 11 handle on that if I would have had to guess. So it's nice to see that up to 12. And then there's NEO with a sell. I still think NEO's a sell, but I said you got to start that thing near 11. So we're not there yet. Let's see where NEO goes right now. But yeah, so far so good, man. And I was gonna say an hour and a half, a minute and a half to go until this market opens. Should definitely be a good one. We're very, very excited. Alibaba has pulled back down again. Missed that short at 64.50. Maybe that's our level.
Yeah, they're going downside. I did get one leg out there on PDD there. Just broke 48.50 to the down. 18% now. It just bounced off 48. I might take some out at that 48 level. I want to short pops into 49. We still have a minute to go. And look, I don't want to. We talked about Mullen for a few seconds, not very long, but it's at a huge level, this 45 to 46 area. So if it were to fail it at the open, I would be looking initially for a dip down into this 42, where I think it could find support 40 to 42 there. I'm going to be sitting out buying anything at these tops. You're right in front of 50. You're at a pretty key level on the daily chart. doesn't make a lot of sense, at least for me, to buy there. And then NEO, you sell imbalances on NEO and XPeng over there, so thank you, Sean. It's going to be testing that 10 right away, so if it can't hold 10, I really don't want any part of it. Already short in Pinduoduo, which I just preferred a little bit. And one last one, because we didn't even talk about the chips, which is crazy. We always talk about the chips. Intel, now back below 27. I've said it for the entire, all of last week. You're beneath that number. I'm shorting 27s. If you can hold and break out above, I would have liked the long. They report as well. And Mobileye, at least I think Mobileye has a chance to be coming out this week. We don't have a firm date on that, but it could be as early as this week. As we are now ready for the countdown to start this week off. Should be an exciting one. Big earnings. China moving. 2 and 1. Tony, ring it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tony, man. Good job, Tony. We did get out already there on Alibaba, so we'll take 80 cents there. We'll wait to see if there's a little bit of a move down side now on Alibaba. Here we go. All right, we're a little bit nervous. We don't have a full position here in Meta, but down goes Meta right now. We did short that 27 like we talked about. It's trying to break lower, lower, lower. Here we go. Yeah, now trying to break. Nah, it is breaking. A little low to the downside right now for Meta. Let's see, we're there at 35. There it is, nice move down. Hello, already cashing in right now to this market. Baba, 80 cents in the money, and then Meta, 40 cents. But hey, we are early. Nice little move downside in the market there to start the day.
Yeah, already $1.50 now. Just bounced off 47 on Pinduoduo. These are all falling here. But look at NEO. NEO actually there was size on the bid. It was on the wrong stocks. I can't show you the size that was at $10, but there was I saw 400,000 shares just immediately get filled at 10 even. So someone just took it up the you-know-what. This is now headed downside. If it can't hold this, you know the only other direction it can go. Amazon is not holding that key level, that 119.50. So the one long, if it can hold that bid, I would have liked it long. Unfortunately, it's going the other way. PDD is just absolutely dying. Now 2 in the money there, as XPeng didn't even catch the short on XPeng. I'll short the pop, but $7 break on XPeng could be coming in. These are falling pretty fast. Overall market's kind of muted here, but huge drop down in these Chinese names at the open.
Yeah, we've already cashed out a lot there. We actually got out of Alibaba there for the dollar. Remember where we were short, guys? Now we re-shorted it. The problem is it's SSR, so that was the problem. When it broke 63, we weren't able to get more short, so we had to average into that short. All right, Meta also $1. Nicely traded there. But here goes Alibaba starting to go back up to the upside. So, hey, maybe there was just an early flush on these names. We need to get some more short here. If we're right. I mean, I don't know. A take of 64.50 and we're going to get out of Alibaba. Looks like it wants to do that right now. It's shooting to the upside here, Alibaba. Big move to the upside.
Yeah, I just got XPeng breaking $7 to the downside, so I actually got a pretty solid fill there. As there was an opportunity of liquidity at 7 even, but I just want to quickly show you. We're at 203.
The market is cracking.
We're at 203 on Tesla. We're real close to that 200 level.
No.
Yeah, so that 200 level monster one on Tesla. I don't want to ignore it, but just got the breakdown as XPeng. Come on, XPeng. That just broke that 7 even. Already at 80s. The stock is dying. Huge bid at 680 at 200,000 shares. So I'm taking some out in front of it. Brendo?
A little medical equipment maker popping up here, guys. We've talked about this one before. Modus GI up big time after data for one of their products comes out better than expected this morning. So this one, Mott's on the NASDAQ up big time.
Dying.
Yeah, I know. That's what me and Neil just kind of, I'm under my breath telling him I'm getting killed here on Alibaba and he doesn't, not that you don't believe me, but we're not
but
getting
these
killed.
are all dying.
No, it's come back now. It's all good now. But yeah, we did have to average into that Alibaba trade. So right now, I'm starting to get a little bit out here. I'm not as super excited about this trade because just for some reason, it is not going the other way now. So hopefully it can fall down here and follow its brethrens like PDD and whatnot to the downside. And by the way, we're $2 now in the money. Let's take another piece out. Let's just go ring the register on this one, man. We're really killing it today. There is Meta to the downside. So although we were a little bit nervous, okay, here goes Alibaba now too. We were a little bit nervous about that, about that Meta play. Ooh, almost put out way too many shares there. But there goes Meta to the downside as well. Now $2 in the money. Boom, there's that 127 short. Hello, this one's really cashing in. This is why, man, we turned that bear or that bull into a bear a long time ago, and now the market be flushing. So a nice little move to the downside.
Yeah, there is some strength in the market. Just watching XOM just broke the high of the day now, so it's in the middle of a bit of a breakout. We had oil making some power moves. Didn't really talk about those stocks, but XOM trying to break the highs. XPeng has reclaimed that 7, so there was a bid at 680. I got a couple of legs out in front of 680, in front of that bid, and then now you're trying to get back to the upside. I'm still going to be shorting pops on this name if I can. I have a 45 bid on PDD. because every $5, I mean, it's broken 49. That's where I got it short. I think you can get to 45 even at this point. You're well below that $10. So NEO not holding up at all. The shorts have definitely come in. Just going back over to Tesla, because you're getting real close here. So that 200, I feel like it's going to be a crowded trade, but you're going to sign me up for it anyways. I might be on that bid for a little bit of a dead cat bounce and then looking for that 200 break on Tesla. But things are starting to get absolutely out of hand with some of these Chinese ADRs. Just going back over to PDD, like this stock just had the most to fall. It's been strong. It's still falling, but I'm on this 54 bid. This is getting it's a little bit out of hand here. I got to take this profit. Was that Brennan again?
Strengthen some of the airlines, guys. Travel in general, but specifically these. Here's UAL up 2.6. Remember, big day on Friday for the airlines. Here we go again, extending some strength we've seen recently.
All right, I'm better. All right, so, I mean, I was just telling Neil, like, I had a lot of shares up here for Alibaba, and unfortunately, I didn't believe it. Like, as the market was crashing, I was sort of saying, like, why is Alibaba not going? But there it is. It's now going for sure down to the downside, so a nice little move here for Alibaba. We are now well in the money and still going, so let's see if we do take down that 62. Our idea initially was that 63 level, as you guys know, for Alibaba, but there's a nice little move to the downside. We've also noticed that Meta, good out for us at 125, man. I mean, all day, every day, we'll take that kind of a move, but it still is making that move to the downside. We'll see if the market is now bouncing. I mean, obviously, not we're going to see if the market's bouncing. The market clearly is bouncing right now, back up to the upside. So we are only in 20% left of Meta. And honestly, I'm just going to take another piece out right now. I feel like I'm not getting very good outs for Alibaba, but I mean, you're down here at 63, so here 62. So here we go. Let's break it even more, and we'll go to the downside again here for Alibaba. But it's just been destruction on these Chinese names, man. That's why it's the #1 name on the sticky note today, Alibaba. And see you later, alligator. Man, we should have more shares than we do.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 clean right now, and looking like it's going to break $45 on PDD, down 23%. Look, Tesla's going to be the front of my mind. There's no way around it. Xpeng just curled back up, so I was able to get some more shares. It bounced off of 705, came back down beneath 7, so I re-upped some shares to the short side there. But I'm seeing some strength in at least Intel. I'll check some of the other chips there, but Intel right back at that 27 and attempting a bit of a breakout. So some strength over here in Intel. Wow, I mean, I kind of thought this was going to be the other. They just got in. So it just hit that. It just broke the pre-market highs. So you're actually on the middle of a breakout here on Intel. I said if it gets above that level, I would look for some longs. I'm already in the long as the market tries to get back upside. If it breaks 27 even, I'll get out of it. But I didn't want to ignore NVIDIA either, because this is what I'm seeing. Like, NVIDIA goes downside, still holding lower. Usually I'm thinking this is relatively strong, but it's Intel leading the way. I don't know if it's a Mobileye thing, but some relative strength over there on Intel. Breaking through the tops for once.
Here we go.
The first trade I have in Intel is a long. It's been a long time since I've been able to say that.
I like that. Yeah, we're still kind of looking at the same stuff here. We're actually now pretty much out of Alibaba. We still have a little small piece. Let's get out one more piece here at 62 flat. There it is. So we'll just ring the register, man. It's a big trade. We're $2 in the money on Alibaba, and we're nicely in the money on Meta as well for a big trade alert for me on that one. Tesla did bounce up to 205. That's something to look at. Let's go back over to our list. I don't know. Neil has been looking at PDD, but NEO, again, one of those names that has really cracked lower and lower here again today. So down to 950 is NIO. We'll talk more when we get back. What's up, Brennan?
Some of the chip makers showing some strength here, guys. Just noticed TSM on a volume spike back to the upside, AMD back to the upside. They're still down on the day, but big time buy volume coming in on some of the chip makers.
Yeah, it's weird because usually, you know how often the chips are on our watch list, so we're usually all over them. But of course AMD hit 58 and bounced off 58. 58's a pretty solid level, but it's not the big one, but it's right in that middle, and it's had some decent support. I was trying to go long it in the afternoon. Well, I actually got out of a short and went long in front of it at 58 level. So if it can hold that, fair enough, but I'm just seeing the strength be in Intel. This is the third day in a row on Tesla where if you just said forget about 200 and waited for 202 or 203, that's where it seems like it wants to bounce. So sometimes being patient is a good thing. Other times you just miss the bounce trade because I'm waiting for that big level at 200 like everybody else is. But it's bounced off 203 for now. It still feels like with the market back to 3,800, Tesla's only at 205, so it's relatively weak. I forgot to mention this. The Twitter deal is apparently potentially going to close on Friday, so you have to keep your ear to the ground all week long on any news that could come out of Twitter. Obviously, that could weigh on Tesla as well.
Okay. I still want to go short NEO, but it's just really cranking lower here and not giving me any real prices to get into the short. So that's sort of what we were talking about right there. We wanted to get short 11s in NEO, but that's obviously not coming through either. So we're going to have to wait for that one. NIO to come through today at some point, hopefully, right there. Check in on AMD. Look, I'm just going to hold the rest, man. I'm going to hold the rest of Alibaba. We've already done really well on it. We're at $2 in the money. We did capture $3 on that trade, so all is good on that. AMD up to 59 would be a good trade. Again, I'm trying to exercise patience because we've already done really well today. Microsoft is the name that's more aggressive than the rest, sorry. That name is up, but now fading back as well. Look at Microsoft coming back in right here. Was just up 1%, now up 0.6%. We have a damn bad wick again. All right, I'm gonna edit that wick when we get, and then we'll go to Brendan, then when I come back, hopefully have a better chart.
Just double checking XOM here, guys. It is actually all-time highs here this morning for this one. XOM big volume there at 107, up 1%.
You got it.
Yeah, let's see. That's I was just over at that stock, and then Intel happened, and it'll happen here. But that's a pretty big. It's a pretty big breakout, right? That 106, and I want to join this party if I can. It was actually above this price on Friday, so it's not like it came absolutely out of nowhere. We'll look for some maybe dip buys. Look, if you're above 106. Relative strength, this is one thing you want to go to the long. There is a chance that we're putting in a bit of a wick top on Intel. So I want to acknowledge, above this level, great, you have a chance to sustain a breakout. But if we don't hold this, then you've got a wick top and then a fail of a pretty big level, and I'm right back into that thesis of pretty much shorting Intel every chance I get. So you got to pay attention, look at this very closely because you never want to get caught shorting at bottoms or long at tops. So I am watching Intel pretty closely. I'll try to buy some dips on XOM. That was a bit of a miss because I went right to the stock and then just for whatever reason I didn't get my order in when I thought I had.
All right, so I said I wouldn't do it, but oops, we did it again right there. So shout out, Britney Spears apparently pretty unhinged right now. If that's ever changed, I don't know. But there it is right there, a nice move as here we go. Damn it to have held that, but that's okay. Alibaba right now, $3 in the money. And again, if you guys are here to trade with us, welcome. I mean, it's been a great time trading with the last couple weeks. What's up, Justin? Justin's in the building. Look, this is what we talked about right here on Alibaba, man. Short. So there it is right there. Short Meta. We have these trades. And then long Apple. So let's go have a quick look on that one. If you are joining, maybe Bears versus Bulls, you can put the tweet out there. Follow at TraderTV Sean for some more wins, hopefully, on this sticky note. More to come, guys, on that one. But here we go. Again, a nice little move to the downside happening in the market. So we'll wait and see where we go. So nice move down for Alibaba, down to 61. We'll wait to see if we can catch a bid on Apple if the market goes. 147. It's actually holding out pretty good. That bottom of 146. I'm sitting here waiting for some bottoms. So hopefully something will come in pretty soon here, guys.
Yeah, speaking of said bottoms, the second of our shorts, the first one was PDD. The second one was at 7 level on XPeng. You're going to see it breaks 7, nicely down to 680, does a wick top through 7 again. We love those. Wick top, fail the level. What am I going to do? I'm going to short right back into it. It's right back down to those 680s. But I said be cautious with that Intel. I wanted something to jailbreak long. Said if it got back below 27, I did not want to get caught at the top. So it goes topside break, able to get some out of 25, and then I'm going to be out at 27, it's at 27, 20 even. I just do not want to get caught with anything long through these highs, unless it's energy. That can be a little bit different story. I don't mind hanging on to an XOM if I'm even able to get into that party. Tesla is coming here next. I just got XOM on the dip. Tesla now again bounces off at 202.
What? Okay, if Tesla's going to start bouncing, then
every time I'm it's about to go down to 200, I look over and it's 20 seconds later and it's back at 204. So there's buyers in front of these levels on Tesla. It just feels like you can't test this enough without getting to 200. At some point, we're going there.
All right, I'm still looking at Meta and all these names as well. I mean, I know that we don't need to be looking always at the same prices or the same levels here, but yeah, a pretty juicy one here for Meta, man. For Microsoft down at 242. I really like that long, so I feel like that's something that we could take advantage here at some point on Meta into that long. So, into Microsoft into that long. Meta is on my mind because we have the other way right now on Meta, guys. We're short and it's at its day low right here. So let's see if Meta can hold this, but it's starting to make new lows here. So for me, pretty aggressive trade here on this name to that downside. So let's wait to see if it is, pumping out for us or not. But Meta right now, a nice little downside move here. It's still going, man. We're short at 127. This is now $2 in the money. Baba's $3 in the money. I don't want to flip long. I don't want to flip long yet. We turned this guy around for a reason. So let's see if it can continue to hold. But right now, Meta is the name that's falling down, and I just want to be in this for a bit. So let's see if we can hold it out. Meta right now going to the downside.
Yeah, and just able to get, and sometimes this will happen to you guys. You get really fortunate, but you got to ring the register when it happens. Missed the breakout on XOM through that 106, but it gives a dip, bounces cleanly off of 106 quarter, able to catch it on the way back. And look, I'll probably take another leg out in front of this high because you have a wick top through 107. So paying myself, I can't just sit there saying I should pay myself up here at 107 and not go ahead and do it as Bryce Harper hits bombs. But the energy market is what's actually strong right now. Like we already said,
Holy shit.
It's making a monstrous breakout through the top there.
Maybe.
Something just hit the market because everything just jammed.
Jam. What's up, Brandon?
Let's get you this number here in real time, or as close to it as possible. 49 versus 51 there on the PMI number, guys. That's the manufacturing number, the services number. 46.6 versus 49.2. So again, 49.9 versus 51, and then 46.6 versus 49.2. Both key for inflation, a little bit lower than expected.
Hey now. Okay, yeah, nice move upside there for the market. It might be a good opportunity just to get short, right? Some of these plays. So I am still watching Apple trying to take down that 148. It's right there right now. Wow, big time market movement here. Now we're up 0.5%, guys. So, I mean, maybe we just get out now of some of these trades. I still like, there goes Microsoft breaking 245. Apple is going to break, guys, and I probably need just to punch in on Apple there, 148. So let's just watch out for that. I don't know, though. I don't want to get in. Like, it's just such a dramatic move to the north side right now, just creating some, like, if and buts for me here for this trade. I'd like to get in if it just like went there kind of naturally, not on one of these moves from a number. So we'll wait to see here on on Apple trying to break here.
Yeah, it was just look, obviously that big spike just took us upside, but we just took out 3,800 on the ES. I'll show this guy the NASDAQ up, but there's that 3,800 level getting taken out pretty clean. I'm going right back over to Amazon because Amazon was one of the places I liked. So XOM, fine, it's now $1 in the money. That was already strong before we just had the number come out. So I don't know that that's something I want to be changing my limits on. But we're back above 119.50. That was 119.60 was the line in the sand there, and we're headed down below. But I wanted only longs above that price. We start holding this 120 level, and I look to structure longs off 120 with a 119.50 stop. I wouldn't change too much of anything with the Chinese names. That spike to the upside just now in the overall market. I mean, XPeng got to 695 or something like that and headed right back down toward those lows. So I'm going to hang on to that one as it continues to head to the downside. When NEO didn't hold 10, actually getting in on the other side of it was pretty much impossible. It's SSR, short sell restricted. You can see how quickly it fell once it got through there. I thought maybe there'd be a bounce off 45 for PDD to be able to get back in. There was. I was just not nearly aggressive enough when it got into VWAP. That's now making fresh lows. This entire group is like a hold on to your butts because there's really not a lot of buying going in any of them. So I don't want to give these up. Not XPeng. I mean to go back over to XOM. These are all-time highs. These are highs that, look, there's nothing obvious out there. So 108, 109, 110. I'll start looking at where I want to trail this. Buying dips makes some sense as well. And not to ignore you, Tesla. You don't want to give me the entry. Fair enough. I can be as patient as I need to be. I think we got relative strength in the energy names, relative weakness in China. There's no need to diddle in the middle off Tesla. I think if I start chasing this stock, I'm going to end up getting caught pretty badly. If we get, if we get some more strength in this market, I much prefer just sticking with the Amazon breaking through that 120 and holding above. But Tesla feels like a bit of a trap down here. Brendo?
Another big mover here. This is Yang, Y-A-N-G. So this is a bear ETF. A few people mentioning this one. A heads up, bear China ETF up 30%, guys. Y-A-N-G.
Yeah. No surprise on that one. But meanwhile, guys, new trade alert right here. Let's just take a piece out for Meta. There it is. Yes, sir. Look at that, man. Hit it again. That was so sweet, that reload right there. Okay, we're reloaded. Right there, 125.70, the reload on Meta. We talked about wanting to go short certain names, waiting for that pump to happen. We got 126.50 as the high. And then, honestly, should have shorted through 126, but we waited. We got that again. So Meta right now printing one more time to the downside. Let's take advantage of that one. Was waiting for Alibaba to bump up again. That didn't really happen. We have 62.50 coming through. What else you guys want? You guys want AMD? All right, let's have a quick look there. I don't think you didn't short any of these names yet or anything. No,
I'm close to putting it on for Intel, but not yet.
Okay. I was looking at, I'm kind of the same way here, looking at AMD, trying to find out if this is indeed a short. You're way more than the market here today. So I believe it's going to be a short. Nicely down to the downside here for AMD. Is there a level? Not if you look at the 20-minute, there's not. So we're going to have to wait. Obviously, that's 60. We're nowhere near it on the daily chart as well. Might have to do something different than a minute chart here or trade something else. We still have lots of opportunities. Micron, Taiwan Semis is always a good name to trade here as well when the market's moving like this. But there we go, 57 bottom. I'd rather this move up to 58 where we could short it. I'm not really seeing too much here. This is 58. So I think 58, 58.20 maybe as a high. Don't worry, this can happen, man. AMD can get back up to the upside. So let's wait for it and see if that can happen. Meanwhile, our Meta reload is really murking itself here to the downside. So there we go. Let's put it out again. And again, there's the bangs and here's the contractual. Because we just reloaded this Meta. And once again, man, it is printing money to the downside one more time here for Meta as we just watch Alibaba just continue to hover around 61.
Well, there is one stock that's strong. Remember that? Remember them? It's Mullen.
Yes, the best.
Mullen up 34% on the day. It's a penny stock. It just broke 50. So, look, I was looking for dip buys and never got to. It did dip at the open. It just didn't get down to 40, 42. It ends up making that bit of a breakout. I just didn't want the long off the top at the open. But I guess that would have worked out for you. You probably had to hold it against you. But looks like it's going to be fine. Once you break 50, it's a psychological break. I'll just give it to like 49. It's kind of like a standard play. If it gets to 55, I'm definitely going to be trimming some here. But Mullen with positive news and actually following through as we look at it. Just going back over to one other name that I don't want to miss out on this because it was at a big level. CCL has a huge 830 level. If it gets through 830, I do like the breaks, but it's rejecting that level as the market's kind of strong back into the upside. I'm seeing CCL at those lows. So until it breaks through, I want to short it. So I'm looking for shorts in front of that 830. Any pop, I will be shorting CCL. Looks like it's still good for the breakout, but that's not happening here. Relative weakness in CCL after strength on Friday.
All right, I'm going to try. What did I just do? Microsoft. I was like, what? Well, I'm trying to try Microsoft. I pushed enter and it got to fill right away. So here we go. We'll get something out then if we can get something out in the 30s here for Microsoft, and then we'll see about a high. Here we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll see about a little bit of a higher bid here for Softy, hopefully coming through. Getting some out in the 30s and 40s right now off of a 19 long. Watching out for that 245 break downside. Now that we've gotten some out here on Microsoft, and again, the only reason why we're in this name is exactly why we keep saying it, is relatively strong into the market there. So now we just faded out to, we're out of half by a little bit less than that, about 40% of this trade already. But here it comes fading back in. We got to look for some outs. If this fades, it fades, man. 244.50 maybe for Microsoft. Not looking like a decent trade here at all, as this is just falling down. I was wondering when I hit enter and I got it right away what was up with that. But here it goes to the downside right now is Microsoft.
Yeah, and already continue that breakout. So that 50 break, we're already at 52 now on Mullen. So congratulations to all of you guys that had this one at better prices last week, because it's been making some power moves there. Having some trouble getting through 52, but once it clears that, I think it's on the way potentially to 55. Not really going to move the stop there. Still give it to that 5 level. I kept saying Intel can be strong above 27, and this is what happened. We took the breakout, didn't really go. Now you're back below that price. You just had a wick high in the market as well. So I'm back to the normal, which is we're below resistance. You got a failed breakout. So I want to short off of those highs on Intel. I will double check over there on AMD and NVIDIA, but I'm going to start working this short in Intel. There's always a chance you break out that high again, but the shorts have been way too good off this level not to take a shot when you get that kind of a wick top. So back to the well once again for me with Intel. We're still looking at XPeng to the short side. It just broke the bottom. Again, well, it's broken the bottom a few times. It just broke the bottoms again down to 670. I will get one bid out, probably, well, a couple of bids out on the way down to 650. Psychological levels abound on all these. And NIO, by the way, now at $9 even.
Jeez.
So that $9 level has, I want to say, a couple of 100,000 on it. Not a heck of a lot. You can't really remove liquidity from this bid because it's SSR, short sale restricted. So you need an uptick to be able to grab that short through 9 even. But now down 20%. It's not alone. These guys are all down pretty much this. But here comes a $9 break on NEO. That happened pretty fast.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know. We're like absorbing.
You can't even.
What happened? You can't even get the shares. Oh, because it's SSR.
It's SSR.
Yeah.
You can't.
So it's SSR as well. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't buy the dips, which we obviously should have bought those in Microsoft. I was waiting at 244.50, believe it or not, and we just didn't get filled. We're actually at. Oh no, I'm at 240. That's my mistake. I put 242.50. Oh, that's why. That's my bad. We should have been long there on Microsoft at that bottom. I put the wrong handle, so that sucks. We went. Darn it. Okay, Sean. All right, so let's just keep watching this. We should be long way more in the money than what we are right now for Microsoft. But I'm gonna have to fix that up for you guys. That's my bad. We put the wrong price there for Mr. Softy. So let's see if it does come back in here one more time. But wrong price. My bad there on Microsoft. But there it is, a nice little move to the upside. We'll get that price back, man. Like if it does come in, we will get that price back for Microsoft. Just emptied it out. We're out of half now, a little bit more than half, sorry, of Microsoft, as it's looking like it wants to dance around here a little bit. So Microsoft out of more than half, still watching that one. Although you're looking at NEO here, I'm still holding on to Alibaba, which has a little bit of a diamond hand action to it today, because look where we are right now. Yeah, so we're starting to bottom out on a lot of these names right now, possibly, but the market kind of doesn't know what it wants to do. This is a very interesting day, man, needless to say.
Yeah, and I said just now, a bit of a wick bottom on NEO. It broke that 9 even. You couldn't get it unless, look, it's short sale restricted, so you couldn't really hit that bid with any gusto, but it bounced off 894. So if it now holds above $9, you could see a bit of a dead cat bounce. And if that happens, I'm just looking back over at XPeng, which did the same thing at 670. You know what? I'll take one out here on XPeng again, cancel this bid, because I got loaded 3 times on XPeng, but it's not really breaking that 670 area. And if NEO makes a bottom, I have to respect the fact that you could go jailbreak to the upside. As I'm covering a bit of XPeng for more profit, there's NEO already bouncing up to that 920 area. So it is catching a little bit of a bid. The other trade that I just got into was Intel off that 27. So failed breakout, which I was involved in on Intel, and now holding beneath that 27 mark. Looks like it's heading back down to those lows. So when it goes 10%, when it goes 10 cents in the money, I mean, Intel, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Usually a 50-cent move is pretty solid, so I will take some out the first 10 cents on that move. Still involved in XOM. I did cover in front of that 107, but it's still trending very nicely to the upside. This is a breakout at that 106 level. I got it on the way back in, continuing to run higher. Look, you could see a 108, you can see 109, 110. I don't know where it's going to go. I want to see it take out the top, and then I can slap a trail on it and try to let this bad boy run for me. So Intel working to the downside, XOM working to the upside. Mullen pulling back a little bit, bouncing off 50. I've only gotten 52s out so far. If it gets back to 53, I should probably put an offer in there. I shouldn't be really ignoring a move like that. If you get to 53, that's actually not that bad. So Mullen still trending to the upside. Everything else kind of resisting that last bounce on that number we had.
Yeah, that was a good number, apparently for the market anyways, as the market ripped up to the upside. All right, we are now averaged in. So we're averaged into Softy right now. Watch out for this 244. I mean, it's going to break right now. So we're going to take one more price. We're still not like loaded into this price, but I'm going to get out if it breaks through 244. So I'm putting my stop order in right now, 243, 70s or 80s, something like that. We'll see about getting out of this one as one last little rejection here for Softy. Let's see what happens now. We're long in the 90s here. So if we can get a battle back, man, let's take some pressure out for flat, and then we'll hold out for that 245 sort of high spot that we think we can get to on Microsoft. But again, you know, we break that 244 rate where VWAP is, then we're going to get out. We don't have the best price as it just keeps on falling. And by the way, there goes Alibaba. I mean, this is the thing, like, I'm fine with the way I've traded today, but I've definitely missed out some opportunities because Alibaba, I was loaded up on this short, man, and now you're in the money $4. So definite some missed opportunities here in Alibaba. As Microsoft bouncing backside a little bit there as well into the high 60s. We'll take a 68 there or whatever I just got. And then now we'll see if it can rally back to the upside here. Microsoft still making some dreams work to the north side. Brendan with happening now, I believe.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock Chart Prime brings you happening now. They have top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, resistance zones, pivot points, so much more. Check them out today. Use the code on screen right now, TLIVE. Get yourself 20% off at checkout. Here we go. Green board for the most part. Notably weak, though, is the Russell 2000, down 3.2 with everything else in positive territory. So heads up on some of the small caps, 1%, better part of 1% there for the S&P, 1.29 right now for the Dow. Remember, 3 weeks in a row to the upside for the Dow. NASDAQ composite and the 100 back to basically flat on the session. Few things of note we were discussing if you joined us. Pre-market this morning, Alibaba, Tesla, and Meta were on watch. This one, interesting so far. Tesla cutting prices in China by 9% on the Model 3 and the Model Y. A couple of downgrades for Meta as well, trying to hold some key levels. So far, I just saw this, 24% at one point for Li Auto, guys. Not a green candle yet for Li on the downside.
It's not alone. These are absolutely like abject disaster. Of course, the one I'm still holding on to is XPeng, which is, look, it's working, but it's not working the way Pinduo should have been. I can now cancel the order where I was trying to get more shares at the open on PDD, which is now down 30%. 30%. And it's not, look, man, it doesn't matter. These are all getting destroyed. It's 20% on JD.com, which we haven't even talked about too much. But if you're looking for relative strength, just got another fill. We just got that 53 on Mullen. That continues to go higher. If there's something that's going and going bull side, then I suppose it is 40% to the upside on this penny stock. Not much is looking that fantastic. It is what it is. Like, that's the market's going down. This is about the only game in town that's jamming to the upside. I just got into Intel, another short. That just hit the next leg down, 26.75. So I tried the long on Intel, breaking out. It couldn't sustain that breakout. Now you're headed southbound. Tesla still. I still feel like it's diddling in here, and I've been trying to avoid it. I mean, everything so far is working out. XOM is strong, Mullen's strong, Intel and XPeng, and all the Chinese names working to the downside. So I'm not going to rush to jump inside of this $3 or $4 range of Tesla. I'll wait for Tesla to break away from here. If it breaks down, we know we like it 200. And there's always a chance if the market takes a top, then you can just take Tesla breaking out of this 206, 207 range. No need to chase it. No need to get way too far out of the range that we are comfortable with. NIO there, bouncing off a 9. It has a wick bottom through 9 even. It did jump. I was bidding at 906, and it just got down to about 908. If it does put in this wick bottom and hold that 9 even, I do like a little bit of a jailbreak long there for a wick bottom. But these have been weak, so make sure you always have an out. The out for me is always in this kind of a trade at that low of the day. And yep, another couple of seconds and another pop up there. Just got 54s on Mullen. I'll try to hold something through 55. Usually at some point these things do reverse, and that being a penny stock that's running. So I am looking to get paid on the way up here because it was a top break. I never got that dip buy.
Yourself paid off. Okay, there goes Microsoft again. We just tried it one more time on Microsoft. So far, Microsoft has been flushed literally down the toilet right now. As here we go. Yeah, what were you just saying there?
No, this is the Tesla. This is it.
Oh, okay, so Tesla's right here right now. Okay, so let's watch out.
It's going to get there.
202. Yeah, looks like it's going to break a little bit lower right now on Tesla. This market, we just keep saying the same thing over and over again. I don't know why. I mean, I've lost now. Whatever, it's fine. We lost on Microsoft, so not much to say there other than that we are down on Microsoft right now, so that kind of sucks. But there it is. The move is happening right now. Alibaba's looking to break 60 finally. We did break 59.70. I didn't even notice that we broke that low as well. I was watching the Microsoft trade as that's starting to break down. Where's our Apple? Oops, AAPL. Where's that trade at right now? Welcome, guys, again, to the action. This has been fun today, needless to say, but definitely a little risky here, watching out for some of these longs. I've been burned trying to go long before, so 147 on Apple might be a good spot here as well, but very, very tricky area here to go long. The market is now down 0.65. We were rallying earlier, but again, these Chinese names, man, cannot stay out of their own way. We talked about K-Web before as being a good name to look at here. That was near $18, $19, sorry, off the open. Look how far down this name continues to push. So K-Web obviously broken as well as a lot of these Chinese names. The number one thing on our sticky note and watch list talk as well were these Chinese names. So just watch out here. Some definite destruction happening. We're $4 in the money as I hold this. Neil holds XPEV and now Intel to the short side. But I like that long in XOM there. You might as well take some strength somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if it can hold up. It's about the only thing that isn't Mullen that's going, right? That's why I keep talking about it. But Netflix, I knew I missed something. Netflix flushed off that 200 period moving average. It couldn't hold 290. You're already at 82s, and I said, 80 would have been the target, so I don't know if I can jump into this short this low. But someone just asked about Roku. Neil, can you please look at Roku? Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, everything I'm 200 on Tesla is the next thing I'm waiting for, but I'm kind of holding out. XPeng is at 650, so until it breaks that, I have nothing really to do with it. I've already taken profit on the way down. Just got that Neo 9 bid, so if it doesn't hold 9, that could get ugly. But Roku, you're taking at a pretty big support level at 48.50 here. So if it holds the bottom of this channel and breaks 48, sometimes you get pointed to a stock and it's like, oh goodness, thank you so much for pointing this out to me. Because this gets beneath 48. I thought I had an alert set for this when I looked at it last week, but that's a great look. Beneath 48, that's the kind of level when it gets taken down and you start trending, you can actually have a huge flood, maybe even down to 45. But the stop for me on a break at a 48 would be at that 48.50. You can't give it forever on a bit of a dip. And like I say, I can't give it forever. You'll see I'm long Neo, which... that does seem a little bit crazy on a day like today, but it did bounce once off 9, got a wick bottom at that 9 even, so I did get some on the way down here. There is no chance I'm holding it through that low of the day. If it breaks that bottom, I'm just going to be out of this. But Roku, great look. That 48 break looks fantastic to me.
Man, I was just I went long Apple, it went into the money for me, and then it just cranked a lot lower, so should have taken it out again for profit. Look, we went all the way up here on this Apple long, and then we did take it. It went 30, 40 cents in the money. Then the short was just nah, it's still a short and still coming through for that level. So, Apple continues to get destroyed here to the short side. So let's just be very, very careful with some of these longs, man. There's no longs. So that's the one thing I wanted to say. AMD, everything I look at, I want to go long. But I need something that's at support or something like that, maybe like a Meta. We're already in Meta, so I don't want to just keep trading the same names over and over again. It's just that you got to look for names that are strong or weak into this market, right? AMD is just doing what it's doing, and here's Meta at these bottoms. So it's is this going to be the bottom? Because we could take a shot here on Meta if we thought that this could bounce. So let's just get out right now. We are short Meta. We'll bid here at 01s. There it is. We take it out to ring the register on that trade. That was a good one, man. That was $2 we just took on Meta. But right now it's just at a level where it's trying to bounce. So I feel like this is a responsible long. So let's take a little bit now. We just missed it. We tried to get 10s. Let's see if it pulls back a little bit here for Meta off 125 flat right here. Try to catch a long in Meta. What's up, Brendan?
MYOV just popping up here, guys. 27 in cash you'll now get if you are a shareholder of this one, Myovent, this Japanese company picking up the rest of the shares they don't already own for 27 each, up 10% is MYOV.
Worth noting on that one, this is the second and higher bid for that on the same company buying MYOV, but it's their second bid and bidding higher on that. So when I see that, if I see 27s, I'll probably fade it. If you see me in that stock, I'm just trying to take spread, trying to take a few cents on it. Not going to be incredibly volatile. Just got to the low of the day there on Intel. So gates of hell as usual, Intel. Maybe Mobileye will save you this week or whenever it does come out there. But clearly the market doesn't think so. As we're back to these bottoms, the next out for me is going to be if we break the lows and get down to 26.25 and then $26 even. Maybe that seems obvious, but sometimes it's just that simple. I did try that long. Ended up being a flat trade because the breakout worked for halfway and then ended up stopping out between 26. I am long in it in NEO here. I actually am bidding more in front of that low of the day. If it does a bounce, I think it has a chance to get to VWAP, but obviously these have all been incredibly weak and we have to respect that. XOM starting to pull back in there, and I do want to go back over to Mullen because even the strongest name, one of the strongest names, even the penny stock, come right back into that 50 level. So if it can bounce off this, hold sideways, I've already taken the bulk of this out on the way to 55. Didn't quite get that 55 print, but if it can hold 50, can have a nice consolidation to add to it, but I'm not going to buy on this dip. I want to see it hold for a few minutes and then maybe work into some to the long side. So some longs have come in for me and come back to the downside, but I'm not averaging into them unless I see some strength. The market is about to turn red on the ES, and we have to respect that.
Oh man, I'm not respecting it at all, and that's been the problem. Yeah, not respecting, getting disrespected in this market one more time here today. Like I was short Meta, and now I was like, okay, let's go long. So now we're kind of stuck long right now. We do have a little bit longer to go here, 124.50. That bottom is right here right now for Meta. So like I said, there it is. We'll see what happens. We just took another long against 124 here. We're gonna get out right now. 124.50 breaks. We're out of Meta. I don't really see any reason again to really be in this name other than you're just kind of like dancing with the devil here. Trying to retrace some of this move, and it's been wrong trying to catch the bottoms, right? So here today, you're down that 1% plus. Looks like it wants to continue to go. I was just, again, we know Meta's relatively weak, just trying to play off some of the levels, and we've just been wrong. I mean, we tried to go long Microsoft, right? That was strong, like relatively strong, but again, no thank you. Faded off of that level and just kept going to the downside. We actually had a little bit of a short there, took some profit, but not as much. So yeah, just trying to like absorb these plays, trying to be right instead of wrong here. But it's been a tricky market. We'll just wait Meta. Like now look at Meta. Now Meta's trying to come back, right, all of a sudden? So yeah, what a surprise here. Meta now trying to bounce back to the upside. Let's see if it can go. We're long right here, right now.
Yeah, and just a quick look just on treasuries, and this may be a reason why you're seeing a bit of a, not capitulation, but consolidation. You just bounced off of the lows on the treasury, so you might see a little bit of a bounce. If the market can hold out, I've seen us get to Friday's bottom on TLT and try a bit of a bounce there. Another thing which I'm always tracking, USD showing a little bit of its pep in its step. As Tesla, I keep saying it's there, and it goes to 201 and bounces again. So I just got to start ignoring this stock. I do need, if we hold that bottom, I do need to make a decision on the next out there on Intel because now it's held the pre-market lows with a bit of a wick bottom. Next leg down, I'm thinking 26, 25. But if we end up holding this and then all of a sudden 26.60 holds, we could be back into VWAP. So I need to take some more profit out if that's the case. Mullen's trying to hold that 50 level. XOM has already come back in, but it's still in positive territory here. It's bouncing off VWAP, so the relative strength above that breakout on the daily is still there for XOM. It's only 1%. Like this is breaking through this monster high on XOM, and you're really only 1% to the upside. So there is a chance that this can continue to go. I want to give this one an opportunity. NEO, we'll see if that volatility holds up and TLT holds that bottom. But this Chinese name trying to hold the lows. I got my stop at the low of the day here. I'm just looking for VWAP. I just noticed you can't get filled on a bounce if you don't throw offers out there, which usually I've already layered my orders all the way up to VWAP. I just realized I hadn't done that on an IO. So look, I'm going to get out all the way up to VWAP, and I'm not expecting anything further. The opening range is about 9, since the bounce is 9 to 940. So I'm out on the way back up to those levels on NIO. This is a trend to the downside. I'm just looking for a little bounce.
So there we go. So same situation, except for we got a little bit of a bounce right now. 70 cents in the money for Meta, as that was a good little bounce move there. We talked about where we wanted to get out. So, I mean, again, into this market, this is going to be a good trade just to get the hell out of Meta. Now 75 cents in the money for this name, starting to go back up to the upside. We hit the short twice. It was nice, but then thrice is long. So let's see what happens now to the long side here for Meta. Nicely moving here. 70 cents now to the upside on Meta. We tried Softy, but that was just, didn't really see a bounce. Meta right now trying to go. Now 85 cents, now 90 cents right now in the money. So a banger trade right there. Let's see where Meta goes. Yeah, there's 90 cents right here. 125 and change upside. We're right bouncing off one, like we're right near this view up. We should get some piece out. We got to go over to Brendan first.
Well, it's actually not a Chinese name. I thought it was. Caspian Holdings is a low float name, but a few people were mentioning this one, KSPN. Not seeing any headlines on this. 2 million shares, guys, on that, not only on the float, but on that pop through 150 there for KSPN.
Yeah, good look there. And another reason why I love this community, and I say it, I cannot say this enough. Haven't even looked at Alphabet since the open. It just bounced off of 100 exactly. Oh, we like round numbers around here. So 100 on Alphabet. If the market makes that channel break on, look, if I see that happen on TLT, if I see us break the lows, I mean, this is an obvious level at 100 for Google. If you're trying to catch long bounces, look, I'm trying to do a couple of them here. Sometimes you just want to have an obvious out. Google does present you with one. To that downside, if it does go, is we are looking weak again, and I'll be a little bit happier about Intel, which is still a NASDAQ stock. Last I checked, Neil. Okay, where is it? Load. There we go. But it's now retesting those lows. I was about to slap a trail and take some out if it broke 2670, and then the market looked like it was about to flush. So I'm not going to put that trail on. I'm going to hold on. The trend feels pretty decent here, and I don't want to be giving up on this short too early. But the one thing I will give up on is this Neo long if we take out that bottom. So it looked like it was about to bounce. I got my orders out there, and then we're right back at those lows. Neo about to take out the bottoms. If it does, I'm holding on to XPeng. This could take out that 650 level. I don't want to do anything with this until it breaks that 650 or breaks this channel back to the upside. If Neo starts working to the upside, then I'll probably trail out of XPeng. But it looks like we're going the other way, which has been down all morning.
Right.
Oh, by the way, when I say out, someone just asked a question. When we say have an out, then that does mean closing a trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes we say things that seem obvious to us, but there's no such thing as a bad question, guys. If we're not being clear, let us know.
Yeah, for sure. And you know that's why, like we were saying here too, for Meta, like it's up to VWAP. So good area to start to close some of the positions, right? So that's what we just did there on Meta. Now $1 in the money and still moving to highs there. I see what you're saying there. Drone said, "Oh, Sean's now gambling." I'm not sure how exactly I'm gambling. I think I'm doing the opposite by just scalping. Like if I was gambling, I sort of would be YOLOing this and trying to hold this. We find the bottoms down here, and it just got respected, right? Meta down 4%. If you're talking about this trade, then I'm just trying to tell you why I don't believe it's gambling. But I don't really need to justify. We're just trying to tell you guys what we're trying to do here and why I'm trying to do it. Like if this is gambling, then shut the damn casino doors because right now, I mean, we're on like a 7 or 8 day win streak, and I mean, Meta right now is making this move to the upside one more time. So like there it is, boom, boom, boom. So back and forth and around. I feel like right now though, all this talk, let me put another offer out here to get some more out on Meta because we are dancing around this VWAP. There it is. So we'll take a 76 out or 5 out there, get another piece out right at VWAP. Now we'll hold. So we're holding BABA and Meta right now as we sit here watching where this one wants to go. So far so good on some of these names, but it's been a tough trade, right? I mean, it hasn't been super easy today. Let's check out Roblox. I know there's some clapping in the background. I don't know what stock that's for. Right now, but Roblox up to $40, $41, but a downside move here for these guys today. Roblox not really participating in this rally, so I guess that's why it sort of showed up on my radar today. What is Roblox even doing? Breaking a lot lower here, down 5+%. Let's watch this 41 for a possible long in Roblox. That kind of took me by surprise there.
Yeah, so Tesla broke the low, and it's at now 250 cents. So 200 is incoming. 100 on Alphabet is also very close. XPeng is right at 650. look, Xpeng is SSR, so if it breaks 650, I mean, I'm already in it, but adding to that position on a 650 break might be impossible. I will take a shot at it. If Tesla were to break that 200 level, short sell restriction at 10% to the downside would be at about 193. So if you're looking at this break and things go absolutely out of hand really quickly, like 95s and 93 would be the two levels I'm watching. But this break, I've sort of been waiting for it all morning long. We're 11 cents away on Alphabet. I'd hate if these both happen at the same time, but that's just how the market goes sometimes. So 200 Tesla, 100 Alphabet, both on that bid. The only longs I got left, Mullen and XOM, are holding out okay because NEO took a fresh low. And I said the low of the day was going to be my out on NEO. Made sure I stuck to that. This market, and those names have been too weak to try to fight them. Oh, come on, Tesla. We didn't come all this way not to break this level.
Oh, no, it's breaking. It's breaking. We're going to be here for that as well. Let's see if it does eventually take that out. I have the stop order in. I'm only crossing like 40 pennies. So let's see if that happens right now. Here comes Tesla right in to breaking 200 bucks. Again, another name that we've talked about over. I mean, Neil just did it. So I'm just only here because we want to take this trade together. So I think us and the rest of the world, everybody behind us will be probably on this name as well. You can go long in front of 200 right now on Tesla. That seems like a little bit of a murderous idea. As you're down 7%, it looks like it wants to break right now. But don't be surprised for a kickback. It could break and then just come right back upside there if they want to defend this 200 level. So we're here. I don't think there's any real point in staring this down other than just waiting for that fill. So it is going to break 200. If you're long right now, like just imagine this. If you're long now 200, where's your stop, right? So that's the one thing. There's people that are looking to go short 200 and people that have their stops at 200. So this could really explode to the downside. If you're nervous about it, man, cross like $1. I'm serious. You could get that taken out down to 199. I was gonna say 219, 199 almost as fast as you can. This was just a couple days ago. It broke 250, man, and now you're down to 200. So watch out here for Tesla. Congratulations if you played the long bounce, though. That seems to be paying off right now. Yeah, that obviously just worked out. So it is what it is on Tesla. If it breaks, it breaks. I just got into Snapchat because that actually is going to the upside. Getting close to that $8 level. Remember I said $8 was that kind of gap price. So it breaks above 8. I think it could jailbreak to the long side, but I'm short 94s in front of it. I will reverse on Snap. Brendan, it's 10:20. Wow, time for the small cap recap. Great when it's going to break.
Hey guys, bit of a quiet morning as we were mentioning in small cap land. There are a couple that are moving around. Worth noting at this point, this PCVX, it wasn't psoriasis, it was pneumonia. They had a positive test on pneumonia that came out in favor of them. If you go to a daily chart, 37.50, kind of the last line in the sand before this thing has a lot more room to the upside. A little bit higher price stock. It is still a small cap though, under $1 billion. I mean, it's trying to kind of fade this move, but there's a clear buyer here. You can see at 35, holding it above 35. So I still have a piece of this, expecting to get stopped out of the rest. But PCVX, worth noting. I've been sitting here watching this MOTS as well, waiting for it to kind of roll over. It might be doing it actually right now through this 220, 215 area. Back to the downside might give you an option, but still strong though for MOTS, guys.
Only MOTS I know was a good old
Clamato.
Okay, yeah, I know you're going to say that one.
What were you going to say? The same thing?
Well, of course. There's nothing else to say. It's MOTS Clamato. It's a tasty beverage. But look, this monstrous bid on Tesla is just holding up. And look, it was 500,000 shares. Now it's about 350,000 on the bid. I did get Snapchat in there, and watch out, Google is still at that 100 level, so these could all go. The market's challenging that support at 3760 on the ES. We're now basically just a hair red on the S&P 500, but this break is going to happen. Like, there's no chance. You don't come to a level like this on Tesla, keep hitting it and don't eventually go. So monster level here, finally on the bid. Look, it just keeps on. It was just down to 100,000 and it still held.
Oh, man.
Give me a.
Remember, there's a lot of dark printing
tons.
happening in the pool there. Okay, let's just go over to Tesla radar. Okay, there it is. It now broke. So we got that break pretty easily there. It only went to 70, right? So my cross filled it out there. So we are now short.
Okay, I did get it. That was late.
Yeah. We're going to wait to see where this goes now. Could it bounce? Yes, it can. But that's why we're here, right? Let's see what happens now with Tesla possibly bouncing off of these levels. So let's wait to see where it goes now. There goes Tesla bouncing around, but this was as expected, like I said here for Tesla. No surprise here on this bounce up, but just be careful with your positions, guys. What's up, Brandon?
Yeah, market falling on its face. So is Tesla. But look at Snapchat here, guys. Just a big volume alert there. 3% to the upside, just breaking through $8 for Snap.
By the way, I did get Snapchat reversed there. As Tesla looking like it is going to try to wick bottom. This is what it does, right? You try to trap that short, and if you're in it, it's always that decision. Do I want to trim some, try to reload if it gets back below? You got to think about that. It's about 202 to that gap. So this is not, it's not over until it's, to me, above 202. So you want to make sure you have an amount of shares that you can either work the position off of this, maybe trim some if it does look too strong, and then try to get back in if it goes to 02s. But I just said Snapchat was a reversal for me if it broke through that $8. I had the 94 short. That didn't last very long. I'm now reversed into a long on Snapchat through the high. So Snap, after being one of the worst names in the market, is doing a bit of a jailbreak. So relative strength over in Snapchat. Of all the things to be long, and I'm long Snapchat. But it's up 3%. It is what it is.
Hey man, don't hate on that. We're up $2 in the money on this social media behemoth, aka Facebook, right now. So we're long on this one right now, or should I say Meta, I guess is the proper terminology. We are now long Meta, $2 in the money as that just popped to 126.50 right now. And we did reload this behemoth as well. Tesla just breaking lower now. We're in the 30s. Let's go. We averaged in a little bit there to $200.50. So there goes Tesla. Nice downside move. Let's go, Tesla. Hopefully we do get a move to the downside. I'm going to take another piece at 199 and then just hold the rest and see if we can get a huge flush today on Tesla. Nice downside move. Go. Give me that. Give me that. Yeah, let's go. There it is right there. Hit the siren alert right now as we are at the highest spot we've been at all day. I told you, man, $6 winners is what it's all about. And here's one for Alibaba right now as that's $6 in the money off of the sticky note 63 short down to 58 and change right now for Alibaba. So yeah, man, $1 in the money on Tesla, $2 in the money on Meta, and $5.50 in the money for Alibaba. So yeah, we did it again here today. Hope you guys are having some fun. It's been a big day, and it's only 10:24. Like,
it ain't over.
How wild is that?
It ain't over. So a couple of things here. One, Tesla's breaking 199. I've taken out in front of 199 what I will. At this point, I'm looking every dollar from there. So 188 will be in a, sorry, 188. 198 will be a bit of an, 188 would be fantastic.
188 will be tomorrow.
Being short, obviously. Maybe we'll see that tomorrow. If it gets to 190, if it gets to 193, that would be short sell restricted down that 10%. It's always a key level that day traders tend to look at there for potential bounces. XPeng, which I was actually able to get this, and apologies. Google's breaking 100. It just broke that now and got Tesla. So I forgot to mention I was able to get the break at 650 on XPeng despite it being SSR. So we've added to XPeng. It's now at it already got to 625 and I only got one leg out. So short at 7, short at 650. Maybe it's headed to $6. I've said for a while I think this thing's going 5 bones because that's just how weak it is. But the break on Tesla, you kind of had to hold out for a little bit, and it could end up being the same thing on Alphabet. It breaks that 100. I think you have to give it some room here. If it tries to shake out, I don't want to get shook on this short. I don't know a better way to say that. I don't want to get shaken out on this short, so I have to give it at least to this 150 cent range. But everything falling to the downside, you want to be short. And Snap, look, it's relatively strong, so I said if it broke that 8, I would take it. It's holding the breakout despite the market looking weak. And somehow, every time I look over at Mullen, I'm like, oh, it's about to break down VWAP and stop me out, and it doesn't. So this is the consolidation I was looking for. Time to add to Mullen. So the two things I'm long, I can't say this without chuckling. It's just like the two things I'm long are Mullen and Snapchat into a weak market. Fundamentally, maybe that doesn't make sense, but momentum-wise, it does.
Yeah, I think you're fine. I mean, we got to be long something. Like I said, right? Meta was downgraded today, and we just crushed the long on that one as well. And you hit that Snapchat, and then there's Mullen, and then really, guys, the flavor of the moment right now is going to be Tesla. I hope the guys behind us did really well on that one, as it does break lower here, and looks like it just wants to keep on going, right? So we'll see here. Hopefully, it will keep its downside movement. I'm looking. I was going to hold this, like you sort of mentioned there, Neil, all the way up to that 202, 203-ish area, but I'm not I'm not 100% convinced on where we're going right now with this name. So we can put a hold on that for that move 201 right there. I was going to wait for 202 or 203, but let's see if it just continues to fade out right now. Obviously here on Tesla, so that's going to be a good trade. $1.35 in the money for us on that. Let's just check back in on our Microsoft trade a little bit here to see where that's going. Yeah, just kind of bouncing off 241.50. Maybe there's a long there as well in Microsoft down. Yeah, I'm glad we turned that bear around. Gave you guys an idea of sort of where I was thinking this market was going to go today, and that's exactly what's happened. But Apple right now bouncing off 146. That could also be a potential long down here. So there are going to be some opportunities to find in this market right here.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, it just continued. Like we're Tom Pettying this market here today. Trader Pratt, I know you know that reference now. Free falling, and we're continuing to go down. I just got another fill at 625. I'm talking about Xpeng, by the way. It just feels inevitable at this point. I'm going to get my bids ready for that 6 even. I don't want it to slap down there and sort of get to like 601 or 602 and then bounce off and I can't get out. So, you know, sometimes it's 7, it's 6 even. I do regret the fact that NEO here, I tried the long. I should have just reversed when it retook that low to the downside. I was looking at the Xpeng break, but really, you could have just had them both. It didn't make a difference, and I got to do it. I have to go over to Pinduoduo. This will be we don't do that regretting trade, but there's no question about what I regret today, and that's not A, not getting more shares of Pinduoduo, and B, not finding a way back into the stock. It just broke $40 from $50 to $40, and that was about as clean as it gets. Down 32% on the session. These stocks are. Like there's pain and there's capitulation and then there's whatever is happening to the Chinese ADRs today. It's getting pretty ugly. Alphabet, it did break that 100. I don't want to get shook here, so I have to give it at least to 150. Still holding the bottom end of the range as the market's trying to bounce here. And Snapchat, because, hey man, something's got to go up, right? Well, that's actually not true. But Snapchat, yeah, breaking back to the upside. I haven't taken anything out just yet, but let's respect the fact it had a horrible, look, earnings were terrible, but it tried to break 8, had a failed break there before, and now you're holding yesterday's Friday's lows and breaking out the top. So it's got 5% short interest, not a ton, but always a chance that these things can get going. I just got to fill there at 808, and let's see how far Snapchat can go. Hey, relative strength is relative strength. It is what it is.
808s and heartbreak. We are long one more time here on, well, not for the first time, but one more time into a name here, AMD. Did we just get that out? I'm at 97. No, yes, sir, there it is. Let's go, man. We are finding value right now. A nice little long in AMD, just didn't want to interrupt Neil there. 56.80, so we're 20 cents now in the money on AMD, trying to play this back into that 56 level. We've done this over and over again, here trading. So we'll see about this long. I still like it. We're going to hold it back down to 56 break. So that 55 level is really where we're going to be key here for us on AMD. But right now, it's a nice little long move to that upside in AMD. And then just for you home gamers right now, we did take a piece out. So we only have a quarter. A little bit like 20% left of Tesla. We did get the last piece out at a decent piece out at 199.07 there. Once it broke back through 199. I just let it dance a little bit. I watched the futures and was like, you know what? Let's take a piece out there for Tesla. So that's what we did. And now it's ripping back up to the upside. So again, we've only taken profit on this name, but if it breaks 201, I've decided to get out. So we'll see what happens with Tesla now. It's at a good reload spot. I mean, I can't sit here and act like I don't think that this is a decent long, because I do think that there is a long here in Tesla, but I feel like you still could test a lot lower before we make this move upside. So let's see what happens with Tesla. You're still near some of these levels. I just get a little nervous if we break. If we break 202, 203, then the bulls would say we tested that bottom and it was like ignored. So that's one thing there that we're going to watch out for. We've already broken 200 and we've paid ourselves. We've paid ourselves on that break. So let's just not be too frugal with it. We did get out, but we're still in 20% of this trade as, yeah, it looks like AMD doesn't really want to go past 57 either. Let's put an offer at 58. There it is. Yes, sir. We'll go because that's what it is today. It's a nice little trade for us today. We don't have any red. Well, we have a red named Microsoft, so we'll see if we can correct that at some point. But for right now, it's over at the big desk. I still think it's like, I can't believe it's 10:30. I feel like it should be later, but that's always a good sign. Over to Brendan.
Hey guys, bit of a volatile morning so far for crypto markets. We got this headline out earlier this morning. Rishi Sunak looks like going to be the next UK Prime Minister, former investment banker, and apparently crypto-friendly Prime Minister. So that actually caused a bit of a move to the upside initially this morning for Bitcoin, but you can see what's happening right now. Big move back down, some of the yields starting to tick higher again. So back to the downside, reverting to where we were end of last week. This is a 4-hour chart, but big move initially higher for Bitcoin. But as I said, that has now reversed. We're back to flat. 19,200, 1.3 still for Ethereum. But if you remember in the pre-market, that was up 3%. 1,327 there for Ethereum. Bit of a mixed board otherwise. Right at the bottom here, Matic having a nice day, up about 5%. But back and forth we go on a volatile session for crypto, guys.
Volatility definitely there. Snap just got through the quarters, just hit 830, so it is.
Let's effing go.
It's now accelerating to the upside. That's a strong one in there. I'm looking for the opportunities. Well, there's some stocks I want to be fading on that move up. Tesla, that range that it was holding the entire morning. Now, I have taken out more than half of the trade so far on Tesla, but I'm looking for that opportunity to reload right around that 202. The trend still looks pretty solid into the downside. I don't want to ignore you, but look at Intel. The market's trying to bounce here. Intel's still off those lows. I was going to take some more out at the bottom, but this just feels too weak, so I'm going to hang on to these shares for dear life. Xpeng as well. Look, if it's the Chinese names, maybe they're going to make a bit of a bounce. It got to that 620. This is not enough of a trend break to get me out of it. However, Mullen, which was holding that nice consolidation, I was able to add to it. Still just kind of languishing. Volume's okay given the time of day, but starting to slow down a little bit here. So if this breakout is all she wrote, my stop is underneath VWAP. I don't want to be hanging on all the way back into 43. Maybe you can catch a bid down there and we can jump over to that trade. So let's have a quick look at one other, XOM. I tried to hold on to you. And then, of course, it wicks me out at 106. So this is one of the early longs that we had. It was fantastic. Big, I don't want to say a death candle, but big drop through that 6 even that stops me. It'll still be a positive name for me, but wasn't quick enough to jump back into it. If you're watching this, if I'm watching this more closely, not trading multiple names, when I see that wick bottom, I can just jump right back in at that 106, but I'm not chasing it $1 on XOM. It needs to come back to me for me to get back into this name. It's a good one, but probably should still be in it. Don't want the same thing to happen to me in Snapchat if it pulls back, but it's not really showing any signs of doing that. If it gets to 850, I'll definitely take another leg out here. I don't think it fills in the entire gap, but let's see how far it can go.
I'm just tweeting this out because, yeah, we've just done some serious damage here on Meta. Meta's now $3.50 in the money right now. So, I mean, again, this is when someone was like, this guy's just gambling. Yeah, I mean, $3.50 now in the money on Meta. Look at the out on Tesla that we talked about, right? And I just put it out there in the Twitterverse that you have to sort of be able to switch up your bias, right? Like when you get down to some levels and you think something's a little overbought or oversold, have the ability to switch it up, right? And say, you know what, this is too far, too fast. Look at Meta right back into here. I feel like this is a good spot right now for me to get some money out of Meta. But you're right back into this level. If the market wants to go, Meta can even go more. So there it is, now $4.50 now in the money for Meta as this continues to go again here, man. Big day alert here for us. $5 in the money on BABA to the downside. Now 70 cents in the money on an AMD trade that we just put on as well. Today is by far, I mean, it's not even close, my best day this month, which is good because it's October 24th, which, by the way, a week from today is Halloween. Neil and I are going to have a lot of fun on that day, so make sure you're here for that.
Gonna have fun.
Hopefully everyone's going to have fun. Brendan's got a banger costume. We've got some as well. I know Pratt is ready to rock and roll on that one, so should be a real fun day. Join us back every day. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I may not wear a costume, but if I'm going to disguise anything, it's a robber of the market right now. This is a nice little move to the upside here, and that we're really, look at Meta, guys. Meta's now $5.50 in the money, and just look at this move. boom, to the upside. Look at Meta. What the hell? I almost feel like something's happened on this one. $6 now in the money on META. Okay, Meta. Yeah, you've thrown a party, and we're here. So nice little move to the upside there for Meta.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It's almost 10% now on Snapchat up on the day. It just made a 6% move off of that $8 level, so this is now getting out of hand. But this is what, look, you got volatility in the market. You knew this was going to be a possibility, but watch it. I just added the Tesla. I haven't added everything yet, but it's back up to 202. Some names I do want to be fading on these pops. XPeng just came back to that 650. We got 25s a minute ago. Now you're right back into that 650. So if we get a roll here beneath VWAP, I am still looking to roll back over into some more short in this. Intel just looks like it's completely dead, and Mullen catching a bounce. I did forget about Amazon, though, because Amazon, off that 120 failure, didn't quite get to 115, which is a big level. 115, a big level in both directions. So catching support well in front of where I would have liked it. Amazon down, obviously, on the day, but I like that 115 level if it gets down to that price, although we might not see it there. And I don't want to ignore you, Apple. But Apple, look, we get a lot of tech earnings this week. It's a big one. Maybe nothing more important for the market sentiment is going to be Apple. It's held, I don't know what's going on with that 15-minute chart. The daily's going to be ugly as well. Sorry, guys. But it's held that pre-market low on a wick bottom through 146 even. That kind of corresponds with support that we had in the afternoon. And that's a 146. Like when I say 146 even, I mean actually 146.00 on Apple. That is going to be a good level for a bounce.
All right, and then I'll just tell Justin there's my 6. All right, let's get going right now on all of this. So yeah, good movement happening here as we just go back and forth with Justin there on the chat. Okay, so let's just start ringing some registers again here on a lot of these plays, because that's what we really got to do, right? So we'll just go like this one, because that's kind of what we're doing today. AMD all the way up to VWAP, so we're taking out of that one. Nice out for us on there. We only have a small piece left. Meta does go all the way back up, man. We took it out at 130. Like now it's at 131. I have no idea what's going on. We are out of Meta. Just monster move to the upside here. I don't know, well cooked if anybody's in this name. I got out, should not have. Taking down that, I was just like, okay, we went to 130 and then we went down to 129.10. So it's a nice move out there for Meta. Still wish we had it. If you guys do, then congratulations. But that was a tough one for me to hold. Just bouncing off that 130 there. I sort of thought we might have been at a top, but your boy definitely thought wrong as Meta's up to 131. I have no idea. Neil and I have tons of trades on today. Which one's going to be the trade of the day? Probably some of these Chinese names. But I'm still in Alibaba, and I got to watch out for that 60 break. Going to do a little bit of work when we go back over to Brendan and then see if we can find some outs, because right now, like short XPEV, short NEO, short Alibaba, Neil's still in that Tesla trade. It's the shorts are just been a monster day for some of those levels. Let's see if we get back to zeros right now. I do like these Chinese names. Probably that's where the reload is. Let's go over to Brendan. It's 10:40.
Hey guys, quick update for you on the S&P 500 here. A bit of a mixed board to show you, even though we are holding on to positive territory for the time being anyways. It's 0.5% right now for the S&P. A ton of red on this board, offsetting most of the green as well. These are the casinos right out of the gate here. 12.8% for LVS, almost 8% there for Win on the China worries this morning, and Macau obviously going to be affected with that. There's Starbucks also. We didn't talk about that in the pre-market, but Starbucks obviously heavily tied to China. They just talked about a ton of expansion plans to come this year or next year in China. Expedia, Booking.com, all the travel-related names, CCL, RCL, NCLH, all 2% plus. Tesla, yes, 7%. To the downside. There's a little bit of strength in retail coming through, but not enough to offset weakness in the consumer discretionary group right now. These are the banks, all of them positive on the day. There's a few that are basically break even in the diversified group, but very strong for some of the banking sector today. Industrials are strong, healthcare as well. Basically the entire group higher. I want to point out this, AMD, NVIDIA, NXPI, just to name a few. The semiconductors, though, under pressure along with software names today. Tech shares are downside, helping to offset an otherwise positive market. Consumer staples, energy stocks, then also in the green. But if you minus this and you minus this, it would be a 1+% kind of day for the S&P guys. Back over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And one name from earlier that I'm now back into, shorting it when it's down 29%, is Pinduoduo. So Pinduoduo back to this. I mean, it tried to consolidate at 42. You can see it didn't do it successfully, but it did get to 43 even. This is the area in front of VWAP I want to take a shot at. When a trend comes like this, if you get an opportunity to jump back into it, it's not about, this is not the time of the day on PDD when it's down this far that you want to give it all up because the key levels were down at 49, but I will take my shots in front of VWAP there on this and XPeng as well. We keep getting questions about Roku and TJ, I don't mind it. It's not necessarily, look, it's not as volatile as everything else, but as I was saying earlier, you have broken down on the daily through that previous bottom. It's like 48 even, well, 48.40 looks like. So you're beneath that price. It's a pretty key area to the downside. I think as long as it holds that 48.40, it's obviously a momentum down. So it's not a wick bottom or breaking back up, even with the market strength, until you climb back above maybe 48.50 or so. If I was in this one short, I'd kind of be holding it. You want to pay yourself, obviously. But as long as it's beneath like 48.50, I think you got to respect the market direction and the overall weakness that it's had. Snapchat's running out of steam. The long, I should say, it got to 851 just now and then did this. So, yeah, that's a bit of a wick top through 850. Maybe Snapchat, one of the stronger names in the market, comes back in. I'm taking more shares out before this pulls all the way back into VWAP on me. But you know what? This looks pretty solid. If it drops all the way into $8, I would probably be looking for some bids in there as Snapchat, still one of the stronger names, but you don't want to hold it all the way back in. I want to take something out for some profit. Tesla just curled off of that 202 level. I was kind of holding out for the downside off 202, so I got some on the way up there, but I really didn't get any more at that 201.5, which is the far better entry point. Yeah, I should have been a little more aggressive there, unfortunately, getting some on the way back in. I'll get bids to 198 and then that 196. I should have them in just in case. And yeah, I'm holding on to Intel for dear life. If the market is red and we come back at 2 o'clock and I'm not still in Intel, then I've done something horribly wrong because beneath $27 has been the easiest short overall. But that one's kind of holding in the money. So let's go to what I just got into. That was Pinduoduo, which, whatever. These Chinese names. The amount of, even with a strong pop like that, it hits 42 wick tops and then instant rejects the level.
Yeah.
The buyers are trying. Trust me, buyers are trying on these things. They're just not having a heck of a lot of success.
All right. No, they are not. Let's go reload a little bit here. All right. So again, very light position, but I'm going to start a little bit of a Tesla short again against that 202. Missed that rally to the upside for sure, was not even looking at it. Why? Because we actually got out of Alibaba. So Alibaba broke above 60, then we took the short again. Now it looks like it wants to go one more time. So there we go. We are now out against that high of the day, not high of the day, but that moment high there for Alibaba. It's now starting to go here. So I don't know what's up with Alibaba, but there we go. 61.50. What is that? That's view up there. 60-60. So we're out of Alibaba. Good trade all the way to the downside. We don't have any 58s, but we did get out right there at 60 and then just tried to go back and forth short there on Alibaba. But still, big day alert there on Alibaba as we had multiple pennies winner. I'm just looking for maybe a 61.50 break long right here. That 61.50 right there on Alibaba. So I'm sort of thinking that we could break into that long right there. But again, you're down 17%, and that's a tricky trade to make when that is happening. All right, now Alibaba.
Well, that's acceleration.
Yeah, what's happened there? It's like, I don't know, man. It's just back and forth, man. I don't know, Neil. What's going on?
At the same time, Alibaba, and at the same time, PDD made the same crazy tape print to the downside. Maybe there. So it just was spitting. So it was sitting there retesting 42. I was like, oh, I'm going to get some more shares in, and then I was getting out at 41, and now I'm right back in at that high. That's crazy. In 20 seconds, I was getting filled on the bid 41. And then instantly able to get more shares at 42. So yeah, we're at a bit of a turning point here. You could definitely see that was a big churn. You can see a bit of a battle. And if it gets one to the downside, 41s, I should be waiting till 40 and then 39, not taking any 41s out. But if we break out this consolidation, there is a chance that these names can start to go. That was a heck of a lot of buyers that just came in there at 41 to have it snap back upside like that. And speaking of snap, that just came to 820. So when I talk about snapping back, it's getting real close. Big capitulation here. If it gets down to 8, that's where it broke out. I'd love to see it hold that level, jump back into more shares to the long side, because relative strength is relative strength. I've kind of missed out on XOM, but it's putting in a lower high on XOM. So be very, very patient. If it retests the lows, I'm not really thinking 106. I'm kind of thinking that 105 level. Gets back down to 105, that's where I'd be looking for the long on XOM. That, or it holds VWAP, and I can wait till the afternoon. Wow. Oh, just as I said that on PDD, it did it again. It just did that again, like another dollar flush. You know what? I just said be patient, but forget about that. That's just silly. If it's going to give me free dollar back and forth, I should be scalping it until it breaks out one way or the other. Scalping a third of it anyways.
Yeah, no, I think scalping is, I mean, that's what we talked about here, not going into gambling mode and really just trying to scalp out a little bit, right? So with that being said, I'm going to be done with Alibaba. We've already done really well on that name. Let's go over to a name that we really haven't traded yet. What about NEO? So we're going to go long now, NEO. Again, another name here that has the potential, you know, to retrace back up to the upside. As we have some of these levels there for Alibaba, Neil just talked about Pinduoduo and Alibaba and all that kind of ETF stuff there, sorry, ADR. In China. Let's just see if it can hold. I'm going to wait to see if it can hold this 75 level right there. So we're going to go long right now at 88. I do have another bid at 85 to see if we can get that fill. And then after that, we'll see. I mean, I'm going to offer 9, and then I'm also going to go long at 9. So if we get out somewhere around $9, great. We'll take this trade out. We just got 85s, by the way. So now we're long 86. And I'm fine with scalping. Let's get some out at 90 if we can, and then see what this move is to the upside. So right now, we'll hold out for a little bit of hope here. That NEO wants to rally. We just got 85. Our average price is 86. And again, it's a sub $9. Like, it's a low price, sub 9 right now. So you could take a little bit more shares on NIO versus an Alibaba. There it is. Did we just get that? No, we did not. But we're at 90 right now. There we go. We got some 90s out. This is pretty violent, man. Like, we just got 90s, and then it dipped to 87. So yeah, there is a lot of decision making here happening on these Chinese names. So just be careful. Like, we just got 90s, and it just tanked down to 85 again. Yeah,
look, the buyers are really trying here on all of these, whether it's PDD, whether it's XPeng. It doesn't matter what I'm watching here, but XPeng's a New York stock. Sorry about that. But like, the buyers are really trying. But we finally got to a curl point. Like, I wanted to see some actual weakness before I added to XPeng, because look, these could break back out, and you have these crazy potential wick bottoms where you get a big move into that upside. So I finally see some weakness on XPeng around VWAP, and it can be a place where I can add back into it. Just coming back over to Mullen, someone asked me where the stop was on Mullen. I haven't really moved it. Like, I got one ad on this consolidation, and it's been holding VWAP. This is 49 cents here. VWAP obviously is going to be gliding higher as it goes up, but the stop's been just beneath that 49 by a couple of ticks, and that's like tenths of cents. I'm not really offering anything, which I should rectify because it's rejected 53 before. I could certainly do it again, and if it does that, I want to make sure I'm getting paid on the bounce to VWAP. But if it takes out 55, you know, we also have the, not that it matters too much sometimes here, but you have 55, and that's the 50 period moving average on Mullen. I think if it takes that, you're headed to at least 60, and I want to have something on board in case that happens. So, you know, Mullen working, it's up 38%, but it could also reject that 55, and if it double taps, if we double tap the top and reject, we're headed back to VWAP again. So I want to make sure I'm getting something out on the way up here. Some of these longs have been fantastic, like Mullen, but I'm late to Mullen. Mullen was at 40 cents. When you could have had it. I got a 50 break. So we have bought near the top on this, and I don't want to get trapped not taking anything out as we go to Brendan to see how the US dollar is doing, because that's the only currency that matters.
We did see strength, guys, early on this morning in the dollar, but it is coming back to the downside a little bit. We were holding that 112 area on the daily chart, pretty big support, but back below it right now. 0.07 to the downside, 111.98 if you open that up a little bit. The euro positive, 0.2 on the day. This is the pound, though, back to 113. On that news this morning, again, if you missed it during the crypto segment, mentioned that Rishi Sunak looking like he's going to be the next Prime Minister of the UK. Former investment banker, very friendly on crypto as well, which was positive initially for crypto markets. So the pound catching a bit of a bid. It was red early on, but back to positive territory. Back and forth we go then. Otherwise, negative data out in Australia overnight. So 1.2, 1.18 for Australia and New Zealand. Bitcoin back to green once again, guys. Back over to you.
All right, here's a test. Here it goes.
Here's the Tesla.
It's the Tesla. Ooh, I like Tesla. So here comes the test of Tesla. It's right up here on VWAP. If it makes this breakout, this is the one place I was like willing to lose on it. I did take half of it out on the downside, but we got some back in at 01s. Now you're jailbreaking. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. It's gone. So there goes Tesla to the upside. It's now jailbroken higher. Got to watch out because forget about PDD, but XPeng, when Tesla goes, I'm not saying these are related. I know they're both EV names, but relative weakness in the Chinese space. But suddenly you have the leader of the gang going upside, Tesla. So I got to watch out for this XPeng trade. I do have a stop. My stop isn't all the way up at 680. This is just where I'm crossing to, so my stop is at the VWAP there. If it breaks this, I'm getting out on that break, but I'm with an aggressive cross. XPeng holding for now, but you could see it continue to go upside. I do have a long that hasn't come all the way back, and that was Snapchat. I'm still looking for that $8 level on Snap. Unfortunately, we're not really catching it. I thought it would dip further, but this one continues to ride higher. We'll see what happens there. And then Intel is the only short that I haven't added to it. I haven't subtracted. It's still at, even if we break VWAP, I'm really just still looking to short off of those highs on Intel. Once it fails to break at 27, as far as I'm concerned, it goes back there, and I'm all over it one more time. And PDD, which we just got, I hear Fahad going back and forth with Trader Pret. PDD, which we just got 42s, back into 41s, and that was on the bid in front of 40. It's right back to that 42 level. As long as this holds below 43, I want to be shorting it, but the market is trying to jailbreak to the upside. And at some point, these shorts, which started at 49, could turn into jailbreaks and capitulation longs. Like if you look at these 15-minute, these daily charts here, when you're down 30%, you got to have yourself an out. You can short up there all well and good. When you're shorting the bottom, you got to have yourself an out. This gets above 43, and I'm not giving it all back.
All right. Meanwhile, we hit the siren a little bit for NEO as that's starting to rip up. We're 10 cents in the money. We were taking out some more shares, but again, we can only trade, we can only win as much as the market will give it to us. Right now, it's starting to go higher here. So a nice little trade there for us on NIO as that's starting to go one more time. We waited for the same thing with Tesla, man, and that just took it off to the upside, and boom, there's a 201. We did average in. We talked about that 202, and there it goes. Nice little upside move there. So congratulations to anybody on that trade. That's looking like a good trade there for anybody long Tesla. We talked about that, right? I still said I think the long is here. So that's the problem. And now it's a nice little upside move as NEO just faded back in again. AMD is fine, man. It's at its highs one more time, 57.70. Let's see if this market goes green. We already do know that we have some nice long names in the portfolio right now in case this does go to the green side, right? So including NEO that just faded. That's why we took that profit up at $9. We also do have a $9 long coming in too, hopefully soon. So that'll print if that comes through. And then AMD, we're waiting for the top side. Just to check back on Apple, that 146, definitely should have bought that, but it's a good thing that we did get some Meta down where we did because that was way more aggressive than Apple. So that was a good long pick for us with Meta. And I was like thinking Meta was a bad out. I don't know if it's a bad out or not, but we're going to wait to see here. Only time shall tell about that. But for right now, we got out at 130, it ripped to 131.50, and then it came back down to 129.50 again. So definitely my eyes are everywhere here, trying to find some dip buy opportunities in case this market wants to hold. You're still red on the market, but I feel like if we do dip back down, we do want to find some names that are relatively strong. So if this market just kind of has an inside day the rest of the day, here's the market right now. Bottom, so we made that top early, then hit that bottom of 11,200, and now we're kind of just hovering. So let's see if we get a dip buy back in down to the downside. That's going to be a level for me down here, 11,200. Want to see it test again where we can load up the longs. I don't really feel like doing much now. We've had such a great morning, man. BABA short, NEO long, Microsoft, AMD, Apple. It's been just a great morning. So right now, as it gets a little bit lower in the day, time to relax, sit back, but there's still lots of trades to happen. It's not like relax, but it's just wait for your opportunity. Like right here, Meta, look what it's doing. Back and forth, back and forth. It's not doing too much. NEO right now, kind of the same thing. Back and forth around this $9 mark, right? So wait for a breakout. Make sure you're there. I think there's a lot more opportunity today.
Yeah, there's tons, and just seeing some relative strength. And thank you for pointing this one out in the chat. Global Foundries up 4%. It's not all bad. I know ASML was having a big day, so some of the chip names have been strong, but GFS approaching, well, sorry, it's at the high of the day already. Last couple of days have been pretty solid. Just to go to the daily chart, it's broken the 50 period. Wow, so you close above the 50 on this. That's a fantastic look. Higher lows on this stock since July. So fantastic looking chart there. Close above that. I think you're just bullish on it, hopefully, into this earnings season, which is obviously a big one. If it gets to 60, that looks like pretty obvious resistance. We're about $2 away from it there. I don't know. I don't remember if we have to pay for locates on that stock, but if we do, I doubt it. But if we do, I'll probably go ahead and do that. Only at that 60 level. PDD continues its whipsaw action. That's not a real wick. It did not get down to 40. If it did, I probably would have caught a fill there. But if it breaks out, this is another name just at these lows that if it can take out 43, you could see a bit of a jailbreak. Until it does, I want to favor the short and then work it out down 41s, 40s. If it breaks down to the bottom of the day, I do want to hold on to some. Still seeing Snapchat not get to that even level at $8. I think it's got a shot. But I don't want to be, like, this is diddling in the middle. You got an $8.50 top, you got a breakout at $8. I don't want to be grabbing anything at $8.25. As much as it's consolidating here, let's be a little bit more patient than that and actually wait for it. I am chomping at the bit for something that's already trending up that has worked alongside to want to add to it. But I feel like it's a little bit too early to make that determination. It's still pulling back in for us. Wow, are we ready for earnings? Because
wow.
I just noticed now that it's 10:57, so we haven't discussed earnings. It's a big week for earnings. A couple of names here. We know it's bigger later in the week, but a couple of names we should be paying attention to, especially before tomorrow's open.
Yeah, tomorrow morning will be interesting, guys. But as you mentioned, after the close on Tuesday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is when we get all of the biggest of the big mega cap tech to come. But that is for tomorrow.
Wowzers. Okay, I mean, let's pick our poison there a little bit for tomorrow. There are bigger ones coming through, but GM should be a good name. UPS, Coca-Cola. If Tony wears his shirt, I'm going to remind him about that one. And then
Biogen's pretty volatile sometimes.
Yep.
Biogen, you got to watch out for. That stock will swing on you, to be sure. But it's all. I think there's nothing really aftermarket that I care too much about, but it's all pre-market there with GM, Biogen. UPS is a maybe. Well, we've seen those move before.
I mean, FedEx was crazy, right?
Yeah, you just never know.
General Electric in there as well.
GE's
That's
a dog,
hidden, man. Whatever happened to GE, man? That was a big stock.
After that
there,
reverse,
the big industrials there. Thanks, Vod, for all of that. Yeah, they did a reverse split there, up to $120. GE, still one of those names there. So Neil's gonna break. So this is I'm just going over this quickly. This is gonna be my next trade, man. Once Neo does break through $9, I think we'll try that long, and we'll give it just, I don't know, maybe 15 pennies or so back down to the downside. But Neo right now, I mean, we're up here. Well, you can take let's take another piece at 93 if we can. We're using like inverted gateways. Did I just get that? Yeah. So that means that I'm just taking the fill no matter what it costs, because I don't know where this stock's going. So we're gonna have to watch out for Neo to the downside right now. But yeah, there's another fill at 94. Only a minute left. It's gonna be Trader Luca and Pratt. I don't know if we have a name like with Trader Pratt, Trader Luca. I don't know if that sounds good enough, but
that's fair.
Yeah, we're getting really excited to throw over to those guys. As AMD, you want to talk about getting excited, that's $1 in the money as well, trying to make some new highs here for AMD. And
good thing we got out of Tesla. It's back up at 205. Wow, 206 is upper resistance. I was just checking out General Electric, which, by the way, GE is above its 50 period on the daily. I didn't realize that. That gets pretty juicy. So a bit of a recovery happening in that stock. It's been getting absolutely crushed, like everything else, but it's actually done a much better recovery than I anticipated. So here's Tesla. Let's forget about the 15. Let's go to the 3. Right back up to the morning resistance, which was at 206. So if it gets through there, you will have put a pretty big capitulation bottom through 200, and then a break of a channel to that upside. Pinduo Duo is holding on to the downside, so the Chinese name still holding some weakness. Mullen's not doing anything. That's a bit of a disappointment, as it's still bouncing off VWAP. And Snapchat, thank goodness I was patient here. Now it's back to $8, so getting a little bit of a bounce. I was thinking about it at $8.25. Now it looks like it is going to give that $8 level, and this is where I want to buy the dip on Snap. As it is 11 o'clock.
Yes.
It is time to hand you guys off. It's been a vol to 1 and will continue to be so. We're back at 2, but it's time to head to Trader Prad and Luca. Go get them, boys.
Let's go. It's a brand new week. It's a Monday. I'm Trader Prad. This is my co-host. This is my co-host Luca, and yeah, we're gonna cover the market for the next few hours for you guys. Hopefully, you guys have a great weekend and ready to look for some opportunities in the market. My day not going so good today. You know, the market was down, so I was in shorts, and then the market just turned around a little bit. But we got the rest of the day left over here to battle the markets and see what opportunities we got on the long side, on the short side. A couple trades that I'm in right now are TCOM, Google, TSM, and Starbucks. Google over here, I was short earlier at these pops, but I got stopped out, and I just recently got back in around. Where's my average price? 101.58. Let's see if we can give the stock a little bit of a room. It is now positive on the day. It was a little negative. Looks like the 100 level did end up holding on Google, and now we're waiting to see if the 100 level can break again to the downside at one point.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great morning. Yeah, biggest earnings week ahead of us here. So, Monday, coming into Monday. Gotta love days like this where it's like, you got earnings ahead that are going to come out. It's going to be a huge week, definitely super exciting. And then you have just names that are moving, right? Lots of volatility. You have Chinese names that are down. You have Tesla coming into the 200 level. You have all these kind of key levels coming into play. Definitely very exciting day for myself. I'll just cover some of my trades very quickly. I had orders out for multiple levels across the board for all these names that I was watching. And you know the deal here. It's napkin nation for myself. It's not really a thing, but I just quickly write it down on a napkin as I drink my coffee to start the day. And some of these areas hit, and Google 100 was the bounce of the day, I think, because you got that 100 level. It's Google. Earnings are coming up tomorrow after the bell alongside Microsoft. The bid is going to be strong with that one. And I take the long here and I create a free trade for myself. Then Tesla 200 comes into play. So I was like, let me just get out of this position because I don't want anything distracting me from a potential A+ setup there. But had the right idea. I mean, look at that, right? Bounced once, bounced twice. And then run to the upside. So I think, if 100 comes back into play today for whatever reason, as long as the market's not completely tanking and like anything bad happens, then I think you could recycle that 100 level. Definitely interesting there. Amazon, same kind of overall logic, just, a little bit less of a level. As you can see, I took the 118 bounce, and this was just based on the 15-minute chart, 50-period moving average. This was where the high was. We opened above 120. I like that 120 level, and we just came down. So same idea, bounce play, create the free trade for myself, and then I just stopped out at break even. I actually had a stop just below 118, so that was a break even there. And Luca, the young version of Ric Flair, woo, let's go. Yeah, maybe the haircut, maybe I just gotta maybe dye my hair there. So yeah, Google, Amazon, pretty good. I think obviously Google was the better balance. Maybe I should have held it, but yeah, Tesla for me was my main focus of the day. Cuts prices in China. Chinese names are absolutely getting destroyed. Tesla's doing more than 1 million, 2 million shares traded in the pre-market. When it sets up like this, I absolutely love it. So yeah, I was favoring the short side. As you guys can see, I tried a little short through 205, but was very wary because, every single time Tesla within the first 5 minutes breaks a certain level, it'll bounce, right? And you don't know how hard that bounce could be. So tried it twice, if you guys can see it there. Those are two break-even losers. Maybe I tried it 3 times actually, but I probably sized down there. Then this one was a clean flush to the downside, so I actually had this. And the reason I got myself out of this is because 202 was a new recent low. And I was like, if it's holding at 205, 203, I'm like, maybe I got to cover here. So, covered this. Basically, this was a win. I'm up, right? Everything looks good. Then I'm like, oh man, if we break 206, we're gonna fly to the upside. And this was based off VWAP, right? There's a big VWAP seller right off the open, flush down, reject VWAP, reject VWAP, reject VWAP. So it's like there's a big VWAP seller. Tried my luck to the long side there. Quickly got stopped out, flipped myself short, covered along the way down, just below VWAP. Missed the reload on that one. Then took the short over here. Smashed the short through 202. That was money. That was the best trade on Tesla today. Absolutely free money. Hopefully everybody had that. That's these kinds of trades that you make your week, you make your month on that one. And everybody eyeing the 200 level, which was the money level. And sometimes the market's gonna do what the market wants to do. And read Flash Boys. It's a great read. It'll basically enlighten you on how these kind of levels can actually trade and what can happen behind the scenes. So anyways, long story short, try the short through 200, filled short before the break, but it probably broke, and then put the size back. Flipped long, okay? Flipped long, and then it tanks. I go, no, what the heck's going on here? So that was an absolute disaster. Got myself out of it, punched back into the short, covered, short again, covered. Trade was done. And, you know, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. And, you know, I'm super frustrated. I don't know if you guys could tell. It ruined my day for sure. But, you know, there's definitely going to be some banger trades for the rest of the day. And, you know, hopefully some of these levels come back into play because, man, that Google 100 looks pretty clean right now. And yeah, I can't believe Neo. Neo's at 9, man.
Yeah.
Neo's at 9. I think Sean had the short there.
No, I'm long 980 or 880.
Oh, okay, long 880. Yeah. Like Neo, I mean.
Wow, Meta is flushing right now for some reason. Yeah, I was going to mention that Meta and Snap, rumors of DOJ looking to TikTok. I did try to get short on Meta a couple of times, but recently I just punched into a position at Meta 130, 141, and all of a sudden just dropped a couple, 40 cents to the downside. I'm trying to see if the volume candle increases over here, or if it's just longs trying to get out of their positions. Market's still green over here on the NASDAQ side. So wondering what's going on with the Meta platforms, Facebook parent company, obviously, and WhatsApp parent company. So put to the downside. Let's see if Meta now turns red, or does 130 actually hold on the stock, and we keep on going to the north side. As Luca mentioned, the weakness in the Chinese ADRs. You know, China's sector today, after their president getting a third term, having some possible problems in the tech sector over there, so the Chinese ADR is getting hurt today. Even T-Com, which is down 16% on the day. Any of these stocks that are down 10% or more do trigger SSR, which means you can't short the stock. By taking off the liquidity on the bids. You have to stay on the ask for the stock to tick higher in order to actually get your shorts filled. And right now, Meta is really pushing down. It's the $1.76 in the money on Meta platforms. I think we take some profits as we're turning Meta into a profitable position right now. It was, you know, we were losing on Meta, but now with the help of the short, we're actually turning it around on Meta platforms, and a couple of the other positions are also getting ready to go down. So maybe time to go back to Google or even Tesla, see if we can jump back into those shorts positions. At the moment, it looks like they're running away from a little bit. Tesla looks like a good spot right here around 204. You know, we're not giving it too much of risk over here on Tesla. Also, the sizing is small because the stock could easily go back to 205 and rip. Obviously, I'm giving it up to 205, a good dollar's risk from where we currently are. Let's see if Tesla can also push down over here with the Meta getting beat down about $1.50 in the money.
Yeah, and guys, anybody who's wondering, you know, how do I trade these Chinese moves, but I don't want to pick one specifically. I'm not sure if they spoke about it on the morning show, but Yang is an inverse ETF, 3 times leverage, right? So if you think, you know, the short is good, this is the name to be in. I think, you know, did 7 million shares traded today. There's a few other ones as well. This is the one that I was looking at. And I want to say the bull version is Yin. So Yin and Yang, Yin being bull, Yang being the bear there. But yeah, lots of names moving. TSM down, you know, PDD down, Neo down, Li Auto down. All these things absolutely crushed. And I actually, you know, didn't have trades on it because I was focusing on other things. But looking back at Neo, it's like we spoke about that 1040 bounce because that was the prior low. Then you have the gap down. And I mean, who's buying this thing, right? This thing is absolutely destroyed to the downside, down 20%. Bottomed out at 840 there. But, you know, it was SSR. But if you manage to catch a fill anywhere near 10, you're laughing on that one. Now we're back here at VWAP. So, yeah, let's see what happens around VWAP. Got to imagine that, you know, people late to the party still holding this long want to get out. Maybe they use VWAP there. A little good example, actually, for anybody wondering, oh, you know, how do I use VWAP? I'm looking at VWAP. What's happening here? If you were watching Tesla today, this is like very specific. Oh, if you were watching Tesla today, of course, you would have seen that, you know, the VWAP seller was in full effect. And what you tend to see is big flushes when we come to VWAP, very, very strong aggressive buying with lots of size, but it's just getting slammed down, right? So it's like when you look at it on the chart, it's like, oh, it just can't get above VWAP. But when you're actually watching the price action, it's just like slam, slam, slam. So like clearly somebody is just unloading tons of size. People are using VWAP. So when you see it, you know, the first time, the second time, the third time, maybe the fourth time it's going to happen. Maybe the third time it's going to happen. So I like to tell myself when something shows you its hand the first time, there's a good chance that, it's going to do it again, right? It's not just going to happen one time. If it happens one time, you take a stab at it and you lose, then the trade is done and it is what it is. But sometimes you could recycle these kind of levels and these plays, right? I actually tried the meta short here, but this was dancing around. I was just afraid that we're going to actually bounce from 130. But if this thing kind of slows down and wants to actually retest VWAP here, maybe the short is good. So let's see if we can get one above 130 there.
There's a news for Meta. U.S. alleges 2 Chinese spies tried to obstruct prosecution for Meta platforms over here. That might be the move to the downside that came in. And before that, it was that the rumors of the DOJ, Department of Justice, looking into TikTok. So a little bit of a catalyst to either side. Now we're just waiting to see, as Luca mentioned, if Meta will now stay red or maybe reclaim that 130 level and start going positive again, as the NASDAQ is up 0.5% on the day and S&P 500 only down 0.18. I know people in the chat over there trying to troll me about the UFC fights. What can you do? Sometimes your fighter loses, but it was still a great fight. Sean O'Malley got a lucky win out of that one. That was a little whack decision by the referees and the judges and so on. But it's whatever. Sean wins. I was so close to winning my bets too, but whatever. Minus $10 on the day, and at least I got to enjoy Mark Ribier. For anyone who know Loop Daddy, Mark Ribier on the weekend. Saturday show was so good. We had to go back Sunday, and the Sunday show was completely different than the Saturday show. So it was good to see the range that this guy has, the talent that this guy has over there. And at the end, the fights were whatever, the race was whatever, and I had fun on the music side.
Yeah, I was actually asking you, how was your weekend? Mine was pretty chill. Just kind of relaxed, try to get ready for the week ahead. And now short Meta here, just in front of that 130. If we get back above, I'm just going to get myself out. I mean, I don't know if this thing's going to keep popping. There's really it kind of feels like it's dancing around. It is, 11 o'clock. So, okay, yeah, there we go. Stopped out on that one. I'm going to wait a little bit. I feel like we could pop a little bit more, test that 130.50, and then, we'll see what happens there. And yes, people saying, I look like this person, that person with the new haircut. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for those. And somebody else saying, Luca looks like Luca. Yeah, I am Luca, so I guess I do look like Luca. And Playmaker, thank you for the super chat. Luca talking about Slam and Cardi B. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat there. Very, very kind of you. And Tesla back at 205. I actually cannot believe that one.
Tesla's at 205. I mean, yeah, 204, 205. Still down on the day, and you guys saw the watch list, which says Tesla's now cutting down the price of their car by 9% in China, showing you that the demand in China itself is going down for their products in general. And U.S. is probably different, but overall their price is going down. They're already, I believe they said they're going to be slower in delivering their cars or the numbers that they're going to deliver. So multiple reasons for the stock to now get downgraded along with it. Tesla probably, as Sean said, 188 tomorrow. We could just see that number coming in. I would love to see where Tesla closes today. Do we close below 200 or above 200? That might be a good poll to throw up on there in the chat. Maybe I'll throw it up in a bit. But if it closes below 200, that would be something. Miss Kathy Wood, or Aunt Kathy as we call her, recently bought 70,000 shares almost of Tesla on the earnings day. So now I'm wondering if she's loading up more, or does she think the stock's going to go lower and then she's going to load up at a better price? A big discount coming into Tesla already. We finally broke the pre-splits numbers too. The pre-split bottom was 206. On earnings day, we went down to 202. Today, we're at 198, I think, at one point. We did get to 198, but not really breaking that level. And now bouncing all the way back to 205. So Tesla's been a pretty monstrous move, volatile as it always is. And, UVIXI is something that we always try to look at as to gauge where the market is going, or try to gauge where the market's going, along with the bond markets, along with how the dollar's doing and so on. UVIXI today up only 0.25% and trading around VWAP.
I'm just watching, obviously, Meta right now with that news, and it's down. It's creating some sort of, I don't really use these patterns, but if we can't get above 130 and keep going, I feel like this is a good area to build a short for VWAP test. especially if the market wants to go back down. I mean, if it goes back up, maybe we rally back. So going to try to get into the short here. We'll see what happens and maybe risk off 130.50. And yeah, we got, I'm just like scanning some of my levels here, looking at everything else. Yeah, for anybody in the XOM, like I wish I was long XOM because this thing is now near 107. Man, what a buy near 100 if you had that one. Neo back at 930. Sean saying, look at Neo, look at Neo. So yeah, let's have a look here. I'll pull it up on this one. Back up at 930 through VWAP too. That's actually pretty surprising. Are we gonna, I don't think we get back to 10 there, but that would actually be a crazy move to the upside. Yeah, let's see if we can get this fill here on Meta short. It feels like it doesn't want to go back up.
Yeah, sounds good to me, Luca, because I'm in it already, and you're just giving me extra confidence to hold on to my trade a little bit longer. We did battle a little bit over here, as you guys can see, around just slightly above 130. Every time it went above 130 to 131 or 132, you would just see a big tail candle behind it. So it just felt like it didn't have more power to go north after the initial pump up that it had, as Tesla was originally, or not Tesla, Meta was originally down on the day. Something that I have to go manage at the moment is going to be TCOM, as TCOM is actually holding above $20 and trying to, looks like, at least push up to the 50-period EMA. Going to give it a couple more, minutes over here to see how it trades around this 2025, 2030 area. And if it breaks this level, then we're probably going to jump out of that trade. But like I said, giving it a little bit of a wiggle room. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are both pretty much near VWAP and slightly above VWAP for the NASDAQ, which is still positive on the day. So let's go look at stocks that are actually moving in that direction. Some of you are saying Mullen's moving up, MULN still in play currently after last week. We saw last week having a pretty big bump up to the north side of MULN. Okay, like I believe it was the They were buying another company or something along those lines. So, and when is Mobileye or something, right? What's the company name over there? NASDAQ, IPOs, yeah. This one is on the 26th. So in about 2 days, Mobileye, which is Intel's self-driving unit, is going to go IPO around almost $1 billion worth of offer amount with 41 million shares. So this IPO, finally a fun IPO to look forward for coming in. That will be something that we probably will be trading on the show. Most of the time, they do IPO, or they do start trading around 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock area. So it'll be great fun watching that position. Since we're talking about mobile, we can come right back to Mullen, which is also another not a self-driving, but EV car company. Maybe they will do self-driving in the near future. Currently trading around 50 cents. Soon, maybe $1. We'll maybe see that coming into play.
So just to quickly comment there on Mullen, which is actually hilarious. Somebody in the chat's like, Lucas should get ready to buy Mullen at 80 cents like he promised. That's a good one, because I actually did say that. I said, if this thing gets to like 80, but I was thinking short, I'm not thinking long. I'm like, if we get to like $1, I like the short there. But, somebody in the chat, I just want to bring this up quickly. Somebody from last week was like, Luke, I just quickly glanced at it. I can't remember who it was, but they're like, just buy Mullen, whatever. And here we are up 33%. Above the 50-cent level. So yeah, that was a good call. That was a great call. And congrats to all the Mullen holders there. Yeah, I mean, if this thing, the higher the better. I would love for this thing to get to $1. But again, I don't know if I'm a buyer at like 80 cents to $1. Like, I think that's good for mean reversion play. But, it still is 50 cents away. So Mullen or Mullet, yeah, I don't know which one, right? You guys can vote on that one. But yeah, I'm just scanning back. So I actually missed the meta fill, and I'm not really going to, chase it here. But I think we're actually going to go to Brendan right now.
Hey guys, an update for you on the social side of things today. Here's what's being discussed on social media right now. A little bit more reds creeping back in on this board than what we saw in the pre-market, but there it is. The one you guys were just talking about there. Mullen, huge right now to the upside, and very, very positive as expected on the social sentiment board. The market overall still green on this board, along with the Qs there, the SPY and the Qs, obviously. Tesla downside, DWAC downside today. Alibaba obviously downside. Snap, Neo, AMC. AMC was positive in the pre-market, along with APE up big time. I still haven't really seen a reason for that, but it was up about 5% to start the day. There's Twitter on watch as well for any kind of headlines this week. Nothing so far today, but worth noting, Netflix, guys, big monster from last week, still very positive, but more of a mixed board right now as far as the social sentiment side of things. Back over to you.
Yeah, Meta now $2 in the money, and as you saw, that 130 level was a battle. Now we're holding up around 129. Let's see if we can actually get below 129 and under VWAP, under the 100-period EMA, 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. We are breaking under 129, but we're also holding 129 on the bids. So clearly bidders are still trying to battle this area, but who's more powerful? Who has more buying power, and what direction are they going to flex it on, to the downside, to the upside, as NASDAQ bounces off of VWAP and S&P 500 basically getting ready to turn green on the day. So a lot of reasons to just be careful for your short side. You might be in the money, but take some profits over here just in case the market does bounce like that. You don't want to get caught into a trade going against you that was working for you at one point. I heard Neil mentioning Snapchat throughout the day, and look at Snapchat, still holding at VWAP today, trading above $8 currently and holding that $8 area. On the earnings report day, Snapchat got absolutely destroyed. I believe it was down more than 20% if I remember correctly, and did look bad. It almost looked like Snapchat was going to zero in the next few days. I mean, I could see Snapchat trading around $5 eventually, but currently pretty good bounce coming in, $6 for 6% to the north side today on Snapchat, while other stocks such as your Chinese EV sectors are still going down. We got Pinduoduo at $42. Did 42 break today? Oh, yeah, okay, 42 did break a long time ago. With the low of day around $39, 42 around VWAP. Let's see if we can take a fill over here around VWAP for the short side. Just leaning on the stocks that are already weak on the day. I don't expect Pinduoduo to turn green, so maybe around VWAP we could try to look for a quick fill and have a stop somewhere around the high of this range at $43 or so, and see if we can turn this one into a winner by pushing it back down.
It's kind of funny. I came into today, and one of the things that was up was Ape shares. They were actually, almost near 3, and yeah, now they are down 7.4%. So, feel bad for investors there, but I think this thing is going back down to $1.50. It is just dead. It's not doing anything. Look at the volume spike. Look how much volume it took to get up here, and now it's like no volume, and it just reversed the whole move. So, yeah, who knows? The thing's only done 10 million shares traded, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this below $2 in the near future. I would not be an investor in that. Somebody's saying CCL long. That's something I haven't looked at today, so let's quickly have a look here, just kind of figure it out. 20 million shares traded. I feel like, I'm not really sure if there's a catalyst per se on CCL, but let me just quickly glance at the daily to see where this is. So we all remember that it had that big flush down, right, on the negative news here. So negative news catalyst, and then it's just been in this very, very low range. And a lot of times, this is just my gut feeling, but a lot of times when you have the negative catalyst, I use this bar as like a gauge. Like, I would not want to be going long unless we're above this level here, because what tends to happen is it might make a new high and flush, right? It might make a new high and flush. It might make a new high and flush. So maybe that 850 level you could use as like an over-under, but I almost want to say that, it kind of looks like maybe, like if, context here, right? You kind of scroll this to the side, it's like, oh, it has a run-up, doing a little bit of a channel. Is it going to have multi-day runs? But the thing is you had the negative catalyst, so I'm not really sure it's going to have that volume, that steam to like actually blow through 9 and then run up, right? So there's a long way to go for these companies to kind of get back to where they were. And you have very, very clean resistance levels, like it was holding the support level. Support turns to resistance. We could easily stay in this channel for a very, very long time, unless there's some type of catalyst to bring this back up. So just keep that in mind. That'll be my kind of 2 cents on it. Definitely not trading it today, and just kind of looking across the board. And oops, click the wrong button there. Yeah, we're still looking at a couple of these positions as the market does turn green for the S&P 500. AMD now at $58 around the 2 VWAP, still down 1% on the day for AMD. Looking at my scanners to find any trades that we could maybe tail to the long side over here, as the market is trying to stay green, and most of our shorts are not really trying to move around too much for us. So just looking for what positions can we jump into. Snapchat coming up on the scanners as still trying to push up north.
and I feel like I might have missed out my move over there around VWAP for a fill. Let's see if Snapchat makes another high a day eventually at some point, as it looks like shorts are covering for profits, and in come the day trade longs just following the short covering, allowing the stock to now be 7% up on the day. Let's also look at the chat to see what you guys are trading today. So feel free to throw it in the chat, whatever stocks you guys are trading, and we would love to take a look at it. From a quick glance, I see someone saying NAPA. Let's see if NAPA is, yeah, it's on the New York Stock Exchange. Let's pull it up quickly over here. Only 0.74 relative volume and only 131,000 shares traded on the day for NAPA. Duckhorn portfolio. Not sure what the catalyst is. Let me see if it's an earnings play maybe. Is that today? No, that's not today. So not an earnings play, or maybe from the last week of September earnings play, still continuing to this stock as it did push down a much lower, and now we're just watching a little bit of a relief rally coming in for NAPA. Like I said though, light on volume. I'm just gonna stay away from this position. $14 stock with a little bit of a spread in it without real relative volume behind it also.
I'm surprised that Meta's actually holding like so close to this area. Like you would think, obviously you have the news come through. You got the first initial flush. I thought for sure we'd see a second leg down, and I thought I may have missed it there. But maybe it's just going to take a little bit longer. I mean, maybe it's kind of lining up with what the market wants to do. This is the NASDAQ here on the left. And, NASDAQ is, let me just show everybody here. NASDAQ had that initial flush with everything else, channeling right around this level, right? And the thing is as I quickly glance at the ES chart, you have that 3,800 level, which is in play. And I'm kind of telling myself, like, are people really buying above 3,800? Are people really super aggressive to the long side? Do people love the longs? Are people like, oh, this is going to be a breakout? This is the daily of the ES here. And this is the top, right? We already bounced towards 3,800 and then failed. Then we had CPI, which flushed lower, reclaimed, triggered all the stops, and then we just kind of been in this range ever since. I don't actually think that this is a breakout. Like, I don't think we're going to break out from here and run 4,000. Like, I just don't feel that happening. And, we obviously have big names coming up this week, big name earnings coming up this week. And it's almost like my gut feeling is the bid will be strong, and maybe the move to the upside will happen when these companies come out and report. But then that might be short-lived, and we might be going back down. And if that's the case, it's very clear that like this 3,800 is going to act as resistance, and we have like 200, 300 points to the downside that we could easily test after earnings. Somebody in the chat was like Apple 150. And I don't know if there was a question mark within that, but yeah, we're $2 away from Apple 150. And the thing is I almost want to believe that 150 is going to be a short-term resistance level if we get there. Obviously, earnings coming in on Thursday at 4:30 after the bell, and we'll be far away from that. We'll either blow through 150, we'll be at like 157, 155. I can't really see Apple selling off per se. Like they've already come out and said, look, we cut production of the new phone. Even Microsoft, they've already laid people off. They've already said all these things. So now when they come out on their report and they're like, oh, but by the way, we actually beat earnings estimates, and things aren't as bad. It's not just negative after negative. Maybe there's some positive in there. Then you get the pop. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, Luca, people not buying and covering their short. And that's the thing too, right? Like a lot of these very, very sharp moves could just be short sellers that are covering. The lack of liquidity causes those very, very sharp moves. Then they're done, and then price kind of stabilizes and finds where it wants to go. So yeah, definitely interesting there. And as I just quickly look at this Apple chart, I'm actually going to go short here because it kind of feels right. So let's see if I get the fill for a move back below 148. I think we could test the 50 period down here, 147.60. Approaching European close. So the market's going to make a decision. Are we going higher? Are we going lower? I guess I'll know in the next 20 minutes, and hopefully it's down, and my short will start paying me here. And let me just quickly glance back at Meta too, because maybe try this short as well. Yeah, I'm going to try this short as well again, see if this one works.
mRNA today up 2.6% on the day and popping up on the scanners to the green side along with Snapchat. Obviously, I see people in the chat talking about Snapchat. And Avis budget car, okay. We remember watching cars squeezing pretty far to the north side, and surprisingly enough, still trading around these ranges again for CAR, up 11% today. Wow, Avis budget really ripping to the or car. Let me quickly pull it up over here. earnings coming up soon for the stock, 31st of October, basically on Halloween Day, which, Luca, you haven't told me if you're still going down with that plan or not.
We'll talk about it tonight.
We'll talk about it tonight?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
All right. You know, because Spencer and Ian, I told them about the plan, and they're like, oh, you guys got to do that. You guys got to do that. So, you know, that'd be a fun one to do, Luca. Let's talk about it for sure. But yeah, look at Avis today, finally breaking out of a good range from last week that it was stuck in. Looks like 190, 192 was the high of that range, opening up today around 195 and well north above 200, almost $11 above 200 for CAR. And looks like the stock is not done going to the north side anytime soon. It did pop away from the scanner, from the relative strength scanner, but I'm just quickly looking at the relative volume here before we send it for the European update to Brendo. 606,000 shares traded on CAR with 2.30 relative volume. Looks like the stock might not be done for the day over here. And let's go to the European update for Brendo.
Hey guys, final prints to come here as we head towards the European close for a Monday. Nice positive session worth noting as we wrap things up here right across the entire index. Just waiting for the final prints, as I mentioned. Europe, though, right across the entire thing, the UK, Germany, France, all nicely higher on the session. England lagging ever so slightly there, 0.45, but 1 to 2% higher right across the board. Otherwise, led by Spain and Italy today. So a good start for the week. For Europe, guys, back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. And somebody in the chat was saying, don't short Apple. NASDAQ turning green, Apple pumping into earnings. I know, I'm well aware. So I'm obviously watching my positions here, but you know, it's obviously a short-term, this is a short-term trade. And you know, the little explanation here is we had the high like mapped right off the open. We faded down. I like the long in front of 145, but we didn't get there. So I want to say, you know, it is very, very strong, but maybe we actually get a test of the 50 period, maybe VWAP, you know, in the next short little while, call it 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's my targets right here. So it's not really, I mean, if we blow through high of day, then, you know, it'll be very clear that I'm wrong. But look at these wick off tops, right? Just kind of giving me the feel that, you know, is 148 going to hold? Are we really going to run to the upside? I think it'll be clear if that's the case. You know, just in the money on this so far, not really, but, you know, maybe we get 50-cent winner on that one. Meta, you know, dancing around the 50 period. If we break above 130.50, I'm out of this trade. You know, I tried it once. This was probably correct, but I didn't hold. Now I'm not going to hold this, and it goes all the way to high day. That'll just be ridiculous. So yeah, I'm going to let that one go, but see what happens there. And, you know, Alibaba, kind of surprising. And go figure, it's like we're down 15% today. And on Friday,
IPO price.
It's below the IPO price. What was the IPO? Do you know?
I'll find out right now.
68. So 68 was the IPO price. And, you know, Friday, I'm like, okay, we're at 70. You got the IPO price down below. I thought it was 65, but yeah, 68. And then, you know, take the short. Oh, it's no good. So yeah, that was a winner, but I cover it. And then we just, oh, we're up. Everything's good. Everything's
68,
fine.
I see
and
like
then the
80.
weekend comes. Huh? What do you see?
No. Oh, this is like a monthly chart, I think.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
And yeah, go figure. Now down 15%. So, you know, it's kind of funny. Like, it's like, why? Well, that couldn't have happened, you know, when I was getting short. I was a little bit too early on that one. I think everybody was who was shorting that. But, you know, yeah, now down at 61. I mean, maybe this is going to test. This thing has just been on a downward trajectory. This is the daily here. We're now below all of these prior levels. And, you know, hats off to anybody who had the shorts on all these names. When I see these names, they're SSR, I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm not going to short them. It's going to be more of a challenging fill. I'll focus on other things. But yeah, you know, I didn't expect this crazy just continuation to the downside after already being down so much. So kind of crazy there. Kevin Miles, thank you for the super chat. Brad can dress up like a trader. I don't know. I think you look like a trader.
You got the joke, right? You got the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see 92.70 actually. I even had to Google it real quick. This is the daily chart. On the daily, looks like right here on the open was 92.70, high of 99, low of 89. So we actually got there a long time ago. This stock clearly not a good look for Baba, and this has been the fear for Baba for a while now. You know, the Chinese stocks have been getting beat down from the government regulations, tech stocks basically, and also the fear of delisting. You know, NIO, DD, all those stocks were in the fear of delisting. Did Revlon delist to pink sheets?
They did, yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, if you were trading Revlon and you forgot about Revlon and you were wondering, oh, why can't I see it on the market anymore? It is now. Do you know the ticker? REV.PK? RevRQ.PK. I can't pull it up right now. Okay, but Revlon is on the pink sheets right now, same as DD. So you want to be able to, make sure that you're keeping a track of these positions that you might be trading, you might be investing, and watching where they go to. AMD right now going more to the north side. So we're going to have to punch ourselves out of that position just to protect ourselves in case AMD wants to take away more of our money today. And instead, watch Meta. Meta currently also back above 130 as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 keep going north side, and UVXY is below VWAP now in around $12. I also want to go check what the VIX is today. VIX is back above 30. Not too long ago, I think yesterday or Friday actually, we were at 29 or 28. So the volatility going back up, which is basically what we need in this market for day traders. At least we need some volatility so we could have some fun with these trades or at least opportunities that come up in the market today. We're looking at the scanners once again to see what shows up, and actually Las Vegas stand out to me. Another stock in China, or another company in China that's probably getting hurt with all the COVID restrictions and so on, and most likely also with the same third term election that Xi Jinping has come back with. So LVS, MGM, and all these other, even Starbucks, for example. Starbucks today was really getting smacked to the downside, but having a nice reversal on Starbucks after 82.50, coming back to 84. Something around VWAP would be an attempt for short maybe at Starbucks, which is down 5% on the day.
So I took a long here on XOM. One of those kind of gut feeling feels good. Look at this, right? Bottoms out, runs to the upside. Bottoms out again, runs back to VWAP. Are we bottoming the third time? This is what I mean by, look, it's showing you its hand. It did it once. It did it twice. I'm going to bet that it's going to do it 3 times. So I think we're going back to VWAP there. That was a very, very sharp move up. Just playing off that 106 level. Market kind of moving up. I have no idea where oil is, but my out on this one is the low. Like if we actually sell through 105, I'll be surprised. I just think we're going back to VWAP. It's kind of interesting, right? It's like, very strong up move, very strong down move, and then quickly retraces. So I'm expecting this to just do this the rest of the day. So I'll get long over here. I don't exactly want to short it, but maybe, if we get back up to 107, try it one time. Yeah, my target on this is actually 107, so I'm just going to put that order out there because it'll probably hit. And yeah, Meta stopped out on, so yeah, wrong on that one, all good. And what else do we got here? I actually didn't look at Microsoft today. They got earnings tomorrow after the bell. My gut feeling is like they're going to beat and they'll probably rally to the upside, but I guess today you got an inside day. Probably, that bottom's pretty solid. Dip down towards, what is that, just 142, around 142. And I'm actually, if the market's going to just like rally up and, be very robotic and just move to the upside, kind of similar to Friday, maybe that VWAP dip buy could be a good one on Microsoft there unless we continue to sell off. And look at me talking about longs on Microsoft as I'm short Apple. Maybe both of them win. I don't even know. Is that even possible? But yeah, we'll see what happens. And Tesla still that 205 level, definitely very interesting. Every time we break above 205, even by I don't even know if it did it these 2 times, but this time flush back to the downside. So it's showing you that like that 205 is somewhat of a resistance level. And when you get these days where there's a lot of selling in the morning, there's a big VWAP seller. It's it can't break down, it cannot break down, it cannot break down. It finally breaks down. Then it just reverses the whole move as quickly as it moved down and moved back up. Now we're at this level. So I think a lot of people are trying to short this at 205, like because I want to short it, and I'm just thinking all humans think the same. Everybody wants to short this at 205. So if for whatever reason the seller is done on this and the market's going to rip up, like we maybe could get through 206 and then test high a day. But obviously, they lowered their price target. That's a catalyst. That's negative, down 4.6%. That's good enough for me to try the short. So if we get back to 205 there, I'm going to try the short and, keep a very, very tight risk on that one because, again, the last thing I want is this 50 period to hold and we run back up, I get short, and then, oh, this is actually the last chance to get long because we're going to, blow to the upside there. So, yeah, if we pop one more time, try the short there. Would be beautiful if we could fail the 50 period and then get a VWAP test and then, maybe bottom out at 202. I think 203, 202 is very clear support. And the reason I say that is because it was the prior low of day before today. It was holding so well. We actually broke through 200. So, call it, the option move to the downside, people hedging, nobody expected the move. Then look how fast we reclaimed those levels. So it did not spend any time at 202. It broke 202, and then it broke it right back to the upside. So I expect that if we do actually come back to 202, we're probably going to bounce again. And maybe Tesla just closes in and around where it is today. So yeah, we'll see if we get that short going and see what happens next.
Intel is going, baby. Intel up 1% on the day and popping up on the scanners for the race scanners north side. And Snapchat just, again, on that scanners one more time. Snapchat apparently has already won 3 races since 10 o'clock today. And the races, if anyone's wondering and has not seen it before, this is what they look like. It's just a trade idea scanner, takes a bunch of stocks, puts them on the relative strength scanner to see which one's stronger than the other stock. Basically allows you to stay away from stocks that are maybe not moving with the market, and the ones that are moving with the market, how much strength do they have behind it? So for right now, Snapchat with a relative volume of 4.5 right there with 74 million shares traded today. Intel with a relative volume of 1.24. For those of you wondering what relative volume is, it's how much volume the stock is doing this very current moment compared to its past, so relatively to its past. Let me just put my scanners back to where they were real quick. And now we can come back to Intel. So Intel, a stock that I recently added to my long-term portfolio, and probably the only other stock that's green for me in my portfolio now, along with Apple. Apple also near $148. Buying both those stocks at the dip when the CPI day happened was a great call by me. Honestly, I'm just patting myself on the back here. But I also should have added some of the other stocks such as Microsoft and some Google too, because that would have been a great ad. I love Google, been a big fan of Google, although their Pixel Watch is not really exciting me at all. I keep watching reviews for it. I just want something to grab my attention and be like, aha, I just want to buy it right now. But that's not happening. Every time I watch a review for their watches, I'm not getting that feeling. And watching people talk about it, how the interface is slow a little bit, and so on. It just turns me off even more. So part of me just wants to wait for Pixel Watch version 2. Hopefully they make a bigger Pixel Watch than the first one that they just made recently. And that's the plan over there for myself. And now if I'm thinking like that, probably a lot of people who did want a Pixel Watch are also thinking the same way. So I can't see myself. I can't see the Pixel Watch sales coming out decently. But the Pro Pixel 7. Is looking to do some big things over here in the cell phone industry, at least. I can't wait to see how those numbers come out. So Google today doing a pretty good job of bouncing off the $100 level, up 0.5% on the day, not 50. That would be insane. Up 0.5% on the day as the NASDAQ now marches, S&P 500 marches towards 3,800 and up 0.7% on the day.
So another good example for anybody watching technical levels and wondering, how does price interact at these levels? So we have the 50 period. This is the 1 minute of Tesla, right? I'm not relying too much on this, but we have the 50 period right here. You have the 205 level just above. Trying to get short in front of 205, but instead it actually breaks below. So it breaks below, quickly reclaims the 50 period. Normally, when you see price action break below, you're like, okay, now it's going to break down. But maybe there's some stops there. They all get triggered. It runs back to the upside. If this next candle is way up here at 205, then for sure you can bet the short is going to be wrong. And because that was just kind of like a fake out, now we run back to the upside. It's going to blow through 205, run the stops, and this thing could be at 206, 207 very, very quickly. However, look what just happened there. We went through the level, stops triggered, reclaimed back to the upside. The bounce super lackluster, size on the offer scaled, not getting filled, not getting filled. I'm right up here, like I mentioned, trying to get short, not getting filled, and now we're back down, and now we're actually failing. So you know what? It's kind of unfortunate, but I'm actually gonna just get short here with less size. Hopefully I get the fill there. Yeah, I'm gonna short this less size, and then if we actually, maybe this is a bad punch, but it's just like if I'm willing to short 1,000 shares up here, then I'll just short 50 shares down here. And this is more so look how big the risk just got. And I'm okay with that because I kind of feel like there is room to go on this. We probably could get a VWAP test. I'll be discretionary on the cover there, but it is what it is. Sometimes you don't get the fill. You want the full size. You know, you don't get it, and you got to chase. But, you know, the last thing you want to do is chase with the same amount of size that you wanted. So hopefully that example is good in real time, showing you this in real time, making these decisions. Maybe we get that VWAP test, and then maybe at this point, you know, 203, see how it reacts. We could easily bounce at 203, so maybe just get it out at 203.
I want to quickly take a second for this YouTube like button. Everyone hit that like button if you haven't already. We still got 5,600 viewers watching. So perfect time to ask as slowly the number sadly diminishes as we keep going into lunchtime, as people start getting to go get their lunches in and so on, obviously. So hit that like button for those if you haven't already. I'm pretty sure the morning show was an absolute banger. I mean, look at this trade right here that I'm looking at from your boy Neil. Beautiful shorts off XPEV, near $7 on this stock. Jesus, XPEV, these stocks are getting slapped. $7 short over here for Neil, down 18% at that time already, and beautiful exits. Looks like he got back in around 650, 6.6, and I'm guessing that's a stop over there near 680. So, you know, just this hammer in the shorts. I see he was also short Intel a little bit, and Pinduoduo, and long AMD for Sean and NIO. Today was just a bag of opportunities for either directions, whatever stocks you're looking for, just giving you beautiful trades. So if you did enjoy that, hit that like button. For that 32% of you who are not subscribed on the YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button. Last Friday, was it? Chris L sent us donuts that said 500K incoming. So we would love to get that number to 500K and then eventually 1 million subscribers too. So share it with your friends. Share with your family, hit that subscribe button, make your dog an account, and hit that like button and subscribe button with your dog's account too. Yeah, let's enjoy this community that we're trying to build together. Right here is supposed to be a chat, and if you are wondering how people in the chat, such as Lone or Billy Rax, have that green name in there, that's because they're members of the Trader TV Live family. You also could sign up for it by hitting this join button. A neat pop-up box will show up where Brenda will tell you exactly what being a member entails for the Trader TV Live side. And last but not least, we got the merch store, for which the link will be in the chat. Every 15 minutes, the link will be thrown in there. You can either click on that link or do !MERCH merch, or go directly to the YouTube homepage, click on store, and you'll see, look at that coffee mug with the Neil's face, a hockey player, a couple other designs over here, and hats and so on, and hoodies. So if you want to represent our merchandise, feel free to go to the store, buy some merch, and take a picture of it, throw it up on Instagram.
Yeah, guys, in that whole spiel, I love when you do the spiel, because I'm just like, okay, now send 1,000 orders, and like, let's see what happens here. And yeah, so I went long a little bit more, and on XOM here, you know, that bottom is pretty solid, so it looks good. I think we're going to actually run up to that 106.31 area. Apple I covered, because I was short over here. What was my plan, actually? No, yeah, you know, just take it out. I'm not super convinced. You know, if we flush down, maybe we get a VWAP test. But this happened to me last time. I was like, oh, I'm going to cover over here. And then it only bottomed over here, and I missed the fill. So I was like, let me just cover, hold the rest for the move. We'll see what happens. Looks pretty good. And Tesla, you know, definitely not messing around with this one. I said 203. That's my cover. And here's the thing, right? Like, it's like you guys can have your orders passive as a trader, and you're waiting for your levels. But if you're doing a show entertaining people and you're like, oh, I got 3, 4, 5 orders out here, I honestly don't know how Neil and Sean are so good at it. I come on and I'm like, all right, we're in the money. I remember I was in this Amazon trade last week, and I was like, here we go. And then I look back and it's a loser, and I was like, oh God. That's like live. You could go back and watch. It's like I was in the money, I was out of the money, and I was like, damn, I thought that was going to be a sick winner. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, you know, you got to cover when you get the winner. This is nothing special. Again, this is just like, it's like, well, I wanted the short. I had to chase it, less size. I'm covering at VWAP. I don't really care. I'll just take the scalp win, is what it is. No big deal. XOM looking really good. My orders are out. I think we test, like I mentioned, the 50 period there, and then maybe, actually, I'll probably scale these orders instead, just to hold on to maybe get a winner there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And yeah, Meta's still above. Yeah, I'm not actually upset that I covered the Meta, because that is just chilling around 131. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Guys, let us know in the chat where you're trading as well. I know somebody before was saying MOTS, and I was going to get to it. I was just trying to figure out my orders here. Saw this moving from the morning, very strong up move. And I'm actually looking at the daily on this one, and we can look at it together here. You know, this was up here at $5 before. We kind of dipped down, we popped. I'm sort of looking at levels, and here's the thing, here's bias, right? I'm always thinking short. I'm always thinking, okay, where are these small caps going to go? I'm assuming it's a small cap. Like, where's the resistance levels? Where are the prior levels that were traded with a lot of volume? So we had to actually blow off top around 3. So call it 250 to 3. Maybe you get that resistance. And just quickly glancing at the 1 minute of MOTS today, you could see that it did a lot of volume. The volume just died. And look at this pattern, right? It's like it cannot really get to 250. Then we have the waterfall flush.
Relative volume was 100.
Then it tries again, yeah, and then we flush, right? Because, well, the volume was absolutely dead prior days. But, you know, with this name, it's kind of interesting that we're actually holding 215. I don't know what the float on this one is. Because 2 mil?
3 mil.
3 mil, really? So, yeah, but, you know, so I'm just thinking, I'm like, okay, are they soaking this? Where are they going to soak this? Are they going for another run? But these are too many questions that I don't need the answers to, so it's not a big deal. I'm just wondering why it's holding VWAP. You would think after these waterfall flushes, at some point, we'll go down, but I guess no. So I'll keep an eye on that 250 level. If it comes back into play, we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's definitely interesting as to why it's holding this VWAP level so very cleanly. Somebody saying, Luke, are you still in on your Apple short? Did you already take some profits? So yeah, I actually took profits. So I short just in front of, just above 148. And my plan is actually like cover into VWAP. And the reason it's like so far away from VWAP is because sometimes, like, you know, I don't know how far this dip is gonna go, right? It's like, is it gonna go down to the 41s? Is it gonna go to 61s? Is it gonna actually touch VWAP? Is it gonna go through VWAP? So I don't actually know this. So I just kind of like throw a bunch of orders at random prices, and then some of them hit, some of them don't. I actually took the fill there, but I'm still holding on. And I think, you know, if the market's not really falling off, like look at the NASDAQ, it's kind of dancing around here. So still holding on, but if we get back to high a day, I'll just restructure the trade. I don't know if I'll stop myself out. Maybe I will, but yeah, just holding on that last piece. And oh, that's actually a very strong move. You know what? I'm gonna cover Apple. I'm covering Apple. That was a very strong move to the upside. So I don't know what's happening here. That was like super quick. I don't want to hold on to the short too long. And I'm just looking at XOM. This is actually working very nicely. So took some out at the 50 period. I don't know if we get through VWAP, so maybe my next target will be VWAP. 106.70, I feel like that'll touch. If it doesn't, I'll just get out after that. We'll see what happens. And then reevaluate this at 107. Are we going to get to 107? Are we going to continue to run? But yeah, this is definitely very strong. And sometimes you punch into a trade and it just like goes right away. And you're like, oh, okay, so like here I am, a day trader, punching into XOM. And these robots are like, oh man, he's on to us. Now we got to really buy as many shares as we can before he takes them from us. No, I'm kidding. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's not. But sometimes you'll punch into a trade and it'll just work for you right away. And that's another tell, right? It's a little tell showing you like as soon as you got in, it just went straight up. So, you know, the line of least resistance is up. So, you know, instead of getting out, I don't even know what that was actually. I think I just took too much size by accident. But, you know, instead of, okay, pretend that's not there, but instead of taking it off over here, maybe you reevaluate, and if it dips a little bit, you buy some more. Because it's like you have the long over here, it pops, it stalls a little bit, take more long for the move. And that's something that I'm trying to get better at, we talk about, but you know, I'm not really that amazing at it. I'm definitely a scalper. And you know, it's challenging to do in real time, but it's something if you pre-plan it, it'll definitely be a lot easier. So yeah, definitely, you know, add to your winners, do not add to your losers unless it's a part of the plan, unless you're scaling into them. And I'm wondering if Amazon can actually retest that 120 today. Maybe you get some resistance at 120. Like 120 is a huge level. They have earnings coming up on Thursday with Apple, probably be at 405 if I had to guess. And look at this, right? We opened above 120. We bounced off 120 once, twice, 3 times. Then the open came and we flushed below, right? And then boom, 120 is now acting as resistance. So I think if we actually get to 120, I'm going to try a short, but it's going to be short-lived. This might touch 120, drop down 20 cents, and then pop back through 120 and then continue to run. If that's the case, I'll be out of the short, but I'll still try it. Maybe first time's a charm type thing. So yeah, we'll see if we get short there and go from there.
I love it. There's a person in the chat reminding Torontonians to go vote for Mayor of Toronto. So yeah, go. So what's that? Today's voting. Today's vote day? Okay, yeah. So go make sure you you know, put your voice in that box. Make sure your voice is heard. And we also got a super chat over here. Rain Pratt, happy Diwali. Oh yeah, today's Diwali. I forgot about that. Happy Diwali to everyone who celebrates it. Enjoy the Festival of Lights. Make sure you eat tons of sweets, tons of fireworks going off. Just make sure that you hide your dogs, because your dogs will be freaking out tonight if you do have any pets anywhere. But it's gonna be a good Diwali for sure. You know, I'm pretty sure my family's coming over. We're gonna have fun with that. You ever celebrate Diwali, Luca?
No, I've never known.
So for those of you who don't know what Diwali is, it's like a whole mythical or like, you know, it's like there's a bad god or whatever, and the good god goes and he kills the bad guy or whatever, and the celebration ends up being like they take a fire arrow and they put it through this big statue, and the statue catches on fire, and then you just take fireworks and you go crazy. So it's a crazy festival celebrated all throughout India. And last night, actually, when Ian was dropping me off home, there were fireworks going off around 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, so I can't wait to see. I for sure will have fireworks. I'll put it up on Instagram. If you follow me on Instagram, you'll see that. Coming back to the market, though, guys, I'm looking at FWONK as it is popping up on the scanner to the downside. Liberty Media, for those of you who know FWONK, also F1 stock is basically owned by this company. And that F1 race was just so sad. 11-second pit stop from Max Verstappen, and he still comes back and he wins the race and wins by 4 seconds. This Red Bull car is juiced up, man. It's chipped up, it's juiced up. They're doing something illegal in that car. Like, it's ridiculous how fast that car is down the straight. But hey, it is what it is. Hamilton's still going to be the GOAT, and I'm still going to be a Hamilton fan. I'll say this, though. If Hamilton and Max were in the same car, I think Hamilton would win. That's my opinion. You guys can differ from that. That's fine with me. You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion. But my opinion is if Hamilton and Red Bull were in the same exact, or Hamilton and Verstappen were in the same exact car, he would still catch that W. Coming back to the market here, guys, NASDAQ did go up to that, S&P 500 did go back to that 3,800 level, and now we're trying to push up north past that. So a couple of our shorts, such as Meta, which was $2 in the money, now only 21 cents in the money, and Tesla once again flirting with that 205 area, not really allowing us to take profits on Tesla shorts just yet, but at least it's not stopping us out, which is good. And Google only 10 cents out of the money, so we're still waiting for that one to work out. Let's see if S&P 500 actually stays above 3,800 here and makes a new high a day, which is very much possible. Market only up 1% over here for S&P 500, and NASDAQ up 0.5% on the day, which is currently at 11,400. Looks like Diwali is on the markets already. To the green side, everything goes.
Yeah, guys, so I initiated a short just playing off that 205 level on Tesla as well. If we get above 205, disclaimer, I'll be out of this trade. I don't want to really hold it against me, but you know, sometimes these setups come through, and I might look like a fool because I'm talking about it in real time, but as our market is running up, right, and you have like this resistance on Tesla, if for whatever reason our market pulls back even just a little bit, like Tesla will give you that flush, right? So right now it looks like it's holding. It looks like, yeah, it's going to break. Like, you know, maybe it's going to be a bad short. And really, who cares, because it's 20-cent risk. But, you know, if this actually flushes down, and it doesn't really look like our market wants to give up there, so yeah, maybe I will get stopped out, but probably can recycle this level, even if we get through and then come back through. You know, maybe we flush back down 204 and just below 204. We'll have to see. You know, I'm getting the feel that I'm probably going to get stopped out because, you know, a lot of stops are probably at that 205. But I wouldn't be surprised if we break through 205 and then flush back down, and then the resistance level is still in check. And again, you know, the NASDAQ is booming to the upside, so just keep that in mind. You know, it's like you don't really want to fight trend unless you're on names that it makes sense to do that. And there we go, so stopped out on Tesla and right back below the level. So let's see how it goes from this point forward.
Yeah, happening now. Let's go.
Hey guys, an update for you as we head into the lunch hour here in the Eastern time zone. Anyways, nice green board to show you right across the entire thing here. North American landscape looking pretty good. 1% for the S&P, 1.3 for the Dow. Remember, that was a bit of a laggard earlier on. Same story for the Russell 2000. You can see still struggling a bit back to break even. 0.4 for the NASDAQ composite, 0.5% for the NASDAQ 100. A few things of note if you joined us early. Tesla, Alibaba, among other Chinese names on watch after those headlines came across this morning. But we're still dealing with a little bit of weakness, obviously, across the board. Wanted to point out Meta back to positive here and then some on those TikTok-related headlines early on. The DOJ looking into that company and the parent company, obviously. So Snapchat and Meta benefiting from that. Back to positive, guys. Back to you.
Back to positive for Meta. Wow, yeah, Meta still in the green side, but not really breaking the high day, so that's good for my shorts as we're once again 65 cents in the money on Meta. But yeah, watch out for this market.
Yeah,
this market's holding 31 or 3,800 and getting ready to maybe go test that 4K area. If you guys remember when I drew out the chart for the S&P 500, possible move.
Damn,
I did draw it all the way up to 4K. So it's still playing out. We're holding that 3,600 area. We're marching back towards the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, which is around 38.22. Looks like 38.22 was actually the high of this range on October 7th or so. Maybe we do break that, head all the way back to 4K, and then possible move right back to the south side. As we know, we are in a bear market. Still got the same trend of lower highs and lower lows coming into play until that trend breaks on the S&P 500. I think we can expect more weakness coming in the market later on if the CPI numbers and all other numbers that we're still waiting for it to come out. I think November 2nd is going to be FOMC day. That's going to be a day to look out for, as the markets will be moving pretty quickly around 2 o'clock and 2:30, and S&P 500 now up 1% on the day as we are above 3,800 on the market. Meta platform shorts though still 63 cents in the money and actually pulling the south side as the market just trying to hold 3,800. So just patience over here. No reason to jump out of my trade yet. The stock hasn't told me to jump out, so I'm not going to jump out just yet. But quickly glancing over at my stock scanner, CAR just making a new high a day. 12% up on the day now for CAR. It looks like Avis wants to go play with $220 today.
Yeah, guys, so I tried an Apple long. This is funny. So I was short, as everybody knows. I covered the long. I'm like, what is this candle? Like, that can't be good for short. So I covered that. That was a good cover. I look, 148.50, there was some size there. I just actually missed it, so I got long, but I knew I'm chasing. I'm like, okay, this either goes like 50 cents in the money right away or it doesn't, and I'm covering it. So I covered that, but I'll reevaluate. If we hold, high a day, which is like this level over here, call it like 148.30 to 148.30 to 148.50. If we hold this level here, I kind of feel like Apple's going to run to 149, and the market's running up, and it did that classic like make a high, do a lot of volume, reverse. But it doesn't mean that it's not like small cap high day clear out type thing, not even at the high day. But maybe we flush and then next candle opens in the next 2 minutes and we pop again and retest. So yeah, let's revisit this. We'll see what happens. Still holding on to that XOM. Doing some type of consolidation action here. I think we could get a pop probably. So I got to actually fix this order because maybe above VWAP is too much to ask. I don't know. I don't want this to go against me. But if this is a little bit of consolidation for the next leg up, I'm going to take a little bit more out right at VWAP there, which is around 106.58. And feel free to front run me, like it's all good, no problem there. And we'll see if we could get a run towards 107 for the final target there, and I'll probably just get out like just in front of that. So orders are scaled, all good there. And quickly glancing back, I have an order to get long Google at 100, but I guess we're not even going to get close to that level. Kind of far away from that one. And just quickly checking Amazon. Where are we there? 119 still. And just to quickly talk about this, somebody in the chat was like, "Can we talk about Luca's hair?" So yeah, I went with the mullet look, faux hawk, call it what you want. I think it looks pretty fresh. I had I usually stick to 2 haircuts a year, and then I said, maybe I'm on the show, maybe I get another haircut. I don't know. And just going with it, and hopefully looks good. I mean, people seem to like it, so it's all good there. And Tesla, here's the thing with Tesla. Back to this. Try the short at 205, and I'm like, I'm probably going to get stopped out. But, like, I want to try it. I missed it. I'll give it a try. Very tight risk. It's like 20 cents. And we went through 205, and we didn't actually get back through it, right? So there's two options here. Either we blow to the upside or it pops, comes back through, and then fades down. But obviously you have the market, which is going to the upside. Tesla going to the upside didn't actually come back through 205, so it didn't take it short again, right? I'm not going to take it short above the level. I'm going to let it go to the upside, come back down, break the low, then take it short, because then it's like, okay, those were just stops. But we're actually holding above 205 now, so, you know, are we actually going to like make a run 207, right? Like we were not above 207, and that's where we really sold off, you know, just before the market opened. We had that big selling that came in, and that was like 207. So I would be surprised if we get through 206 right now and explode to the upside on Tesla. Like, that would surprise me. This is why I'm not actually going to take it long through 206. But if we get to like 207, 207.50, I kind of want to short it, but it'll be a discretionary play. We'll see how it goes there. And let me just quickly glance back at Apple to see where this thing is. Yeah, so it's kind of like a not a now or never, but you know, maybe we either balance out at high a day and then go back up if the market wants to run, or we're going to fade back down. So it's kind of like a level where maybe you got to take a little bit less size. You know, you had that size that was at 148.50. It ran there. It never touched it before. It cleared it. It was like 1,000 to 2,000 lots. You know, we ran to that level, took the size cleared, retracement back. Now, are we actually going to get that run, you know, midday when everybody's maybe starting to go to lunch? Or more likely, are we just going to go sideways? So these are the things I'm thinking about in real time. Hopefully, they help your decisions as well.
Let's go. Yeah, Luca, everyone loving your haircut, man. Looks like the whole 90s vibe where like people are like the DeLorean vibe. You know, that's what I'm getting off you. I love it.
People telling me I'm from the future, and Back to the Future. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could time travel, I would come here and I would just be like, guys, let's all get long Microsoft because they're gonna beat earnings and we're all gonna make money. But yeah, no, I'm not from the future. I'm from right now. You know, so. It's unfortunate we can't all get rich, but you know, as long as you're managing your risk, good things will happen, and just keep at it, right? Keep at it.
And the name of the game is just staying alive for the right opportunities. When they come, then you smash them. And if you miss those opportunities, that's fine. You can't get tilted, right? We all go through that process. That process is not easy. The game is not easy. Like as we say this multiple times, we are in the toughest of the toughest leagues. Imagine playing NBA while you can barely even dribble the ball. I'm talking to myself in that case, right? I can barely dribble the ball, and I'm out here playing in the NBA, going against Michael Jordans, going against Vince Carter's over there, and acting like we can rob from them every single time we get an opportunity. Sometimes you might get lucky and you might score a point or two, and you know that's where you learn off of. You learn exactly what you did right in that moment, and you try to keep on applying that. But it's okay. It's okay to take those losses as long as you're learning from it. Currently, though, Meta Platforms not giving us a loss at all. Meta Platforms continuing to stay weak for us. $1 in the money again on that, but looks like Meta is actually clearing a higher low as the market once again trying to hold that 3,800 level to the north side. This market wants to stay green on the day, does not want to stay red, and same with UVIXI. UVIXI also staying green. So just a little bit of a confusion move in the market, in my opinion, as we're still waiting for important key numbers to come out. I think PMI was supposed to come out at 945. I haven't seen what the PMI number is yet, so let me quickly show you guys exactly what that looks like. So go to right here, the economic calendar. We are on the Monday, above a Monday right here. The PMI was supposed to come out at 51.8 and came out at 49.9. And market clearly, moved north off that, held 11.2K, and the S&P 500 holding 3750, pretty close to 3740. Actually, the pre-market lows of the day today looks like 3740. What time was that? Around 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning. So we held that 3740 area one more time. That was the level that Arun was mentioning last week, and bouncing off of that, moving up to 3810 almost. Currently playing with 3,800 in the market. Let's see what the chat's looking at. What is your stop on Tesla? I already got stopped out on the break of 205. We're now at 206 on Tesla. And as Luca was mentioning, the 207 area might be something to take a look at. I think I'm just going to be hands off on it. You know, clearly I was bearish on that stock. It didn't work out for me. I tried the 200 level. That one didn't work out for me either. And if I can't get the read on it, I'm not going to keep going to battle against that stock and keep losing. It's just mentally not worth my time. And emotional capital is very important, especially when you're putting emotions, try to take it out of the market. But you're not only putting capital, which is your actual capital, you're also putting a mental capital, emotional capital, and all of that drains throughout the day. So it's always good to just walk away from stocks that are putting damage to you and go trade the stocks that are working for you, such as the Googles, the Metas, which are weak on the day. I think Google's actually positive now. Let's go quickly confirm that. Yeah, Google's positive over here, up 0.5% on the day, but slowly inching to the north side a little bit more. Let's see if the market does stay under 3,800. Sorry, maybe Google can pull back to the south side for us and act like Meta.
I feel like Apple's trying to bamboozle me here with the dip and rips, and I've seen this pattern before. It's like, oh, the dip and rips, but yeah, maybe we actually get a bounce again. So as you can see, I'm scaling into the long here. I won't be afraid to cut it on a discretionary basis, no real level, just kind of playing off of this 50 period. Maybe it wants to, get down here and touch it, but when you see it kind of have this very strong move to the upside, like don't disregard like this move, right? Like this move happened. You wanted to get long, like you would have loved to get long over here because we went all the way up here. Well, now it's giving you another chance, right? So it's not necessarily, it's just a different game now. There's less volume, there's more games involved, but you just, understand that you got to widen your stop, take a little bit less size, maybe scale into your trades as opposed to just like hit them with one trade. And yeah, if we get back above like this 48.50, 148.40, 148.50 level. If we get back above that, we'll probably run to 149. The market's testing that 3,800 level again, and let me just bring it up for everybody to see here. That 3,800 level, we tried it in the morning, we could not break, and now it's giving me the vibe of like a very, very robotic up move. And this is a move that the market is basically saying, we know it's earnings season, we know big names are reporting. Like you had the move in the morning, maybe, that was mostly because of Tesla. And now it's just kind of sideways action, right? So nobody's buying, nobody's selling. What's going to happen? Probably a robotic move to the upside. So I want to be a part of that. I want to be long. Catch your longs and just hold on to them. Scaled some more out of XOM. So that was like nice cover at the 50 period, cover in front of VWAP, and then final target 107. It kind of feels like, looking at this chart, it's like, are we really going to get to 107? That'll be a huge move. So you know what? Actually, I'm gonna change my order there. I'm going to try to get out like maybe over here as opposed to way up here. But then again, if we do get here, maybe we get up there. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely strong, but Apple's starting to bounce a little bit. If we could just clear that 148.50 level, I think we're off to the races. But again, I'm not scared to let this go if it turns and goes against me. And that's the thing, guys. As a trader, you need to be able to quickly flip your bias, quickly make decisions in real time. You like something, okay, great. Oh, add to it. Oh, take it away. Just be able to do these things very, very quickly, and you'll be a very profitable trader. And something that Prad said that I just wanted to add to, which is really, really good. Sometimes you're looking at your P&L scoreboard, and you're like, oh man, like I lost on Meta, like that's my worst name today, and I'm doing well over here. And you're like, oh, if I could just make Meta, like if I could just get back to positive on Meta, like I would have the perfect scoreboard. The thing is focus on what you're doing well. So if you're actually winning on, Google, Amazon, you're winning on XOM, and you're doing poorly on Meta, don't go back to Meta because it's showing you, it's like free, right? It's showing you, look, you did bad on Meta, like don't go back there for whatever reason, unless a very specific level comes up. So if all things considered, if it's XOM versus Meta, I would much rather be adding to an XOM long for myself than trying to short Meta over and over and over again. I would have just got chopped up. I would have lost. I wouldn't have made money. So I would rather just lose what I lost. Even though this is pretty silly, but whatever. I even said it. I was like, guys, I'm so tilted. Like I'm just gonna do whatever. And these were not losing trades. These were just like I'm not willing to lose even 10 cents. So it's like I just lost, but it still went down. And I'm just like, okay, I deserve that one. I'm like, yeah, let me hold on to this one. And then this one actually the biggest loser. So yeah, go figure is what it is. But yeah, this is the thing. Understand the person that you are. Understand the emotional state that you're in. You know, sometimes you get frustrated with what happened. Like it's trading. It's going to happen over and over again. You know, if you're somebody who's like very, very disciplined, able to just do the right thing, then continue trading. Great, okay. But if you're somebody who like is going to make an emotional decision and just like lose money for no reason, like there's no point to do that, right? So yeah, just make sure you're trying to do the right thing and just trying to grow and get better, and make sure that you're trading things that are a part of your playbook. You know, hopefully that that rant didn't go too long. And I'm just looking back at Tesla here as well. This thing is now at 207. So yeah, great. Good thing I didn't try that short at 205 twice. I mean, there was no reason to for my setup, but yeah, 207 is actually interesting. It's not like I don't want to short right now just because it's like going up. I want to see some type of blow off top. Maybe it could line up nicely with a high a day on the ES. If we can actually push higher, clear that 3810, then maybe we get a quick sharp move down. So that's what I'm looking at for Tesla. If this can just push higher, get 207.50, 208, that's my short level, and then hold for a retracement. But I definitely won't get too greedy with that one.
Car over here, man, still trying to go north. We broke 215 not too long ago. We got under 215 though, sadly. The spread's opening up a little bit, so it looks like people don't really want to buy these ranges today, or at least not at this time of the day. You know, 12 o'clock coming in, lunchtime, 12:15 Eastern Standard Time in New York, where the markets are, and a lot of volume getting ready to go away from the market as people are getting, you know, time to go buy their sushis and their lunches and their pizzas or whatever that they're interested in. Look for volume to come back in the market later on. There's nothing wrong with, you know, people actually messaging me on Instagram, on Twitter, saying, Prad, I'm up usually on the day. I start off my day being green, but then I give my money back the rest of the day. How do I battle that? Well, stop trading in the middle, right? You're fighting algorithms, you're fighting robots, and those are not easy traders to win against. It's always a good idea to watch the market. If you do see an opportunity coming in, then yeah, you be ready to smash it, but you got to be as a sniper. You got to be patient, look for the right areas, look for the right opportunities, and if they're not showing up, then why even go to those battles, right? So look for volume to come back time. If you are that type of trader who's making money in the morning but sadly giving it back during this time of the day, it's okay to just sit back, relax, maybe cut down your size. If you're trading hundreds of shares in the morning, maybe cut down your size to, you know, 25, 50 shares in the evening around this time, and then you can go back to hundreds of shares around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock when the volume actually comes back in. When the opportunity knocks, exactly, that's exactly what the idea is over there, Stop Console Wars. Since you're in the chat, let's actually go take a look at GitLab today. Where's GitLab? The earnings should be soon on this position. We're currently at $48, up 1% on the day. Prad did not buy any shares. I'm still waiting for the stock to come down a little bit. $45 though, you know, we should be able to buy some shares over here around these prices. Let's quickly go to see what date the earnings is for GitLab. Yet to still show a single red earnings date for us for the stock since conception of on the stock market. Still a beautiful stock in my opinion. GitLab got me profit from the 42 area. Hey, at least one of us is making money, so that's awesome. Let's go, baby. I see people in the chat talking about One Good Trade by Mike Bellafiore. Yeah, those are great books, man. One Good Trade, The Playbook, Trading in the Zone. There's lots of books out there that you guys could go ahead and read, but you know, to know and to not apply is to not know. So you could read all the books you want in the world, but if you're not applying that knowledge, then you're not really learning to begin with. So make sure you're applying that knowledge, you're testing it, and you're putting into work, and income success.
Yeah, I actually wanted that Tesla short, and then we just nuked very, very quickly. It's so sad. But yeah, guys, you know, look how I'm getting long Apple here. It's like I'm expecting that it's midday. I'm expecting that it's going to chop around. I don't really think it's going to explode to the upside. So I'm just like long, 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 long. I think it's giving me a feel that it wants to dip and then rip. So like if you have your orders down here, like closer to the 50 period, then those will, like, I'm just like, I would love to, yeah, no, now it's going to go. Right when I say it, damn it, I got to stop saying this. Okay, whatever, it is what it is, all good. Yeah, this is going, this is now going to go. Okay, whatever. I'm getting some out at 148.50. That's kind of where the size traded, so that's where I'm going to trade. I'm still holding on to a good portion because this move to the upside, I mean, this is exactly like, you know, very robotic move, very robotic, and then you get the very strong move to the upside. So yeah, now it's starting to pay me. Very, very happy about this one. Yeah, but if we dipped a little bit more, and let me just quickly remove the fills so everybody kind of sees what I'm talking about. It's a good example. Like, see how it's like making a new low, then popping, making a new low, then popping. Then it tries to go for that final low, then it pops, and then it explodes. It's like it wants to go up, but it's just trying to stop as many people out as possible before the move. So for my play is actually to play the flip side. It's like I know what these robots are doing, so like, yeah, like give me the fill down here. I would love to have it, but you know, maybe they're just like, oh no, why are too many people sitting close there? We can't fill them all, so yeah, we're gonna go up now. So yeah, very strong move to the upside. And at this point, it's probably responsible to have your orders scaled if you're a scalper in front of that 149 level. Like, are we going to get to 150 today? I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. But, you know, that'll just be a different trade altogether. So yeah, maybe I'll hold on to some of the long, but I'm going to get some out at 149. I just feel like that's the right play.
While Luca's trying to build into his positions and I'm still managing my Microsoft or Meta platforms trade, we still got 5,000 of you watching and only 1.9K likes. So I think that like button is a little underappreciated. Let's get it up to 2K. 3K would be awesome, obviously, but let's get up to 2K now while we still got 5K people in here. Smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. And for those of you who have already, we appreciate that. Let's go take a look at some of the super chats that might have come in today. Obviously, we love all the support and love and support you guys show us over here at Trader TV Live. Time to go look at some super chats. Where is the Monday morning super chat? There we go. The Open. We got Bratishka coming in. Casino week. Let's go. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of like a casino week for sure. Lots of earnings coming out. Lots of catalysts for us to take a look at. You're gonna get stocks getting downgrades and upgrades along with the earnings over here as portfolios are looking to manage their own risk on that side. So big money looking to offset some of the positions. Will be fun to keep on watching as how this week plays out. I think this week is a tech week. We got a lot of big stocks coming up Wednesdays and Thursday. So stay tuned for a big casino week, as Bratishka calls it. Burn Shada, thanks for Baba. Money. Hey, you know it. Baba, today has been an absolute wonderful opportunity to the downside. The shorts have been monstrous on the Chinese ADRs. Funny enough, I was actually coming back from my washroom break, and on our suicide watch list is now the Chinese ADRs. So it looks like for some reason people put those on there. Wonder who wrote that, but you know, Chinese ADRs are pretty fun to trade every time a catalyst comes into play. Can you take a look at LVS? Pretty sure we did that, but we can take a look again. That was around 10:30. I think we did miss your move, though. In case we did ignore that, we apologize, but thank you for the $2 super chat over there. Luca talking about the Cardi B VWAP. That's hilarious. Have a great day, guys, and thank you, Luca, for your masterful teachings. That's Trader Gentry. Thank you, Trader. Luca also puts his thumbs up over there, saying he appreciates your kind words. And once again, thank you for all the love and support. Let's go take a look at LVS now for our super chat. LVS down 12% on the day. Looks like that short around VWAP, the fill or getting back in around VWAP was something to take a look at, but we missed out on that opportunity. LVS now down 12.6% and most likely getting ready to go right back into the lower days as if the market pulls back. If the market doesn't pull back like it isn't right now, we're at 38.05, trying to keep on going north on the market. We'll see if the market makes a new high a day eventually.
I see a triple top on Snap, courtesy of Neil. 850. It broke before, but it's just kind of triple topping here. So I'm like, you know what? Let me take this short. It's probably good. But if it doesn't fill, or if it doesn't work, my out is above 850 there. There's still stack size above 850, so it's probably, you know, I doubted that it's going to break, but if it does, I'll just respect that level and, you know, see if we could hold. I don't want to say like a VWAP test, but like it is Snapchat, so like, you know, it probably could hit 780 again today, maybe. But yeah, no, it is SSR, so you're going to get less short sellers that are punching into the short. Apple working to the upside, you know, market's still holding here. And so it looking pretty good over there. XOM still, now above VWAP. Oh, maybe I should remove these orders, actually. No. I'm going to get out where I said I'm going to get out. No, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to actually get out in front of 107, closer to 107, because now that we're there, it kind of feels like we're actually going to get there. So yeah, I'll just increase my limit on that one. And let me check Tesla, because I had an order out for Tesla. Where is it? 206.50. Tesla's weird right now because it gets to that 207 level and we like get a quick dump, right? Then it tried to get above there again, and then we got a quick dump again. But I do want to, like, I mean, I got to respect the fact that it's going up right now, and the rest of the market is going up, and things are strong. You know, XOM long is working for me. Apple long is working for me. I'll short Snapchat any day of the week just because it's Snapchat. But yeah, if we actually get above that 207 one more time, I'm going to take it short because I think I just can't see this ripping to 208. And if it does, I mean, I'll just get out. I'll probably risk 20 cents on that if I could structure it correctly. And I wonder what else. Yeah, Meta's 132 now. Oh, yeah, that's not too far. I just remember 130. Yeah, so Meta is just kind of dancing around. Maybe that 132 level is a good look. I mean, I haven't even looked at this like past. Let me just pull it up very quickly. I haven't looked at Meta. You know, I just kind of glanced at it. I figured, oh, 130, but maybe 132 is a level here. I don't know if, nah, not really. I mean, maybe 132, 133. Maybe you get some resistance, yeah, actually, at that 132. I'll try a short there as well. I talked myself into it. I'll try a short there as well, and we'll see if we can actually get the fill on that one.
This market's running to the north side. 3810 coming into play for S&P 500 soon, and 11,450 just now cracking on the NASDAQ, which puts it up at 0.8% on the day. I'm looking at quickly at crude futures and trying to see where we are today on crude futures. I think we're down about 0.5% on this bad boy, trading around $84.50 per barrel.
Yeah,
per barrel.
Yeah.
And I keep getting confused if it's like a gallon or a barrel because of how we weigh it and how Americans weigh it and so on. But, you know, yeah, per barrel over here for crude futures today at around 84.47, 84.50, let's just say, round it up a little bit. And someone in the chat said, if China's slowing down, does oil go down with it? Does it, Luca?
Sorry?
If China's slowing down, does oil come down? Yes. So,
I mean, in everything else equal, yes, just because demand is you know.
Production?
China produces everything, so they need oil to run factories.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was I don't know if you saw the kids that took the Van Gogh painting and they threw the tomato soup and super glued their hands to the wall. Like, does she not know that her pink hair and the super glue are both oil products that she's used, and she's saying don't use oil? So it's some things are just hilarious to me like that, you know, like your products are basically coming from oil, and you're saying don't use oil, stop oil. These new generation of kids are the same kids who are canceling the thumbs up button, which is ridiculous to me. Like they're finding issues with the thumbs up emoji because they find it condescending or oppressing and so on. It's like, come on, guys. It's just an emoji. Stop, you know, acting like that. But anyways, coming back to the market over here, S&P 500 pulling down a little bit off the 80-10 area. Let's see if 3800 actually holds up on this, the down move that the market's bringing, and then we start putting in another big north side move on the market. I did get more fills on my Meta short. Like I said, if the shorts are working for me on Meta, I'm going to continue to keep recycling this trade until it stops working for me, and I don't want to keep battling the trades that are not working for me. So brand new fill on Meta, pretty much around the same last price that I got in, around 131.42, giving it till the break of the high a day, which is 132.25 or so, to see if Meta can pull back. But I'm watching the trend is basically higher lows and higher highs, so you want to be careful with that, especially when the S&P 500 doesn't want us to go right at all. We're above 3,800, a minor pullback from the 3810 area. Let's see if 3,800 holds again. Elon should keep stacking those nickels for his battery. Not sure what that means, but you know, Tesla having a little bit of an issue today.
Yeah, I'm closely watching Tesla. I don't actually want to get short in front of 207. I would much rather it go through 207 to the upside, and then I want to short up there. But yeah, it's just getting, you know, just slammed down there. So yeah, you know, kind of feels good. Snapchat's probably, it looks like maybe it's going to break this 850 level. I don't even know if it did already. No, I have a stop there. If it doesn't break, then this will be a clean short to the downside. I'm really hoping that it works for me. If it doesn't, you know, no big deal, is what it is. And XOM, you know, channeling a little bit more here. Fill me. Come on, just fill me up there. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to get out of this one. I'm just going to get out of XOM. That was a winner. Or am I going to get out? Maybe that was a sign that I couldn't quickly get out. No. I'm staying in this one. We're staying in this one. Let's print 107. The long is good. I don't even know. I'm like, I'll just take it here because if it goes all the way back down, I'm very light on the position now. Like I was like long, scaled myself out. Now it's like, I mean, there's really no difference, whatever. It's like, I guess it's bad habits. So, I'm gonna keep my target on that one and hold on there. Apple working, got some out here at the top in front of 149, as I mentioned. Then we flushed down. Not convinced that like we're gonna actually sell off completely. But if we do, maybe I should try to get maybe I should have took out some more there. It's okay, it's fine. I'll just hold on to this one as well. We'll see what happens. And yeah, main priority now going forward is Tesla. Can we actually pop? At this point, it's pretty low. Like I don't want to short here because I don't know if it's actually going to flush through. It'll be a challenging short. I'd rather be short closer to 207 to tighten up my risk. So yeah, if that can set up, that'll be clean. And Meta in front of 132 short, I think that could potentially be a banger. Somebody in the chat was like, Google is going to 106. Why is nobody listening to me? And I started laughing because I'm like, oh man, I'm sure people see what you're saying and I'm listening to you. I hear you. But 106 is so far away. Like you can't be talking about that from a day trading perspective. I think on earnings, they report it's good earnings. It comes through. It's probably going to move what the implied move is. So I don't know what the implied move. Gut feeling is telling me 7%, 7%, 6, maybe 8% would be high for the move on Google. So let's just, call it 10%. That'll be a $10 move to the upside, bringing it to 112. So I think maybe it could actually touch 110. And then, we'll see what happens. But yeah, 106 is actually, don't shortchange yourself. If you're long there and, earnings come through, don't have after hours orders because this can probably run there. And obviously trade your own book, do whatever you want. But, it just feels like look at what the implied move is for earnings. That'll give you a general idea of like how far these moves can go. And then if it actually extends to that range, maybe that's a good target to do whatever you want there. And thank you for the super chat. Please check, RRC. So yeah, sure, let's have a look here. RRC on New York traded 2.4 million shares traded today. What is this company? I have no idea. RRC. Let me just RRC stock. Let's quickly check this. Range Resource. Okay, so resource company, year to date, this thing was at 20 before, kind of sideways here. Looking strong. Up 3% today, and let's look at the daily together here. You're getting some resistance in around that 30 level. So these types of companies, I tend not to day trade just because the range is a little bit less. Like I'm not really expecting this to hit 29 at any point today. It's going to move very, very slowly. But maybe, I don't know, this is the daily, right? And if I don't know if you're referring to like this bottom that's taking place. It's like bounced over here, looking like it might even bounce over here. Then you get another leg up. For me, this is more of like a swing trade. Just because the range is, look at the daily, right? Let me just drag this over here. Sorry, look at the 1 minute chart. It's like very, very, the range is very tight, right? So like what are the odds that you had the long here and then this is only a 50-cent move, right? So it's obviously you can make money, trade your own book, but it just kind of gives me the feel that this is potentially better to be a swing trading stock where it's not going to really do too many crazy things. And maybe if you're, you like the company, you like it going long, hold on there. But I wouldn't expect the moves to be too crazy from a day trading perspective, just my kind of gut instinct there. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm just going to stay away from that one. Somebody's saying Amazon falling fast. Yeah, some of the weaker names are definitely going to fall faster, and I'm sure Tesla's down too, so my order is not going to get hit. Luca trade the strongest stock Mullen. Guys, have you noticed that I've stayed away from that? I'm like, I'm not talking about this. I'm done with this one. And yeah, no, but it's probably good. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody in the chat was actually mentioning there's going to be lots of PR coming out because they have there's something in the future, some type of catalyst. So just keep in mind, and this is just me thinking off the top of my head, if lots of PR is coming out, if the move is happening now, whenever that event day is, if it's the, I think Rose Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, that's a sell the news event, if I ever seen one. So yeah, just keep that in mind. You might get lots of volume coming in when that event does take place. For me, that would be a sell the news event or a short the news event. I'm not long. We're day traders. We gotta, obviously scalp intraday. If you're long, just wait for that event. That kind of feels like the right thing to do. Everything seems to be continuing to work for me. Hopefully, I can get these shorts on Meta and Tesla here.
What's going on with the Buccaneers, man?
Old man quarterbacks.
Old man quarterbacks, eh?
The Packers.
Yo, this is wild. Like yesterday's games were just put me to sleep almost. Like my goodness. Even well, actually Chiefs did win, so that's good. But Tom Brady not having a good time. Poor Tom Brady. I'm so glad I actually got to see one of the best games ever last year, and this year is just not going too well for my boy over there. And then that Thursday night football game has 70 points in it. The one time I think I actually thought the under was going to be a trap, so I went a little bit lighter on that. Tonight might be good under. Who are they playing tonight? Patriots and Bears. All right, I'll take the under for that. I'll take the under and probably parlay that with the Leafs or Raptors game if they're playing also. That's a quick little sports talk. I want to come back to what was I gonna do? Darn it, I forgot. Let me quickly. I want to talk about Mobile again. So obviously we're waiting for this IPO. The setup is going to be a lot of fun for us to trade. The stock is apparently opening around $18 to $20 range. You can expect it to maybe open around $22, $25, $30. With the interest and the hype behind the stock, you could probably see it pop up to the north side. But also keep in mind, you know how EV companies right now are getting smacked. You got your NIOs, your XPEVs, your Teslas. They're all pushing the downside and getting damaged a lot. You also have chip shortages. So Mobile could be a good long, but it also could be a good short off the IPO day. We're gonna have a lot of opportunities on that stock on October 26th. So if you are planning to trade on the 26th, make sure that you have this written down somewhere to look out for the stock to open around I'll say probably around 12 to 1 o'clock is where the stock will open up. The website link is in the chat that Bears vs. Bull threw it out, so make sure you click on that. Also, I want to remind people that I just recently found out that Trade Idea Scanner is currently 30% off if you use the code TraderTV30. That's a beautiful opportunity for you to score trade ideas for the year. But for, once again, the biggest discount percentages they ever hand out to people, especially because now that they're partnered with Trader TV, we get to use some of their best software over here and also show our viewers exactly how they can also capitalize on that. Popping back to the Trade Idea Scanner, Meta is popping up to the green side on that scanner, and it's trying to win a race, which very well could as we move back to $132. But watching the market's actually pulling back down to 3,800. So I'm not too worried about this move the north up on Meta. I think I'm just gonna hold on to this trade a little bit longer, and instead quickly go look at some of these stocks that are pushing to the downside instead, such as OVV and Jacobs Engineering. Jacobs Engineering. Wow, okay, Jacob. I didn't know you had a company like that.
Okay, I see you.
Jacob over here, he's an aerospace engineer. Oh, people in our work chat, actually, we have a news. Bloomberg reporting Apple raises the price of its products, including Apple Music, Apple TV, and Apple One. Looks like all of their subscription-based plans for Apple prices now going up, which means more revenue coming in, and people are not going to cancel those subscriptions just because it went up by like $3, $4, $5 or whatever it is. Even WMG, that's Warner Music Group, I'm guessing. So Warner Music Group, WMG, and Spotify moving up on this because Spotify could also raise their prices. Warner Music Group could also raise their prices. Look at Spotify, Warner Group over here, and SPOT. For anyone, if you've seen the YouTube documentary about Spotify, let me know if it's good or not. I actually want to watch it. The only thing that's keeping me away from it is like Swedish, I think, and I don't want to watch subtitles late at night because that means I have to pay too much attention. Sometimes I just like to leave it in the background while it's running. Look at Spotify now. New high a day, $90 breaking, pushing to the north side. 91 coming into play. Big volume candles coming in with that with that Apple catalyst. So this market now has another reason to stay above 3,800. If Apple coming out with good catalysts like that, Apple being the #1 stock in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ basket, getting ready to help some of the other stocks move north even more.
Yeah, guys, I got filled on my Meta short here just in front of that 132 level, like I mentioned. I don't know if you said you were short as well. Are you short?
Yeah, I've been short, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because you're like, oh, I'm going to hold on to that. And I was like, I really hope I get the fill. I think this 132 level is going to be a banger. It looks like good resistance. Maybe we run the stops. If we break 132, I'm going to stop myself out. Yeah. But I actually will just get short again if we come back through. And just the reason being is like, look, I don't want to hold this if it rips through 132 because I'm not trying to call tops. But if it quickly, runs the stops, comes back through, I'll just short it again, right? So, fool me once, What's the saying? Fool me once. Actually, I don't know.
Shame on you, shame on me. A fool can't be fooled
you
again.
can't be fooled again. So yeah, so basically, fool me once there, but we'll see what happens. Or if it just wants to work for me, I feel like there's probably some support at the 130 level. So yeah, I'm gonna try to hold this for 130 because if for whatever reason the market wants to turn back down, Nasdaq wants to turn back down, this will be the top, right? So good R to R on this. Risk, call it 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, whatever it is, for a potential $2 to $3 move. Maybe get a VWAP test. So yeah, we'll see if that can come into play. I'm going to hold on to that one. Snap is working for me. Took some out at the 50 period just because we bounced a little bit, but I'm holding the rest. Maybe you get some support at 830, maybe. But at the same time, I almost want to say that I want to cover at 810. If we keep going lower, it is SSR, so there's a little bit of less action here, but it triple topped. Failed again. If we actually dip, I'm going to cover that at VWAP. I don't really think we're actually going to get to 750, even though I said it before. And yeah, Apple, I think I got some out as well over here. It is giving a little bit of a top kind of feel to it. It's popping and quickly reclaiming back down. So I'm just taking fills out at the top, just in front of 149. And it is riding that 50 period. If we dip back below, then I'll cover that one for the last portion of my trade there. Yeah, everything looking good, everything working for me. XOM is just really, really slow. See, I guess if I covered before versus covering now, it's at the same price. If we dip back below 106.50 and hold, then it's probably gonna, maybe we get a retest of 106 again. But more likely, it is strong. If it dips below and quickly reclaims, then we finally get that 107 test. So yeah, I'm gonna get out at 107 there, as I mentioned, sticking to that one. Just quickly going back to Tesla, 207 still in play. And I'm just going through my watch list over and over again because some of these levels are very close. So I just want to stay on top of these things. I don't want to miss anything. Obviously today doing lots of volume. So, definitely a day you could scale up on.
Brad, do you know Bobby Axelrod? Yeah, I got him right next to me over here. Hey, what's up, Bobby Axelrod?
No.
When you wear the vest, though, I think you're that guy instead. The bald guy who's
who I'm not uncertain. I
forget his name.
Guys, this Tesla short, I am not uncertain. Yeah, sure.
I'm not uncertain. But that guy's sick. Great show indeed. Yeah, the Billion Show. We did not introduce, but we did have a real life Wendy Rhodes on our show at one point on Trader TV Live. Krita Kelly from Twitter. If you do follow her, trading psychologist, performance psychologist, and shout out to her. She had some great points when she did have our interview. If you want to go check that interview out, go on YouTube and find that educational video. Bears versus Bull, throwing a link directly to that page if you wanna click on that. Let's go see what the market's doing right now. We're pulling back to the south, so we're just waiting over here on Meta platforms to pull to the south and capitalize on the shorts over here, make some more profits on a stock that has been our most profitable stock on the day without doubt. Quickly scanning the scanners again. WMG obviously popping up on that scanner with that catalyst and trying to still rise to the north side. Let's go see if Spotify is doing it again. Spotify did drop down below 90, but now we're right again back above 90, trying to go back towards the 91 area. If you look at this consolidation range on the chart for Spotify, we got probably a move up to $93 coming into play off that catalyst if there are buyers who are willing to show up right now on Spotify to help push it even more. But like I mentioned, dollar bill. That was his name, dollar bill. As NASDAQ is slightly under 3,800 right now, 3,798. Let's see if we can capitalize on the move to the south side. What's the play on Google? Google's trying to push down below 102. If you want to short it, you could short it. But like I said, these shorts not really working out for me today, at least not on Google. So I'm going to stay away from a couple of these positions that are not really paying me the capital that I want to pay for. Not going to revenge trade it. Not worth my time revenge trading any of these positions. Netflix down 1.74% on the day. I thought it would go up to $330, but looks like we're going to have to wait for the next quarter to come into play. And in the next quarter, we will see the the lower tier, ad tier supported subscription numbers coming in. That will sadly be in the next year, obviously. The Q4 numbers will be coming out in 2023 Q1, and we'll be able to see if Tesla is able to close, not Tesla, if Netflix is able to close that gap on the daily to the north side around $300 right here, 320, 330-ish.
I'm watching Meta right now. It's doing something weird. It's like it wants to run the 132. I think it's going to run it right now. So yeah, stop me out and then do something, because the market was actually dipping and this thing is ripping. And I don't know here. Like, is it really going to? I think it just like wants the stops. If it quickly goes back through 132, I think the short might be good. I'm going to punch back into this one. Well, I'm not scared to punch out. I'm just like reevaluating this in real time. There's probably so many stops at 132, but we're going to have to see what happens here.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening at the moment. You know, it looks like the stops are getting run. UVXY is going down, though, so it is a possible chance this market stays above 3,800 and actually continues to trade above it. So, guys, once again, be careful with your shorts. You don't want to battle this market, right? It's not worth it. The battle is not worth it. You got to protect your mental capital and your emotional capital and your actual capital, because without your actual capital, you won't even be able to make an execution over there. Let's actually throw the poll out for the market today. Does the market SPY closes above 3,800? Yes or no? Yes, no. And that will show us, yeah, the bull or the bears are coming out at that point. So will the S&P 500 futures close above 3,800 or not? Man, Sean's had this Meta long at 124. The stock is now at 132 and trying to still continue breaking out the high a day. Insane move coming in for META, up 1.7% now.
Yeah, guys, that was crazy. And I punched back into the short and it quickly went back up. So I punched out of that. And here's the thing, right? I'm not trying to call tops. I'm not trying to say, yeah, I'm willing to let this go like 50 cents against me, because here we are 50 cents higher. And this is just ripping to the north side. So I guess that was a nice fake out on the market, just a little dip and rip back above 3,800. And, you know, Meta leading the way there with that strong move to the upside. So, yeah, you know, wrong, added to it, stopped myself out, added back, wrong. So, yeah, I'm going to have to let that one go. It is what it is, right? That's a very, very strong move to the upside. And I think, not to say this is the reason, but it's like they had the negative catalyst. So it's like a lot of shorts were involved over here. So now that we're back above these levels, it's like this is the stop out level. So it's, you know, I thought like maybe there was a chance for like a type of over-under, but giving me vibes back to Netflix when I short at the worst possible time from last week. What can you do but laugh at yourself? Somebody's saying take a look at Netflix from before. That 290 level, I guess it just couldn't hold above 290. But at this point, you know, I trade Netflix like on earnings, like the day after earnings, and then it kind of slows down, and I don't really want to dance with it because there's just too many games that are being played on it. But it'd be interesting for a short if we get back to 290 on this one. And Tesla going back to 207 as well. The market, yeah, 3810. I'm actually gonna, you know, I had the level, I liked it before, but now that we're back here, maybe I'll try it for a little bit less size. Let's see how 207 reacts here. If 207, if we get some type of under action, I'll hit it for half the size that I was originally thinking about. But it just kind of feels strong. Like everything feels like it's just making a move up. I don't know if the short's going to be good anymore. Besides Snapchat not doing nothing, so still holding on to that one for sure.
There's someone in the chat said I watched Meet Kevin. He was on my page. Yeah, guys, this is not my page. This is just a company. This is the company account. That's the only account I can make polls from. And these are just recommended channels. Probably a trader or something, right? Those are just recommended channels. This is not my account. Trust me, I have no clue who that guy is, nor do I bother with it right now. I'm watching TD Bank. TD Bank coming to the downside today, sadly down 0.5%. Let's quickly go check XLF. Toronto Dominion down 0.5%. And as XLF down on the day, XLF's actually up 1.24% on the day. So it looks like American banks for the most part are green. Let's go see if RBC, which is Royal Bank of Canada, supposed to be RY on New York, the ticker. Pretty sure it's RY, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, RY New York ticker up 2.2% on the day. So for some reason, TD Bank over here losing its values a little bit, down 0.5%. Ooh, what's that? TRP, isn't that another Canadian stock? Another Canadian stock also showing up on scanners randomly to the downside with only 0.55 relative volume though. So this one's down 1% today and inching its way to the downside as the market's trying to stay green or at least trying to stay above 3,800. Meta Platforms now around $133 and up 2% on the day. Pretty monster moves coming in, even for RCL. I know you guys were talking about CCL earlier on. Here's RCL up 0.5% and currently double topping around 49.50 area. Let's see if we reject this 49.50 area or do we continue going and play with the pre-market highs at some point. Maybe a short around pre-market highs would be something to look at instead. Big drop incoming, guys. Yeah, I can't wait for it. If the drop comes, we'll take advantage of it. If it doesn't come, then we'll still take advantage of it on the long side. So either way, I would like to not predict about it. I would rather participate in it. Something that I'm watching right now on my second screen is on TSM. We got 1,000 lots on the ask for TSM. So I'm going to punch a short off that 1,000 lots right there. Now it's only 700 lots, 500 lots now. It is diminishing the size. But notice how the tape kind of slows down once we start testing that $61.27. That's pretty good risk to reward for me. So I can actually take more size over here, leaning off that level. If that level breaks, I just jump out for a quick little loss of, maybe 5 to 10 pennies with slippage. But if that trade ends up working, the risk to reward is going to be immense. Get a nice little flush all the way back to VWAP maybe, which is around, what is that? $60.69. So risking 10-15 cents for a big possible flush on TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors.
So I thought I missed my chance to short Tesla here, but I guess I didn't. Got it here short just off that 207 area. I have a feeling that it's going to try to run these stops over and over again, but we'll see what happens. And thank you for the super chat there, guys. Most important thing for scanners? Question mark. I feel like you're the scanner guy.
Most important thing for scanners is have a playbook, have a plan, have a playbook, because without having a plan, you wouldn't know what to scan for. Do you want to trade stocks that are at resistances for shorts? Do you want to trade stocks that are at supports for longs? Do you want to look for stocks that are, aligning with the moon and the sun and the horoscopes are coming in and the Mars and the retrograde? Whatever it is that you're looking for, you got to create a scanner behind it. And the scanner will only come if you have a plan of what type of stocks you're looking for on that day. You just want to look for low cap stocks that are gapping up, that are gapping down. And those scanners such as Trade Ideas will allow you to put the certain parameters and the indicators in there to help you look for that stock to begin with, such as we have a halt scanner. I like to look at stocks that are halting. And every time a stock shows up in the halt scanner, I quickly pull it up to see if those stocks are going to the north side, to the south side, and how I can take advantage in that trade. So you really need to have a playbook first. After you have a playbook, you need to have a plan behind it, and then you can set up your scanners to exactly help you find those stocks in that setup that you're looking to put some damage in. Spotify still going nuts to the north side. Looks like it's popping up on the scanners. Now at $95 on Spotify. Up 7.77. That's a Twitch joke for anyone who knows. Up 7.77% over here on Spotify. That means Warner Music Group still taking off to the north side with the help of the Apple catalyst. Let's see if Apple went higher a little bit more. AAPL holding up the market above 3,800. Apple not really doing what Warner Music Group and Spotify doing, but still holding up the market.
Trader Gorno saying this market is such a scam. I don't know what your reference point is, if it's like this market versus last year's versus last week's. Yeah, the market is what the market is. It's a wild west, and a lot of things happen. And I think that's the right approach. Understand that it's a big scam, so that you're going to lose. So that when you lose, you're like, oh, well, I knew I was going to lose. But then when you win, you're like, okay, how can I replicate that? How can I, make money here, right? So this is the thing. It's not like nobody. I'm not going to lie to you. It's the Wild West. Anything can happen, right? That's why watch your orders. Make sure you're trading at levels that you think institutions are trading at. Take good risk to returns. And look at this right here, right? This is Tesla. I'm shorting 207. I'm shorting, I'm covering, I'm shorting, I'm covering. And the reason is because I'm like, I love this level, I want the size, but I'm not gonna like hold it if it rips up 50 cents and just gets smoked for no reason, because I don't know what the market's gonna do. It's a Wild West. It can literally do whatever it wants, right? There's no, even though it looks like a good level, I don't actually believe that it's gonna be an amazing, amazing level. Why is it spending so much time here, right? So just make sure that you're watching your orders, make sure that you're trading small, trading very actively so that you learn, you get the reps in. And then when next time, you know, these big trades roll around and you see really good opportunities, you feel good about it. You're like, I've seen this before. It's a part of my playbook. Let me hit this trade, right? Don't just, you know, jump in, random price, and you just get smoked, right? So just keep that in mind. But it's funny because a lot of people, you know, it's like, it's painful, right? Trading is very painful, and you know, that's why only, what is it, 5%, 1% people survive? It's just a lot of pain. Like, why go through all the pain? I don't understand. There's like 300 lots here offered on Tesla, taken in very, very quickly, giving me the vibe that we're going up. So I think I'm going to have to put that short on ice for now and just revisit it. Yeah, Meta just very, very quickly over 133, right? So it's like, here's the thing. I'm trying the short. I'm wrong. I cut my loss because like that's it. Like now we're all the way up here. Like I'm not trying to call tops or anything. So yeah, maybe the long was good. Maybe I should have flipped long because it broke that level. But you know, you can't catch them all. It is what it is, right? And poll coming through here, just a quick update. 55% of the people think over 3,800. 500 people voted. Feel free, I mean, even if you're not trading, feel free to vote. Like, you know, your opinion is still valid. And 2.1K likes, 4,600 people watching. We appreciate the likes. And somebody from before was like, I can't remember what they said, but they're like, hey, you better appreciate the likes. I appreciate all the likes. Thank you so much. You know, sitting here for free, allowing you guys to front run our orders. Who does that? I don't know.
That is a fact, man. Sometimes that's why I like to stay quiet about my levels. I like to punch in and then talk about it instead of talking about what I like to punch in. But that's just me. You know, I'm a little tin hat conversation like that. I think the algos are always listening. The walls do have ears, ladies and gentlemen. They do have ears in these markets. Prad, you need to short ice juice. Not sure what that is, but if you have a ticket for me to take a look at, I'll take a look on that. Only like if make money. Okay, I don't know about that one either. Always hit the like button, with or without making money. You know, that like button is not dependent on making money or not making money. That like button is dependent on how much you guys appreciate that. And if you do, smash, smash, smash. CME, ALEXA. I don't want to say that word out loud because I know I'll wake up a bunch of machines for people and people will not enjoy that one. But CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, is that a ticker? CME currently just trying to type up the ticker, see what pulls up. It's on NASDAQ, $173 currently. And not really doing a whole lot of anything, but up 1.7%. People still using Snapchat, Spotify, WMG. Looks like that's where the moves are. So let's quickly go back to Snapchat over here. 850 once again on Snapchat. Triple top, quadruple top at this point. A little bit of a size, but keep in mind, you know, Snapchat doing tons of volume today. And the size that's on the bids, or sorry, on the ask, is not really a whole lot size compared to how much we're traded. 100 million shares almost, 93 million shares right now on Snapchat today. And this size could easily get taken out if it wanted to. The stock is now up 10% on the day. There you go. That size just got tested, and the next level has almost the same size as that one. So be pretty careful as if you're leaning on size, and if you're trying to play the front run size setup. These levels are not really like that thick compared to what the volume on the stock is doing. Hey, ALEXA, play Careless Whisperer. Hi, you think you got me? I didn't. Prad Eyes So White, probably because of Sober October, which is almost coming to an end. So I'm excited. And Luca's birthday is coming up. Luca, you got any plans for your birthday?
No. Maybe I'll hit the beach. I don't know.
Hit the beach? Okay. I mean, the beaches in this weather are probably going to be
book a vacation. I don't know. We'll see.
Book a vacation. We're going to Portugal with Cal, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
I love the beach. I got to go somewhere hot, smoke a cigar, and drink some ice cold
I don't want to know
beers.
if you want to mention your birthday to the chat and what day it is, but you guys, his birthday's coming up soon. Your boys' well-due party's coming up for that. We're going to go enjoy ourselves probably. So I'm excited for that, Luca.
Someone in your Ferrari, yeah. Sorry, there was something else I wanted to talk about here quickly. Okay, I covered everything, I guess. XOM, that was a nice trade from the bottom. You know, got close to 107. I was like, whatever, I'll just cover it here. And Apple giving that topish feel, so covered it over here as well. I mean, we could easily flush through 3,800 and just sell off. So, like, I mean, if I have the top here, I'm selling it. I'll take the win. And what else was I in? I was in something. Oh, Snapchat. Yeah, and you were talking about it. You're like, oh, Snapchat, and there it goes. It breaks. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm stopped out. And here's the thing. It breaks, stop me out, and maybe the trade is not, like, it's not wrong, right? Like, give yourself, allow the level to break if you're watching the trade, then make your decision in real time, right? And thank you, everybody, saying happy birthday. It's not my birthday today. It is in the future. At a date that I will not disclose, but I appreciate, you know, all the advance thank you birthdays. Exactly. Thank you so much. And yeah, hopefully can hit the beach somewhere, you know, get you know, nice Cuban cigars going, enjoy hot weather, because obviously in Toronto it's I mean, it's nice now, but it was last week, man. Last week was way too cold. And yeah, you know, it's just just please keep the good weather.
Yesterday was beautiful.
Yeah, the weekend was so
before that
nice.
was beautiful.
Yeah, the weekend was super, super nice. Somebody saying, Prad, when is Ice Juice IPO?
I don't even know what he's talking about, man.
There's so Intel's spinning off something.
Mobile Eye.
Their Mobile Eye, and supposedly, I was just quickly reading it. Supposedly, they're spinning it off for what they bought it for. So obviously, this is not a market that you want to IPO in. But they're like, no, we're IPOing. We don't care. Get this off our hands. We'll sell it to you for what we bought it for. So if that doesn't tell you what to do on IPO day, I don't know what will. And I'm not going to say it because it's just like, you know, my plans are to just react to price moves. I have really no bias going into these things. Yeah, maybe we get a market flush now. So I got to find something to short here.
We're going to go to Brendo for energy update.
Hey guys, 1 o'clock. Volatile day, it's worth noting, for energy markets. Crude oil specifically was down initially, but big bounce as we get a little more positivity coming into the equity market following the Chinese headlines this morning. But yeah, concerns about China and demand going forward. A little bit of a drag on oil markets today. Business activity that we got at 9:45 this morning, also a bit of a drag on oil markets today. But here's a look at where we're at right now, down just 0.4 on the session. So right from essentially about 9 o'clock Eastern, we got that move right back up to positive territory once again. It did come off again, but much better than where we were. Still, overall, oil stuck in a range, guys, between 82 and 86 on the daily chart. But back and forth we go, looking like it might want to test higher once again for crude.
Yeah, I keep trying to find this Ice Juice IPO thing that this person in chat is saying. I think they're just joking around. It's probably an episode from Billions or whatever. Whatever, moving on from that one. Not really a real stock or something. If it's a real stock, put the ticker in. I'll try to find it. If it's not a real stock, I'm just going to move away from that. Anyone know what time earnings comes out today? Earnings for what stock? Live BTC Trader. We'll take a look at that. If there is a real one over there, we'll for sure take a look at that one. Trying to put my eyesight back onto scanners over here. KSPN, Caspian. Pretty sure that's the, or is that Nightscope? Caspian, yeah, Caspian Holding currently popping up on the scanners with 9.4 relative volume, 10 million shares trading, and actually holding up here at the 50 period, sorry, at VWAP on the day at the 5-minute chart, and up 39%. Trying to see if we can continue going to the north side. Recently did push down to $1, but nice little bounce off $1. So the fact that we're still holding around this $1 area and not turning the stock into a penny. Congratulations for anyone who was able to catch that bounce. Spotify once again trying to see if it wants to pull back a little bit, allow buyers to accumulate more shares, and then maybe go more. The bell's ringing. It looks like the day's almost coming to an end over here as the market. No, it was just a mistake over there. It's only 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We still got another hour left with Luca and myself. Make sure you're hitting the like buttons. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe buttons. And feel free to throw the stocks in the chat that you guys want us to take a look at. Here's the two stocks that are on the green side. Let's go pull up some stocks that are popping to the downside instead. It's going to be LNG on Amex. LNG, which is Cheniere Energy. Can I Can I pull up Amex? Thank you. Cheniere Energy down 2.75% on the day, looking to continue go to the downside as it makes a new low a day with only 0.76 relative volume. So you would expect it to have more relative volume than that as we are crushing the downside on this one. But I want to quickly go take a look at what energy ETF is doing today. The energy ETF actually up 0.5% on the day. You were playing longs on XOM?
Yeah,
Yeah, so the longs, I mean, the market is up over here, 0.59, but looks like that energy stock or energy ETF, looks like it's an energy stock on the Amex market, is pretty beat down today, sadly.
Yeah, the 106 longs for XOM is a banger. They got earnings on Friday coming up, so I kind of like the long into earnings. Obviously late to the party. I would have loved to be long in my personal account below 100, and then sell Friday. That would have been my plan, but, you know, didn't get the fill there. Life of a trader, battling for fills, you know. Sometimes you just got to punch. Meta's actually coming back through 132 now. I'm just glancing over at everything, wondering what should I short if I short anything. Amazon? At 119. Sean says he's short Amazon 119.50. That's actually a great call. I was waiting for 120. I guess my orders just didn't get there. That's the back burner for you. You know, I'm just like, come on, please fill me. Somebody before was saying, what is the best website to check for earnings? So I tend to gravitate towards Earnings Whisper. It's pretty clean, shows you all the earnings, tells you what the expectation is, what the revenue is, shows you the potential growth in numbers, and somewhere on here it'll actually tell you the implied volatility of the move. I'm not really sure where, but yeah, you know, that's a good kind of gauge. You know, if you're long, let's say Google, and it pops, and the next day it opens up and it had the exact move as expected, then everybody's, you know, prepared for that move. But if for whatever reason Google was expected to move 5% and it moved 20%, then like something crazy happened. So there's probably news there. And then a lot of people are either offside or, you know, really in the money. So maybe they're selling or buying, vice versa. I actually think a lot of the people in the States, Nancy Pelosi and others, went long Google not too long ago. So you know the deal there. Well, technically she exercised her calls to buy Google. So, you know, she was already long. But now she's like, yeah, exercise these. I want the shares. And a few others bought Google as well. And it's funny, ahead of earnings, I can't see Google below 90. Like, not anytime soon. I think we pop. And it's a very similar kind of feel to Amazon. It's like Amazon was close to 100. We popped. We ended up going to 140. Now we're back down. But that 100 level is just solid and it's holding. And it's the, my ideology on Google is like, is this really going to sell off through like 95, 92, go to 85? Like, I mean, I just can't see it. There's some names that, obviously, call it a growth name, call it a value name, depending how you're looking at it. But, at some point, value investors are coming in and eating these things up, right? So, maybe that level for Google, I want to say 95, 92 is a pretty solid level to play off of. Obviously, we're far away from that right now. If for whatever reason earnings comes out and it dips to that level, I would love to get the fill down there because I just can't see it below 95 come Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I'm currently taking a look at the stock scanners over here to see what's being talked about on the social media, at least. This one's a free website, swaggystocks.com. The one that Brendo uses at the big screen over there is called Icon Terminal. So, I'm not going to pay for Icon Terminal. It's a little expensive for myself, but this free tool over here is a pretty good way to take a look at what the news trends is, what the social media is talking about. Looks like a lot of Tesla talk. I'm surprised I don't see MULN on here on the scanner. But yeah, Tesla, pretty surprised MULN is not there. You see BABA, you see Meta, you see Plug Power, Microsoft, Netflix, Snapchat, and a bunch of stocks popping up over here. You can go over to swaggystocks.com for those of you interested. Let's go take a look at cryptocurrencies today. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin down 1.5%, Ethereum down 2%, but very happy watching that Bitcoin is actually back above 19K and trying to trade in one of those same ranges that we were kind of stuck in. Let's go see what the Bitcoin heat map is looking like also. This is the Bitcoin heat map over here. This will tell you if there's any strong levels that we are gravitating towards. Usually you'll see the market gravitating towards big areas of liquidity to see if people are actually taking that fills and either they dump it on them or they break through that. So right now, though, there's not much really popping up over here on the heat map side other than 19,100 to the downside and a little bit of volume on near closer to 19,500. Currently, as already previously mentioned, where is Bitcoin? It was down about 1.5%, trading near $19,283 per coin. RTSM shorts trying to work out for us at the moment. Looks like that the 100-period EMA, it did break that size that we were leaning on, did break, I think it was 1,000 lots, but managing to come back right under it, burning the stops above that break and coming back under it. Now we're pretty much flat on the trade, only 2 pennies in the money. Let's see if this trade can work out as the S&P 500 is trying to get back below 3,800 for the time being. People talking about Spotify in the chat now at $97, another high a day coming into play for this position. Spotify just can't stop, won't stop going up. And I'm guessing Warner Music Group probably doing the same. Actually, Warner Music Group kind of lagging a little bit behind over here. So maybe a quick long on Warner Group off of VWAP and give it the risk of below that candle over there at 2340 and see if we can get a second leg north on WMG, which is up 8% on the day.
Yeah, Tesla now approaching that 207.50 area, where the initial sell-off started. But it kind of feels like, it's 1 o'clock, approaching 1:30. Volume is kind of light, and easily we could just be robotic, dance around. You got to be cautious with orders now unless you're placing a swing trade if that's your thing. From a day trade perspective, I'm not really expecting crazy moves. I think like if 207 worked, it would have worked and then it would have flushed. But the fact that we're still up here, the market's like, wants to continue to print 3,800. You just got to be cautious. You got to, you're either in positions or you're not. Currently, I am not, so I'm just kind of scanning, trying to figure out, is anything worth it to take these positions? I kind of like where I covered XOM. It's like I wanted 107, but it kept making like a lower high. Yeah, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So I'm just figuring like, okay, maybe it's going to be a lower high. We got the little bit of a pop here, I think, and then back down. So I was like, okay, I don't even know if this was real. I wasn't looking at it, but we popped, dropped, and then, couldn't get there, right? So I'm like, yeah, I'm out of this one. It's going to maybe spend a lot of time at VWAP. Someone says, here comes Tesla. Yeah, Tesla 207.50 area, right? Let's check on Amazon very quickly, see how this thing's doing. Sean said he had the position short 119.50 area. For some reason, 119 holding. And yeah, it's kind of robotic. Like if we get to 120, I'll short that, or I'll think about it because now it's like it'll make a higher. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it really depends on what this market wants to do. I mean, it's hanging around 3,800 for way longer than I thought it would. And even though I said, okay, maybe robotic up move, I thought we'd continue. But I guess this is, as expected. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Let's check MOTS again. I wonder where this thing is. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So this is, death candle, death candle. Okay, maybe that's the death candle. Finally broke through that bottom. 2 holding for now, but this thing is, it's dead, right? Like there's no volume on this thing. And that's the thing. That's the gauge. If you're looking at small caps and you're saying, should I hold on to my long? What's the potential with this one? Just keep in mind, volume is always the tell, right? So I'll just drag this up for everybody to see. Did a lot of volume in the morning, had the run up, broke trend, and look at the volume, just dead. So as the volume dies, it's just like, it just could not get above. I think, I would have expected a high day clear out, but they can't even get the volume to bring that up. So yeah, this thing's done. Probably won't bring it up for the rest of the day. And sorry? No, I didn't get it. Why is it flushing now? Oh, there you go. Amazon working for Sean. You know what it is? I'm just like, I don't even know if I'm just kind of looking. I really want to hit really, really good setup right now. Actually, let me just cancel that 120 order because if it does get there, maybe it blows through. And Google, Google's just far away. So now is the time that I'm going to cancel my 100 bid on Google because I think it's safe to say that that's not coming. And I hear a boom from Sean over there, so I'm assuming he covered on that flush, covered some at least. That was a very nice move, 50-cent winner there. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I just couldn't get wicked in over there, but, is what it is. Sometimes you backburner some of these things and, either you get the fill or you don't. But, yeah, just make sure you prioritize your best setups and the ones that you take the most size on for sure. And I wonder where Snap is actually. Why did I say that? Snap on New York. Yeah, it's still hanging around that 850. So yeah, I guess no justification to take that. Well, I guess, I mean, now that it broke, I don't know. It's a lot of I don't knows for me today, you know, like it's after that Tesla blunder in the morning, now I'm just kind of like, I don't even know. I don't know what to think here, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, dance around. Microsoft 245, Google 102, Neo 92. Maybe it's a great time to just go for a bathroom break. And but yeah, Tesla, the last thing I'll say before I just step away for 2 seconds, this is the thing, right? Tesla holding the 50 period here. We could go sideways for so long, right? So I'm not really expecting the flush. I'm trying to talk myself into the short, but maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. If we flush, I have no idea which names to short here. So I'm just going to chill for now.
Yeah, that's not a bad call right now. I'm actually getting into Baidu. Baidu over here, finally breaking that range consolidation low, getting below the 50-period EMA. Obviously, weak stocks, weak sector, Chinese ADRs. Down 14% on the day, was thankful enough to get that fill. As it is SSR, you can't take the size by taking the size off the bids. You have to wait on the ask. I'm glad that they did tick higher for a quick second, giving me the fill. Exact same thing on EDU also, popping up on the scanners to the downside, just adding to the stocks that are already weak on the day, as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both pull back to the downside at the moment. S&P 500 below 3,800 by almost 7 points, and NASDAQ is almost at 11,400 at the moment and going south. Our TSM shorts now 10 cents in the money, getting ready to take you know, a little bit more downside right on that so we can take profits. And Baidu and EDU also thinking about pushing to the downside with the help of the market. That would be fun to look for if profits do come up on that. Check Snap on daily. Snapchat is indeed pretty strong on the day without doubt, moving to the north side with the, oh, did I just close my, let me just open up my blotter over here. There you go, my blotter came back. So Snapchat obviously pretty strong on the day today. Hello, Pratt and Luca, what a day. Yeah, pretty beautiful opportunities. I mean, every day is beautiful, every day is great. It's when you look at the wrong trades, then obviously you feel like, oh, today was a bad day, today was a scam. I know people in the chat have said that. Luca has said that a couple times. But honestly, guys, every day there's tons of trades, tons of opportunities. If you feel like today was not a good day, or the market was bad today, or this was bad, or that was bad, I think you need to step back a bit and really look into how you traded to begin with, right? Maybe you were just not trading the right positions. You can't be trading the same stock every single day unless it's like, you know, Apple or Microsoft or something, which gives you a little bit of a decent range to trade off of. But for the most part, you need to look for the catalyst. You need to look for a reason to be involved in a trade. For example, the Chinese ADRs today, lots and lots of reasons to be in those trades. Hence, those stocks have tons of relative volume behind it and allowing you to build in that position. For example, Spotify was probably a stock not to be involved in today at all. But randomly, when the news catalyst comes in for Spotify, you see the volume coming in, you see the stock breaking out, making new ranges, and just launching right back to the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. So really need to pinpoint and hunt down those stocks that actually have a reason for you to go and talk to and have some fun with. That would be my number one point behind that. Baba, number one name on the sticky note, for example. Yeah, Sean basically, hopefully agreeing with what I had to say on there. Like, yeah, looking at the right name. So you gotta watch it. I've been guilty of that multiple times where I trade the wrong stock on the wrong day, and I'm sitting here going, today was garbage, today was boring, the market sucks. But it's not really the market's fault. It's my fault for not hunting for the right stocks. And if you are wanting to hunt for the right stocks, this is the perfect opportunity for you to sign up for TraderTV30 code, which gives you 30% off on trade ideas, gives you 30% off, and allows you to look for the right positions moving around in the right time, such as Alcoa. Right now, Alcoa just winning a race to the downside. That means, look at that, it's making a new low a day. Now we can actually have a reason to look for a trade. You can punch in around the this 39 area maybe and see if it comes back through 39, then I just take a loss and I move on from it. But if the stock actually has relative weakness in it that the scanners are saying, and if the market continues to pull back to the south side, this is a good risk to reward trade that we can play off with. Look at Alcoa's range over here, already down 5% on the day, and getting ready to maybe go test yesterday's low around $38. That means a whole dollar move to the downside for risking 20 pennies. I'm okay with that risk to reward.
Sounds good. And
Sounds good.
JWN at 20 again for anybody watching that. I have not looked at this today. We can have a look. JWN at 20. Is this the bottom? Or this range is actually pretty tight on this. Like 40 cent range here. I guess we're cycling between 20 and let me just quickly look at this. Oh wow, yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. I'm gonna stay away from that one and see if we get anything else going here. I don't actually know. Yeah, I guess, so you know, it's kind of funny. I came into today and I was like, you know, just chatting amongst other traders, and it's like, oh, what small caps are moving today? And the answer to that is not many. It's been kind of slow on the small cap front, but, you know, not really a big deal because obviously huge earnings season ahead of us, and with all these big names reporting. There's no real, I don't think anybody's reporting today of significance, if I'm not mistaken, but earnings. Yeah, so, oh yeah, I have it here. You know what, I do, it's kind of funny, like I do one quick check at the earnings board, and I'm like, yes, I don't recognize any of these companies, so I think I will not be trading any of them. But yeah, no, tomorrow we got UPS, GM, Coca-Cola tomorrow morning before the bell, GE, 3M, Halliburton as well. And somebody in the chat was actually mentioning Halliburton before. They put HAL 3 times in capital letters. So maybe it's actually doing some type of moves here. Kind of muted, but yeah, no, they got earnings tomorrow before the bell, and then obviously everybody's going to be watching Microsoft, Google. You got Visa after the bell tomorrow as well. Yeah, today usually Monday is kind of muted. Like there's not really lots of earnings reports coming through on Monday, and yeah, so you know everything kind of doing its thing here, and I wonder if anything's going to flush. See, this is kind of like, you know, if you're shorting anything, you know, you see this kind of pattern on the ES. You don't want to see very slow dips and then fast up moves. And it's tough to justify like longs at these levels near the top. So I'm chilling. Yeah, guys, let us know what you're watching as well. Somebody's saying Snap. Wonder if it's making moves here. Snapchat. Oh, okay, that's actually pretty interesting. Lots of volume came through, blowing through. I guess maybe like there's some more stops above 108.52 there. Yeah, volume picking up just a little bit. Let's see if the move can sustain itself. Is this actually going to make its move towards 9? You're definitely going to get some resistance at like 9.30. Obviously, we're far away from that level. You know, you're going to get lots of size on the book on this one, stack size all the way up probably. But I wonder if it actually breaks and holds to the upside. Kind of feels like the case. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to chase the top on this. But if you are long this name, you know, up 10% today, very strong, making higher lows. So it looks good to the upside, breaking that resistance to the upside. So I'm going to remind myself, do not short, because if anybody remembers from last week, my Netflix short that I, you know, let's just pull it up. This is kind of funny. I short right here. I short it, I covered it, and it's just like off to the races. The absolute worst spot that you could possibly short this name was where I shorted. It was amazing. And I short it, and then I was just like, guys, like, look at this. This is, and you know what? A lot of the times, you just gotta laugh at yourself when you do things like that, because that's trading, right? Like I took probably like 300 fills, 500 fills since that fill. So like I didn't actually think about it until right now, and I wanted to tell everybody because it's kind of funny. Like look at this chart. This is from Friday. It's like, you know, I could have short anywhere else and there was a chance, you know, but right here, only green, that's where I short. And it was basically on 278. It just broke. I figured maybe it quickly flushes back down, but no. Better off going long there, and then it actually made the move to 290. That was a sick up move. So yeah, kind of getting. It's obviously not going to do the same move, but Snapchat, it's the same thing, right? It's like it's showing you that it's holding. I short here, covered some, covered the rest. I'm done with this trade. Not to say that it's going to go to 9 right away. Obviously, you got the negative catalyst being earnings. You know, big move to the downside, trading 100 million shares right now. But yeah, just kind of interesting. I found that a little bit funny. Somebody's saying SPY and Snap puts. Yeah, hopefully you covered those Snap puts, because that was a sick I don't know if you're saying after the earnings move. If you're short before that earnings move, like that's a cover on the flush, I think. Just because we're in the market that it just dances around, right? This market, it like moves in one direction. If you don't pay yourself, you'll be out of the money so fast. So, you know, swing trade, day trade, call it what you want. But yeah, you definitely got to be careful with those orders. Hopefully Sean's still short Amazon because this continues to flush. And yeah, now we're back below VWAP here. And yeah, I don't even know. I'm just trying to generate ideas for myself. Guys, you know, somebody's saying long meta question mark. Oh, I love that. Yeah, guys, keep ideas flowing here. I mean, it's been strong, right? And here's the thing. We had the news where it flushed, and I was mentioning this. Then we move back up, blow to the upside, so this just stops being blown. If this area holds, like if we don't actually, I thought initially maybe we could short, you know, get back down to like the 130 VWAP area. But if it's actually going to hold these areas now, you know, maybe it just stays here. And for anybody wondering, this is the daily on it. And, you know, it's kind of inching its way, getting above the 13 period on the daily. Keep in mind that this down move this day was coincide with Snapchat. So Snapchat, you know, they reported earnings. It was bad. It was negative. It went down. Meta went down as well. But then Meta is just climbing back to where it was. So it had the move based on Snapchat's move, and now it's right back to where it was before Snapchat's move. So I guess you could justify that and, you know, holding that 125 level very, very cleanly. They're reporting earnings on Wednesday after the bell. And it'll be interesting to see if they actually sell through 125 or if we do get this relief balance on a lot of these names. I think, you know, I kind of want to favor the long side, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm definitely not placing bets on that.
Currently, Alcoa pushing the downside exactly as planned. So let's go, Alcoa. That scanner coming in to help us out to the short side. And Baidu also pretty good move to the south side, 27 cents in the money for that. TSM also 27 cents in the money, taking some profits on the flush over there for TSM. Let's see if we can cut some of the losses that we do have on the stock as the market does pull back a little bit to the south side. NASDAQ now only up 0.3% and S&P 500 still up 0.65%, still above VWAP for both of them. The only position that's not working out for me is EDU, but I'm not too worried about it as it's only 1 penny out of money for me. Currently looking at Snapchat also. Snapchat did break 850, went up to almost 854, and now we're coming back below 850. Still looking like it wants to trade under that 850 level. Let's see how many votes we have for the S&P 500 vote. We got about 1,000 people voting on the poll there, and 55% of you think that the market's actually going to close above 8,800. So a lot of bulls in the market still, a lot of bulls in the chat at least, hoping that this market continues dripping to the north side today. Starbucks, currently looking at Starbucks to see how much of a pullback did it have past that 83 level where we were trying to short it. Looks like Starbucks didn't really pull back all the way up to VWAP, but it eventually did get back up to 83.50s, 83.60s, and now we're trading sideways, but a trend to the downside, creating lower lows and lower highs. Probable test of low a day coming in at some point for the stock. Meta platform still above $132. So a pretty monster move on Meta. Imagine that long that Sean had at 125. If I only took that long instead of trying to battle the shorts. The shorts were working for us for a little bit, but then sadly, it took us out completely to the north side. I see people in the chat saying if TikTok gets banned, Meta is a long. Yeah, maybe. You know, I'm still seeing a decline in social media usage in general around the board. And it is possible that play plays out. I'm not saying it won't, but just from my own usage and how I'm seeing other people use it, you know, it's the watch time at least seems to be going lower and lower as content is going into those 6-second, 7-second videos, right? Like the TikTok and the Vines and so on. It's just going decline mode.
I'm just looking at this poll here. We got how many people vote on this? Over 1,000 people, and 54% say yes, the S&P is going to close above 3,800. We're below now. I voted below. But, yeah, there's a chance. So, I mean, that's why bull guy beside us here. And, yeah, I don't know. What was I going to say? Something else, too. Oh, no, I was on the tip of my tongue now. Oh, I wanted to quickly talk about AMD today. Something I had orders stacked above. We're actually close to the 60 level. And this is like 60's been, it's been a level. And let's just pull over the daily for everyone to see. It's been barcoding for so long after that initial down move through 60, and it could not hold above 60, sustain itself above 60, for quite a while. And now it's actually, riding that 13 period on the daily. And we were above 59 in the morning. And I actually thought, I was like, oh man, like maybe we could, pop and get some short near 60. But yeah, no, this thing just kind of flushed straight down to 57. And that's like a $2 winner. And I think like, sometimes you're watching so many things, so it is what it is. You can't really like obviously take all these different trades. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because that could have been a banger short there. That was like $3 almost. So yeah, that 60 level on AMD for sure. Definitely a level to watch there. And somebody's saying BBBY. No, I don't even know what. I'm just gonna say no. It's this thing. Trade the extensions and then just let it go. And then just let it go. It's falling off. I mean, yeah, I guess it's falling off a cliff.
Squeeze is coming in.
No, but it's technically at like the low level, and this is daily for everyone to see.
That's when the squeeze happens.
Well, the squeeze is done.
No, it hasn't been done.
Imagine another squeeze. Maybe so. Like the last time it squoze, March, then August. So maybe sometime next year. Yeah, maybe sometime next year. But yeah, no, the bottom is around $4 here. But the thing is like it's done 6 million shares. It's a sub $5 stock. I don't know if you see something that I don't, but I tend to like to trade these extensions as a day trader. It's like it has an extension. You're trading during this period for either a fade down or you're trading here for the move up. Then when it gets down to here, it's done. Like there's not really, I mean, the opportunities are less. Sometimes you get bounce plays like dead cat bounce, which, you could justify those. But now it's kind of like very, very slow, just riding the moving average, going lower. It's a no trade for myself, but yeah, it kind of looks like it's headed to the abyss. Like, is this going to be a $2 stock or what? I don't know. Like, we'll see. Time will tell there. Or maybe we actually squeeze to the upside. I guess with these stocks, you never know, right?
Yeah. So currently looking at Baidu, which is 41 cents in the money, pushing the south side. That break of 50-cent EMA coming in to help us out as the market did pull back a little bit to 37.90 areas. Even TSM shorts paying us more money. Take out some more size on that at 35 cents in the money. And I should probably take more profits on Baidu over here as the profits are being offered on both of these stocks. The other two stocks are pretty much flat on the day for me, Alcoa and EDU. Looking back at the scanners, the only stocks that are popping up on there are going to be all stocks that are damaged from the Chinese catalyst, the Li Auto, Pinduoduo, NIO, Baba, TCOM. What is ZTO? Another Chinese stock over there, and even LVS. So clearly, these stocks still having that relative weakness behind it, and the smallest drop in the market brings these stocks straight to the downside. 42 cents of the money on Baidu for ourselves. Charles Schwab, if I remember correctly, had a positive earnings catalyst and is continuing off that earnings board to the north side even more today, up about 0.75% and trying to go test that 71 area. Another stock that had positive catalyst was IBM. IBM today up 1.77%, trading near $132 and trying to see if we can continue going north on the pop that the market wants to bring in at this very moment. The 50-period EMA on the NASDAQ just slightly under 11,400 and S&P 500 holding up at 37.90. So if this market turns around, there's a good chance that we could see IBM maybe be up 2% or more today. IBM on earnings day did mention that they got a big boost in almost every single service that they offer, especially in the cloud computing services. So congratulations for IBM. If I know my research correctly, I think IBM is like the one of the only companies that makes supercomputers. So I would love to see how those supercomputers play out, or quantum computers, sorry. Those quantum computers, pretty insane capabilities that they have over there. I could be wrong about the only company thing, but IBM has been so dear to my family for such a long time. My uncle works there. We have a lot of family members who work there for that company, and it's just been an awesome place to work, at least according to what my uncle has said.
Somebody asking in the chat, can you please explain the VIX and its relationship to the overall market? So I'll talk about this very quickly. The VIX is an index, right? It is an index. It gauges the volatility in the market. It is the expectation of where volatility is going to go, how much volatility is in the market. So obviously an elevated VIX means lots of volatility. So things are going up and down very crazy. And, call it below 16. If the VIX index, keyword, if the index is below 16, volatility is low. If it's between 16 and 26, volatility is high. And if it's over 26, over 30, which it is right now, volatility is extremely high. And as you guys can see, very rarely, like 2008, 2010, 2011, very rarely does it hold above like a 40 level, right? So kind of feels like we are about to break out on the VIX. And there's an inverse relationship between the VIX and the overall market. So the way that I tend to look at it is, Meta and Snap are tanking right now, so I'm not really sure what's happening there. But yeah, let's quickly look at that. I'll get back to that.
Meta just died.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a crazy move to the downside. Go figure. This had to run the stops before it actually flips lower. I don't know if there's any news on that move.
Snapchat's dying too, yeah.
Yeah, Snap dying, Meta going down. Oh my God, man. Come on. Why couldn't my stop just be 860? Oh, all right, whatever.
Yeah, looks like a viewer in the chat said my stop was 860, and I might have escaped the stop over there, the stop hunting. So
That's
one
amazing.
of our viewers just absolutely caking it on the short over here on Snapchat at the moment. Congratulations on that sick 50-cent flush on Snapchat, and Meta now just dropping $3 to the ground below 130 slightly. Let's see if we're gonna hold up at 130 again, or now do we continue turning red on Meta one more time on the day and actually hold the red move on Meta? Keep in mind, Meta being a pretty decent component of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ will probably weigh down on the market over here. Meta really pushing down. So thankfully, we do have some shorts on board, such as Baidu, 65 cents in the money on Baidu. TSM, 37 cents in the money on that bad boy. I don't want to take more profits in these ranges. I want to see if this market can flush even more to the downside, allowing us to take better profits to the south side when that does happen. Apple still up on the day, though, not really getting ready to break that 148 level. Apple being the ringleader of the market, especially for the tech stocks. It's always a good thing to watch these stocks to see or get an idea or a gauge of where the market could move to. Baidu now 72 cents in the money. So a little bit of a bang action over there coming in. I want to take a little bit more profits over here on Baidu as we're flushing, and also on TSM as the profits are being offered to us. Let's go look at how the scanners are shifting maybe a little bit. I see a lot more stocks coming onto the negative side, and one that stands out to me is going to be Best Buy. Best Buy, you guys know how I feel about this company, honestly. I feel like this company is going to be the next blockbuster, and by that, they're going to go bankrupt and most likely not have anything to do in this world anymore very soon as the world slowly shifts into just ordering products from online. I haven't walked into a physical store of any store in a long time these days. Everything just go Amazon, bang, 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 buy. Nike.com, buy my shoes. Or go to like Adidas and buy like a tracksuit or whatever. So I haven't really been having I've been having the luxury to not have to go into stores and just have everything shipped to me. So because of that, I'm just not interested in these Best Buy type of locations.
Yeah, that's kind of a crazy move. And it's unfortunate that, never have I ever short and then seen a move in my favor like this and been like, okay, sick. No. It's always, after I'm out of the position. Now, selling, really picking up on this name, getting into VWAP here. I want to, I don't know, it's dancing around. You got to be careful with this one because liquidity on the book is something interesting. There's not really lots of size. I think, the real spread. Think of it as the real spread of Meta. Even though it shows 3 cents, it's probably 20. So it can go up or down 20 cents, give or take. Probably closer to like a Tesla spread than an Apple. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. Factor it into your trading. This thing can move around 20 cents when it's not really moving like that, right? So I don't know if I'm going to take a short on this. Maybe if we get through 129, but I just feel like it'll break 129 and then pop. You either had the short or you didn't. I think hold on to the short if you had it. Like if I was short at the 132, like cover some at VWAP makes sense. And then, because obviously you're getting this very crazy move to the downside, maybe it continues. Maybe it continues there. So that's kind of interesting. And congrats to anybody holding the Snapchat short. This is why you don't use hard levels, right? Don't use the 850. Like watch your position, right? Because who cares if you punch out at 851 or 861? It's basically the same price. Just watch the price action. Unfortunately, I would have stopped. Even if I was watching, I would have stopped myself out, especially on this like very quick up move. But kind of crazy that you get that up move and then you get the flush. It's like, what the heck is going on there? Yeah, kind of interesting.
Snap and Meta, there's an FBI briefing at 1:30 detailing possible Chinese espionage cases, including against the pair of alleged intelligence agents who tried to gather inside info on the prosecution of Huawei. Nothing really earth-shattering news over here, but that whole FBI investigation coming in and kind of disturbing Meta and Snapchat's ascent to the north side today, and looks like we were on the right direction. Just didn't anticipate the catalyst to come out at the time it did, and down goes Meta now all the way to VWAP near $129. Ooh, it wants to extend a little bit more. Meta really getting slapped up. The meeting is supposed to be around 7 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago, so can't wait to see what the meeting is gonna talk about or what the FBI has to say over there. For META, which is now down 1 full percent on the day. NASDAQ only up 0.17% on the day compared to being almost 1% to the north side. So destruction coming in across the board. Baidu now 80 cents in the money. So very thankful for some of these shorts that I have on board. Allow me to turn my day around slightly from getting beat up to now beating up the market. The Zuck is going to work on Wendy's soon. Yeah, it's a good one. Last time I said anything, it was HD calls. A lot of opinions in the chat. I love it. A lot of people expressing how they feel about their positions and how they feel about their market understanding and so on. I love seeing ideas being bounced around in the YouTube chat all the time. Keep in mind, we also have a Discord chat where once the YouTube show does end, sadly, at 4 o'clock, if you want to keep on bouncing those ideas with your friends in the chat, or you want to, bounce some trade ideas that you've already traded and get some reviews on it, feel free to join our free Discord server. Do !Discord in the chat. You get the link. And yeah, go link up with our community. That way you can stay in touch past 4 o'clock all the way up to next day and come back in and slap the markets with more prep.
Somebody's saying don't ever listen to a day trader about the future of industry. I agree with that one. Yeah, don't. If I'm ever talking about the future of anything, don't listen to me at all, because the furthest into the future that I can see is the next 5 minutes. And then I'm like, yeah, this is where this is going. And yeah, I know it's a joke, but it's a different hat, right? Obviously, if you're a day trader, you trade levels and you're thinking very quickly. If you're a swing trader or you're your position trader, you're an investor, that's where you got to say to yourself, like, oh, okay, like this is where trends are going. Obviously, I'm never going to say like, oh, I'm trading a small cap biotech. Like, I'm not a science guy. Like, I don't know anything about science. I don't know anything about tech. I don't know what's going on here. But I just take my bets and see where they go. Yeah, so I absolutely agree with that comment. There's so much more going on, right? It's as humans, we want to make that fast decision and make it make sense right away, and then we say yes, like that makes sense to me. I am correct. But no, that's not always the case. There's so much more at play. So just understand that you don't know anything, and you'll probably be better off than if you think you know. But I don't know what to do with Meta. Like, even if I short through 129, like I guess maybe it's like selling it. But it's dancing around. It's moving around like 60 cents. Got to be. I'm thinking. Maybe long, because it's not like breakthrough. Like as you mentioned, Pratt. It's not like crazy, amazing, new information that oh my God, sell this to 125. We could easily bounce back up, but I don't know. I just don't know. Like unless a bid comes into this, I don't know. Like I'm not gonna take the long. I'm just gonna chill. And yeah, see what happens. Just a Humber Barber. Yeah, I am everything trader. Yeah, you should be trading everything. Trade things with volatility for sure. And I'm just actually looking across the board. I don't know. Somebody was saying Tesla the next to drop. Like yeah, I was kind of hoping, because I tried the short here, but I punched out of it because I took a little bit too much size. That was not the plan. And yeah, now just chilling, just kind of watching everything. You know, we got 20 minutes left here before we pass it on to the closing show. You know, maybe not justification to take too much size on any position that I take, but for sure if something comes through, it'll be interesting. Somebody before was asking, where's Sharif? I miss him. I'm sure Sharif misses you guys too. He is in Egypt right now, enjoying the nice weather on vacation. I think he'll be there for the next couple of weeks. And yeah, I'm sure he's getting his workouts in, enjoying the sun, you know, ice cold drinks, living it up. Yeah, I got to plan something because I'm dying to get away, get some sun, and you know, enjoy life a little bit. And I'm just looking here. No, TSM not at a new level. And you were in the Meta Short. Yeah, guys, if you were in the Meta Short, congratulations, because that was a sick move. Like that was a sick move to the downside. I think you know you don't hate yourself if you cover VWAP. And then maybe aim for like a certain level, maybe, you know, 127. But I don't know if we're going to get some type of bounce back. I'm just not 100% sure right now. And fresh hair, a shampoo recall. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, now we're getting bids coming in here. 128.86. Not too much size, like 10,000 shares there. Nothing crazy. But not filling right away, which is interesting. Not filling right away. Okay, there we go. Got the fill there. Yeah, not filling right away. See, sometimes, you know, when you're looking at these like crazy moves and then you're wondering, okay, where are we going from here? Are we really going to flush lower? Are we going to bounce upwards? What I tend to do is I'll look at the book, and if I see like 10,000 shares is not like crazy amount of size, but it is, you know, like decent amount of size relative to the book, you know, and when you see that setup, you got to, like, for example, 8,000 shares, not a lot of size, but, you know, how slow is it to fill? And I think we're going to pass it over to Brendan really quickly for an update.
Too late. Cancel it, too late. Right. Apparently they said, hey, I took my earphone off. I went to the washroom, and then I come back and I'm getting yelled at that we didn't throw it to Brendo and so on. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Someone's saying plunge protection team stepping in now to help the markets.
Plunge protection team. That was on CPI day for sure. They stepped in on that day. 3,500 and holding and so on. 84 cents now in the money on Baidu, so I'm loving that trade. Baidu really helping us out, even though the market's going to the north side. So let's take some more size out on Baidu just to be safe. Hello? I'm just trying to get out some size, not all of my size. So give me that fill. Thank you, Baidu. And TSM now only 22 cents in the money compared to 40 cents. So that's not a good thing. We're going to deleverage from that trade a little bit more. Let's keep looking for stocks around the board that are moving up and down with the rest of the market. For example, AMAT, Applied Materials. Pretty sure that's another semiconductor stock, if I remember correctly. Making a new high a day, AMAT, launching above 84.64 and getting ready to go play with the 85 level now. So monster move coming in, 2.75% on the day with a 6.2 million shares traded and a relative volume of 1.44. Brad pulls out. All right, anyways, good man facts, Q card on screen. Not sure what's going on over there, but NVIDIA pushing quick. Yeah, looks like most semiconductors here are retracing. I saw Taiwan Semiconductors, which was up 40 cents in the money for the short trade, now only 15 cents in the money. So that means AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla, all of them getting ready to have a nice little push up over here. Meta Platforms probably still down on the day now. Yeah, 129, trying to hold up at VWAP. We're just going to have to be a little patient to see if Meta actually finds a way to bounce. It is 1:45 Eastern Standard Time, guys. So only 15 minutes left, sadly, on this beautiful Monday between Luca and myself. Obviously, you guys will be getting back Neil, Brendan, and Sean back at 2 o'clock to cover the rest of the day for you guys from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Keep in mind that when that show starts, it's a whole new like counter, whole new show. If you don't get automatically transported to the new show at 2 o'clock, Bears versus Bull will throw a link in there for that one in this chat. So stick around in this chat. You can click on that link and you'll be automatically taken to that show. Make sure once again to click that like button because they'll be too busy sometimes to talk about it and ask for that like. So make sure you give it to them. Show them how much they mean to you with the help of that like button. Talking about which, We have 1,364 votes on that poll, but we only have 2.3K likes. I think a lot more people voted than liking, but already have 2.3K likes right now. We went from 1.6 to 2.3K likes. That's a pretty good number in my opinion, so thank you to everybody who hit that. We still got 4,300 people watching the YouTube show for us. Quick reminder yet again for the Trader TV Trade Ideas code, TraderTV30, gives you 30% off on trade ideas, allows you to make scanners such as, a quick little example of what a scanner would look like if you wanted to make one. Let's create an alert window for bullish strategies, apparently. High volume, average moving breakouts. Let's hit OK on that. And let's see what type of stocks we get over here. We get breaking out on volume, ESSCR. ESSCR. Not going to trade it or anything, but ESSCR on NASDAQ. 50 penny stock. It's a penny stock over here with the relative volume of most likely 12.5 relative volume, making a new high a day and apparently breaking out with the volume actually, but I don't see that volume where it's breaking out of. At the end of the day, you guys get the idea. If you filter this for more than $1, for more than a certain amount of volume in a day, for more than a certain amount of relative volume in a day, you can set up scanners like this to help you find the right stocks to put the damage in.
Yeah, I'm looking at Meta. I want to take a long, but I don't want to hold it against me if we like rip to the downside, and that kind of feels like what we're doing there. So I tried a long. It looked good for a second, but we quickly flushed back through. And I told myself, like, if we quickly reclaim back, maybe I'll try it again. But I don't really know. I mean, we're in the middle, so I guess I should not diddle in the middle. Maybe I'm just gonna have to let this go. I feel like we could easily get back up to 131. That's kind of my logic on this, but I just don't know. It's probably going to print so many different prices. I can't make a decision of where we're actually going to go with this one. So I tried the long. I think I'm just going to let it go. If we dip down to like the 128 area, maybe I'll make another decision over there. But for the time being, I'm just not going to dance around in the middle. I think I'm just going to save myself some money and try to stay away from this one.
Yeah, who's this old man with the red shirt? I'm just a dude dressed like a dude playing another dude. That's all it is, man. Not too complicated on that side. Why is Snap moving to the downside? Possible FBI cases or at least investigation that Chinese espionage cases coming through in relation to Huawei. So just have to wait and see if those come out in a more negative note or come out in a positive note. Currently, UVXY turning red on the day, down almost 1% on UVXY as we get below $12 on that. Only 10 minutes left over here. So guys, feel free to throw positions in the chat you want us to take a look at. I'm currently showing you Baidu. Baidu $1 in the money for the shorts for me. Thank you, Baidu, for allowing me to even take that trade, that position, and now ride it all the way to make me VWAP, which is exactly what I was looking for to begin with. Luca zoned in on Meta. Yeah, I think Meta is where all the fun is right now. I mean, Tesla was where the fun was earlier, and now Meta is where the fun is. What's going on? Oh, okay. But we are watching this market have a little bit of a confused move right now. You know, it's trying to see if we want to get back above 3,800 or do we want to stay below 3,800. I still think 3,740 comes in as a rescue bottom for today if it does come back to play. And if the market does break the high a day, then just look for your shorts and be careful on your shorts. Miss V had to go back to okay. Anyways, guys, enough about Miss V over there. She's not with us anymore, obviously. I know people in the chat keep asking, where is Miss V? Miss V, she's not here anymore. It's wish her the luck wherever she is. If she's in Canada still, wish her the luck. And if she is working, then awesome. I can't wait to see her one day eventually. But clearly she's not here. We're gonna move on. Every good thing comes to an end. Hopefully, someday this will also come to an end for me, and we just have to move on from it, right? Let's wrap up that story. Go next.
All good things come to an end. All bad things come to a beginning. No, I'm kidding. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Somebody was like, Luca, you are zoned into Meta. This is the thing, guys, and I'll pull this up. Look at the tape on my screen right here. Anybody watching the tape of Meta right now? It's like it's printing so many different prices, and you know I'm like, man, if this is gonna bounce, like I want to have some size on it, but like I mean, it's spending so much time around here that, like, you know, maybe I shouldn't. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I should get long. And then size comes on the offer. And I was like, well, people are clearly slamming the short here and they're not getting filled. So, like, why would I punch into the long? It's probably not going to bounce. Yeah, there's just a lot of things to consider in real time. And yeah, like, I am definitely zoned in, trying to find the best position. That's why you guys best believe when you see my position board light up, those are the best fills, because you know, I want to get those fills and just be in the money right away. And if it's not working, I'm just out of there. So I'm getting out of there. Looking for a short. Yeah. The thing is like the market's it's close to VWAP. It's close to 3,800. It's like very, very slow. So like you either have your positions or you got filled at like very good levels and it's working for you. Like it's tough to generate ideas. Like you don't want to get in with too much size. Like sometimes I'll like just take like very, very small bets just because like, okay, let's see where this one goes. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, kind of glancing over. Maybe we get stuff towards the end of the day. Probably get some more volume in. I mean, where are we at on this vote? Now we got 1,500 people that voted. Oh, that's like a neck and neck. This is like 52% yes, 48% no, 1,400 votes. That's a close one. I mean, we're still 8 points away. Now we're below 3,800, but we could easily get back up there. Somebody's saying Luca reminds me of Abraham Lincoln. How do you know who Abraham Lincoln is?
You don't know who Abraham Lincoln is?
No, I know who he is, but how do you like, you were around when he was around? There's no way. Or wait, when actually, Abraham Lincoln, 1865. Yeah, no.
Picture.
Okay, I'm just talking to myself
Just
here.
a picture.
No, I know just a picture, but maybe the mannerisms, I don't know, but yeah, that's kind of funny. And here we go. Now everybody, Luca reminds me of Joe Dirt. Luca reminds me of this guy or that guy. Yeah, guys, it's, see, and then people, oh, Luca reminds me of Luca. These things just make me laugh. I enjoy the comparisons just because it kind of makes me laugh. But yeah, every time meta moves up, it's like very sharp moves up, but then it just quickly gets retraced. I don't know, might have to just let this one go. Yeah, guys, we got like 7 minutes left here. Maybe I'll just chill. If we start to run on meta, then maybe I'll just jump into a long, but I don't really want to chase anything too crazy. So yeah, I'll just be chilling.
Luca, what Ferrari do you drive or would drive?
I like the Testarossa.
Testarossa,
Yeah, kicking it old school.
Not the Ferrari LaFerrari?
Like, I mean, yeah, the new one, but I'm like a vintage. I'm kind of like a vintage guy like this one. If you want to share my screen very quickly, super old school. I love it. It's, I think it's pretty like, you know, cruise around in that. You got the vintage interior too. I want to say this is the one that was in Scarface, if I'm not mistaken. But it was white with the red interior, or red with the white, one of those. But yeah, no, this is, yeah, I love this one. Guys, you know, in the chat, let us know your favorite Ferrari if you're a car person, you know, and we can Google them along the way for the next 5 minutes because I'm not really sure if there's any, you know, trades going on my side of things.
Lucas says Lucas says F40 Ferrari. And my favorite Ferrari is the one I can drive into the ocean and leave it to the bottom of the ocean over there. That's going to be my favorite Ferrari. If my dream car, though, it's always been Porsches, man. Porsche 911 GT3 RSs. Those are my favorites.
Fast.
But those don't even have like a heating inside the car. Like if you buy the proper race model, they don't have heating, they don't have cup holders, nothing, right? So it's just a base model where you just go fast, you just zoom. And the 911 has been my sweetheart ever since I was a child. If I do end up buying a car at ever, it's got to be the GT3 RS 4.0. If it's not, then I'm not buying a car to begin with. Looks like we're stuck with Brampton Transit a little bit longer, guys. NVIDIA, though, up 0.72% on the day, trading near almost $126, only 50 cents away from that level. Baidu, which was 90 cents in the money, at one point was only 50 cents in the money, but now looks like it's getting ready to go back to the south side as this market struggles to get above 3,800 for the time being. So just watching the market move around. We got about 5 minutes over here. Let's see if you guys have any trades you want us to cover up in the meantime. I still see a lot of people in the chat talking about the GT3 RSs will be mine, Porsches. Yeah, we love. Sean, what's your favorite? Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, Lambos?
I still like the G-Wagon.
The G-Wagon? Sheesh. Yeah, the old school G-Wagons compared to the new school, apparently they're so much better. Like the interiors are apparently more comfortable and everything.
Rolls Royce on my kids drive me around.
Okay, that's the plan. Phantom or a Ghost or a whatever he says. You know, I was asking, he just said he'll get a Phantom, or sorry, a Rolls Royce So I was asking him what type of Rolls Royce. I love the Rolls Royce Wraith. That one's beautiful. It's a two-door sports car model, Phantom, or not Phantom, a Rolls Royce, and it's just too beautiful of a car over there. But let's get back to the market as we only have a couple more minutes left. Looking at the S&P 500, let me pull up the SPY charts for you guys. This is SPY futures marching towards that 3,800 area, but doing so slowly. You know, a little bit of a low volume period at the moment. I think volume might come back in around 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, at which point we will be looking to put some more damage in the market.
Yeah, somebody's saying, please cover COMS. I thought like somebody was saying comms. You know when like you're playing a video game and then you can't hear and you're like comms. I hear it, yeah, and I was like, I don't know like what you're trying to listen to, but no, it's actually the ticker from 4 days ago on the daily. This thing actually ran. It was at like 15 cents. I think Ian got long, and I was like, oh my God, he's gonna get rich without me. This is going to $5. But no, it stopped right at the top there, and now back down. The thing with this is like, I mean, look at this, right? It's like down, down, down. Then you get the one update. Don't think that, you know, that's the reversal point. We're going to the moon. It's dead, right? It's dead. 34 million shares traded for a sub 10-cent stock is nothing, as you guys can see from the chart. Looks very different than all of the other charts that are being pulled up. It's like very, very slow, not really doing much. I would not want to be, I mean, unless you see like an angle from an investment side of it, then, you know, maybe you justify for yourself. But from a day trade, it's slow, it's dead. I think it's SSR too. I would not be trading this name for sure.
Yeah, just closing up the poll here at 52.48. We have 1,570 votes. Gonna call it on that one. A lot of bulls in the chat, so 52% bulls, 47% bears. Well, I guess both of them, as long as the market doesn't turn red, I guess you're not really a bear, right? You're just voting that the market's going to close below 3,800 over there. We're just going to have to wait and see. Let me just close that YouTube channel. Also, I forgot to mention the watch list. Guys, if you're not signed up to our Trader TV watch list, this is going to help you find that stocks with the right catalyst behind it. You know, earlier I was talking about finding the right stocks to trade. If you ever run into that issue and you don't want to pay for trade ideas or whatever to help you scan for that, the watch list is a great tool. Every day, every morning, Brando works super hard to look for all the stocks that are moving. What's the reason behind it? Puts it in this beautiful watch list for you, like crypto stocks, big tech, meta platforms, and also starts off the day with a quick little synopsis of what happened last week and what to look out for this week. So over here, I found out that the PMI is set to release at 9:45. You know, I usually do look at the economic calendar, so I'm supposed to know the PMI was supposed to come out. But if it wasn't for our watch list over here, I kind of would have ignored it and forgotten about the PMI numbers that were supposed to be dropped at 9:45. So always a good thing to sign up for our watch list. Tons of catalysts over here, and a direct link to get 15% off on the watch list. But keep in mind, today, I think it ends today, the 30% deal ends today. Use code TraderTV30 on Trade Ideas to get 30% off if you're buying a brand new year-long subscription or even a month-long subscription. 30% goes a long way. 30 cents, a lot of money. You save $1 here, $1 there, $10. That's a little bit of a, what's a red, white, and brown, was it? The stand-up? I forget if that was red, white, and brown. But
can you tell I have no idea what you're talking about?
Russell Peters, Red, White, and Brown, the stand-up comedy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a good stand-up comedy. Anyways, guys, it's 1 o'clock over here. We're gonna have a great time I'm gonna go eat lunch. I'm pretty sure Luca already ate his. We're gonna have a great time, and you guys are gonna have a better time with the main bosses. Go have fun on the closing show.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left in a pretty exciting afternoon shaping up here. Back to the upside we go. We are dealing with a positive market right now as we head into, as I said, the final couple of hours here. It's been back and forth though, volatile to say the least. But if you zoom out a little bit, we're kind of stuck in a range overall. We need to either break the top or break the bottom here to continue. We'll talk about Meta and Snap coming up here. It looks like there has actually been 2 charges laid in that FBI announcement.